Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To the Honorable Basnas Commissioner, Professor Dr. Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail, to the Honorable Commissioners of Basnas Republic of Indonesia, to the Honorable Director of Distribution and Utilization of Basnas, Dr. Irfan Shauki Bek, to the Honorable President of International Islamic University Malaysia, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, to the Honorable Professor at Trisakti University, Professor Muhammad Zilal Hamzah, to the Honorable Lead Research Economist of IRTI ISDB, Dr. Muhammad Obaidullah, to the Honorable Director of Basnas Center of Strategic Studies, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainal, and to all the invited guests and respected audience of the fourth ICONZ. Welcome back to the second day of the fourth annual International Conference of Zakat 2020. Greetings from Jakarta. Alhamdulillah, praises to Allah, for He has blessed us all with the health and has granted us the opportunity to gather here again today for this conference. Today, I, Arwafila Ditya Rarasokta, will again be the master of ceremony for the event today. Alhamdulillah, we have now reached the second day of the event. During the first day of the event, we held the first plenary session and also parallel sessions. The first plenary session discussed the role of Islamic social finance in promoting inclusive development in time of new normal COVID-19. Speakers from various institutions and various backgrounds gathered and explained their experience and insights on this matter. The plenary session was then followed by the parallel sessions. During the parallel sessions, participants who have submitted their papers prior to the event presented their papers to an audience and adjudicators. We would also like to announce that this event is currently being streamed live on Basnas TV, YouTube channel, and has surpassed over 1,000 views in a day. MashaAllah. We hope that all the participants and speakers enjoyed the event yesterday. But the excitement doesn't stop there. We still have an amazing day ahead of us with many more speakers and experts who have made their time to come to this event and share their perspectives and knowledge with us. Now, before we start the event, I would like to read the agenda for today. First, there will be the opening for day 2, led by the MC. Then, we will move on to the plenary session 2, with the topic, the use of technology in Zakat management in time of new normal COVID-19, which will be moderated by Dr. Tika Widyastuti from Airlangga University. After the plenary session, we will have a break from 11:30 until 1. Then, we will welcome back the participants to the Zoom meeting and continue with the plenary session 3, with the topic, Blockchain Technology for Zakat Institutions, Theory and Practices, which will be moderated by Dr. Bayu Arifianto from Airlangga University. After the plenary session, we will go to the closing agenda with a Puskas researches in brief, then will be followed by the announcement of the best presenters, which will then be followed by the fourth ICONZ resolution, and finally, the closing of the fourth ICONZ. Moving on to the first agenda for today is the plenary session 2. This session will invite speakers and discuss the topic of the use of technology in Zakat management in time of new normal COVID-19. The session will be moderated by Dr. Tika Widyastuti from Airlangga University. Dr. Tika Widyastuti, SAMSE, was born in Surabaya 37 years ago. Known as Tika by her peers, she is a lecturer of the Islamic Economic Study program at the Faculty of Economics and Business at Airlangga University. With a doctoral degree in Islamic economics from Airlangga University and more than 11 experiences in research, she has also had numerous articles published in journals in the last 3 years, both on the national and international scale. She also has published 4 books in the past 3 years. Now, without any further ado, Dr. Tika, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Arwa. Viola. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. And first of all, of course, let us say thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which has given the guidance and blessing to us. Our salawat and greeting are always delivered on our great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which has brought us from the darkness to brighter. First, to the Honorable Basnas Commissioner, Professor Dr. Ahmad Satori Ismail, to the Honorable Commissioner of Basnas Republik Indonesia, to the Honorable Director of Distribution and Utilization of Basnas, National Zakat Board of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Irfan, to the Honorable President of IIUM, International Islamic University Malaysia, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, to the Honorable Professor of Trisakti University, Professor Muhammad Zilal Hamzah, to the Honorable Lead Research Economist of IRTI, ASDB, Dr. Muhammad Obaidullah, and Director of Basnas Center of Strategic Studies, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainal, and to all of the invited guests and respected audience of the 4th International Conference of ZakaTech for Inclusive Development, ICONZ 2020. May we always be in healthy state, of course, in the pandemic COVID-19. And I'm Tika Widyasuti from Faculty of Economic and Business, Erlangga University, as the moderator of the plenary session today, day 2. It's my pleasure, of course, to see all of you here, even by virtual. Welcome of you. And for the background from this session at the second day, at the second plenary session, we know that the technological development in the financial industry has been increasingly significant, especially to Indonesia's social financial sector, for example, in Zakat institution. And in the time, the growing phenomena of technological management adoption in Zakat institution, the new COVID-19 has been spreading worldwide recently, and the pandemic has been creating significant challenge for Zakat administration worldwide. And so such challenge demand the role of Zakat in facing COVID-19 consequence. And related with this topic in this morning, Zakat technology and COVID-19 has just become a new arena among the expert of discussion this morning. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we will discuss the use of technology in Zakat management in time of the new normal COVID-19. And of course, with a great speaker. First, Professor Muhammad Zilal Hamzah as a professor at Trisakti University. Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar as a president of IIUM. And the third speaker is Dr. Muhammad Obaidullah, lead research economist, Islamic Research and Training Institute, IRTI IDB. Fourth speaker, Dr. Irfan Shokibek as Director of Distribution and Utilization Basnas. And the last speaker, Professor Kiai Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail as Commissioner of the National Zakat Board of the Republic of Indonesia. Okay, from this session, I think because several speakers not yet joined in this Zoom, and I will say greeting to Dr. Muhammad Obaidullah from IRTI IDB. Assalamualaikum, Dokter. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Obaidullah. Okay, maybe to the...
Waalaikumsalam, Doctor.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, how are you, Doctor? I hope you are fine.
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. Jazakallah khair.
Yeah, Dr. Muhammad Obaidullah as a lead research and will delivering some knowledge to us related to ZakaTech for inclusive development. Okay, because the time is not much enough, please Dr. Obaidullah to share the material in this session. Time is yours.
I hope the presentation is visible to all the participants.
Yes, visible, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And a very good morning to all the participants. Thank you for the brief introduction. And in today's, in this presentation, a short presentation, and I would be specifically focusing on use of technology and Zakat management, and for Zakat organizations, what is the potential that exists, and specifically, since there are dedicated sessions on the application of blockchain technology, I would not be dealing with that, except perhaps a very general discussion. And primarily, I'll be looking at the use of artificial intelligence in Zakat management. So again, let me underline this fact that this is an area which is grossly underutilized, and if you look around, you really don't see much of the real life application so far. But again, that doesn't mean that we are stuck there. We are moving very fast towards adopting these new and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. And my presentation would be basically looking at the potential areas and how AI can help us enhancing the efficiency of the Zakat sector. So if you look at some of the trends in the recent past, we can see that there has been a continuous effort on the part of the Zakat sector, continuous drive to enhance its efficiency. Now, if you can call it the first level of efficiency, we first moved from individual Zakat management to institutional Zakat management. In fact, even today, if you look around, there are many countries, including perhaps something that comes to my mind straight away is India, which has the second largest Muslim population in the world. It still has, individual Zakat management. It has not moved towards the first level of efficiency itself, that is individual to institutional. And there is enough evidence now, till date, in different countries, that you certainly enhance your efficiency by moving from individual to institutional. And then again, there are countries where the Zakat sector still, we find the cost of mobilization of Zakat is reasonably high as compared to others, primarily because of the reason that a large portion of the Zakat is non-monetary in nature. And because of that, they do incur additional costs, which makes the whole, process somewhat inefficient as compared to a system and economy like Indonesia, for example, where much of the Zakat is in the nature of monetary Zakat. The third kind of transformation, I can call it, which can enhance efficiency in a very significant leap, is the move from cash to digital. Now, again, cash is still the king in many parts of the globe, but still, as we move towards digital Zakat management, there is a growing evidence that we can save our costs, we can make the processes more faster, quicker, more efficient. So again, we would be looking at higher level of efficiency as we move from cash to digital. Now, primarily because cash has certain pain points, and though cash is very simple, cash is very familiar, and we all are used to making our payment in cash. But it is certainly, when you are talking about distribution of zakat, for example, in a region which is hit by a natural calamity, and you are going for distributing zakat to such regions, of course, carrying a lot of cash is going to be bulky, it is going to be unsafe. There may be attempts to burgle, and so safety becomes a critical consideration as well. And the sheer size of the cash you have to carry for distribution, again, that has its own cost. Again, with cash, it's very difficult, very hard to trace the internal leakages. Within the zakat organization, if there are leakages, if there are, we call it immoral insider, then it's very hard to monitor because there is, authentication of payments and tracking of payments and monitoring of payments becomes that much more difficult. And finally, one point about digital zakat payment, which stands out very strongly, is more behavioral. Now, if you look at certain countries or certain regions where zakat is paid, often the zakat recipient, the beneficiaries, the mustahikun, they have to wait in long queues. They have to be physically present there, and they have to wait for cash to be disbursed. Now, this can often vitiate against the self-respect and the dignity of the beneficiaries, of the people, because of which many self-respecting, needy individuals might not really come forward to stand in the queue and to wait for zakat distribution to take place. Now, this can certainly be taken care of in a digital environment where you have, online, a digital receipt or online credit to the account of the beneficiary is a much more welcome proposition than making a physical appearance or waiting. And as we know, digital payments, they involve authorization and user authentication, ensuring that cash does reach the intended beneficiary. We are actually paying to the person that we want to pay. And that can be very easily tracked with the authorization process and the authentication process. That goes by default with the digital payment system. And the digital environment will also ensure the integrity of data. Whatever data is being collected with respect to the beneficiaries, there is, it's much easier to ensure the immutability and the, non-tamperability of the data. The possibility of tampering the data can be minimized in a digital environment, which is, of course, becomes a very big challenge when we are talking about a non-digital or a cash or a non-monetary, zakat distribution. Again, there are inbuilt mechanisms can be placed which will ensure the zakat organization against theft or the internal leakages, as we just talked about. And in a digital environment, every single payment can be accounted for, can be tracked, and thereby we can minimize the possibility of corruption. Now, when we move from cash to digital in disbursement of zakat, there are two key operational requirements that I would like to underline. The first is the digital infrastructure itself, which means that if you are moving for digital distribution of zakat, let's say in a region which is hit by a natural calamity, again, this could be a major challenge that you don't have the financial service providers, you have the bank servers there working for you, keeping track of your payments and so on, so forth, and you need ATMs or the presence of the agent network there on the ground. So this whole network, the whole infrastructure is a prerequisite for zakat payment in a digital manner. And at the same time, you need mobile phone coverage, ownership of the coverage, you need the device and also the coverage. Both have to be there, and that is something that is inherently part of the infrastructure that you need. And if you don't have this on ground, then obviously you have to incur a huge cost as upfront setup cost to create the infrastructure there, which is not easy, which is going to be costly. And the second thing is, which is, I would say, perhaps more important, is again behavioral, which relates to the preparedness of the beneficiary himself. Or the mustahikun, are they ready to receive zakat in a digital way? And are they prepared enough? There you have to really look at certain questions. Are there certain groups like disabled, like elderly people, like people who are grossly illiterate, both in a digital way, otherwise, and they would be particularly disadvantaged if we are using high technology. So technology has to be simple, easy to understand, and something that they can work with, they are comfortable with. Now, we also have to address these questions. Is there an increase or decrease in security threats to participants, to the staff, and to the partners who are part of the zakat management process with the introduction of digital zakat transfers? And finally, is control and access of zakat transfers, has it really improved or made worse by the introduction of new technologies? In fact, this is anecdotal evidence, or I will not call it evidence, but opinion of many of the players in the zakat industry as of now, that maybe we are not ready for the blockchain technology because it's not really needed as of now. Now, I reserve my opinion on this, but what they are pointing out is that maybe the zakat recipients, the zakat payers, are not quite ready to adopt to the digital environment which is created by application of blockchain technology. Maybe our platforms can still operate for some time, or till the stakeholders are ready for it. Now, again, this is a viewpoint that needs to be given its due. Are the stakeholders ready for these new technologies? We're talking about very high-tech environment, and your beneficiaries and zakat payers are not simply ready for it. Then perhaps the efficiency enhancement that you are looking at is not going to materialize. Again, in the following slides, I'll be looking, as I said in the beginning, that we are looking at the potential use of technology, and primarily for the artificial intelligence that we will be focusing on. And we will be talking about the identity, the digital identity issue, which is very relevant for the muzakki, for the zakat payers, and also for the mustahiq or zakat recipients. And we also see how artificial intelligence can help us to address the risk of muzakki attrition, which is the loss of the muzakki population or the existing muzakki, existing donors by a zakat organization. And there is enough evidence available that you almost incur double the cost in attracting a new muzakki or a new zakat payer as compared to servicing an existing muzakki, somebody who has been paying zakat through you. It is that much easier, and the cost is that much low if you are trying to give him good service, and you can categorize them as one of the satisfied lot, one of the satisfied population who would come to you for repeat zakat payments, for recurring zakat payments. So therefore, the muzakki attrition risk, what we call, or the issue of client satisfaction, that issue of muzakki satisfaction perhaps can be better addressed with AI, as we shall see later with some examples. Similarly, when we're talking about mustahiq targeting, the classification of the mustahiq into the different categories of asnaf, then we exercise our priorities, which is allowed by the Sharia to basically target certain categories of mustahiqun who are eligible according to the Sharia. And for this, again, artificial intelligence can be of use, as we shall see in a couple of examples. Now, first, the issue of digital identity. Now, we know that identity of the beneficiary is very critical, especially more so in the context of zakat payments, where the identity of the beneficiary is extremely important for applying the Sharia norms regarding eligibility itself. So we would be flouting Sharia norms if you're paying to the wrong guy. So the identity of the guy, identity of the beneficiary becomes very critical to ascertain, to authenticate, and also we don't want to create a dependency culture. None of the zakat organizations, they vote in favor of this. They would try to make sure that the mustahiqun, they progress out of poverty, or there is a transformation that is taking place from mustahiq to muzakki, which basically requires an ability or the technical competency to be able to monitor the impact, to be able to monitor every single mustahiq which has benefited, who has benefited from the zakat payment, that how his economic condition is going to change. So if you want to monitor that, we need the identity. We need to be sure about the identity of the beneficiary of the zakat. Now, when eligibility is concerned, again, there are two ways of looking at it. One is the digital, simply a digital identity. It applies more in the context of internally displaced persons who may not have the national identity cards readily available with them, but you have to distribute your zakat. They deserve to receive it, and they must be given the top priority because they're hit by a national calamity and they don't have the papers. So you have to quickly establish an identity for them, and the digital identity may be as simple as a random number or a token, which is assigned to an individual, and this identity may not be linked to anything intrinsic about the individual. It's primarily for the purpose of keeping track of the distribution to the deserving people. But when we are talking about the normal circumstances where we are paying zakat to the deserving recipients, and we have to be very sure of who they are and what are their needs, whether they qualify to receive zakat or not. We need to be very sure about the real identity. So, but the real identity itself can be digitized. For example, the KYC requirements, the entire thing could be digitized, and the artificial intelligence can help us to smoothen, to quicken the process of authentication of the real identity if it is in a digitized form. So it's very important to meet the KYC norms as they're imposed by regulators across different regions, different nations. They could vary, but certainly the authentication of the real identity is fastened, is quickened in a digitized environment. And as often we hear about the concerns of the regulators, they are concerned about the need to fight money laundering, the need to fight financial crimes. Therefore, the identity of the muzakki also becomes very important to ascertain, and the KYC requirements are very important. But as we can see in a digitized environment, this can be done at a much more efficient way. Now, the issue of identity is indeed considered very important. Also, it is included in the SDGs. We have the SDG 16.9, which basically underlines the need to ensure that every individual has his identity, and they have free and low-cost access to widely accepted, robust identity credentials. And since such legal identity can be provided far more quickly and widely by not requiring prior determination of nationality. This is one view that exists within the SDG circle, that you don't really have to, bring in the national identity for a variety of SDGs that you want to achieve, that you want to address these concerns. So even if it is delinked with the national identity, but still every individual must have an identity, and the robust identification of that identity is directly related to at least 10 clusters, which include social protection, which is what Zakat aims to achieve. And we can very easily see there that when we map Maqasid al-Sharia to SDGs, that this is social protection is certainly one of the major SDG concerns, which is also a Maqasid related concern, and Zakat funds could be legitimately targeted for this. Therefore, we can see that the issue of digital identity has to be seen in the right perspective, the importance of it, and the need to make it more efficient. And we have come across certain very useful use cases in blockchain-based digital identity, which was used for Syrian internally displaced persons by these two organizations, EdTech and the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. In a pilot project, they use this, and they this particular way of distribution of zakat, distribution of support to the internally displaced person was taken care of with far greater efficiency. Sorry. Now, let's start with very quickly, have an overview of artificial intelligence and what it can do for zakat management. Artificial intelligence is basically the use of computers to mimic the cognitive functions of the humans. We human beings, we see, we listen, we relate, we analyze, we take decisions. So if all these functions, the cognitive functions, can be mimicked by artificial intelligence, by computers, then we call it artificial intelligence that has replaced, that has substituted human intelligence. Now, computers, again, to display this artificial intelligence, they need data, all kinds of data. Just as human beings, to perform our cognitive function, we look beyond numbers. So computers are not just about numbers. And they're, in this particular case, they're mimicking human beings. So they have to be able to listen to the words. They have to see things. So there is computer vision, there is text analytics, that is, natural language processing. So all these are data for the computers: words, texts, images, gestures. These are all information for them, and they convey information to the computer. And when the computers, they seek to relate data, all these different forms of data, analyze data, compute, and make decisions, they use what we call algorithms. Now, very quickly, again, we'll see what the machine learning or the artificial intelligence, different times, different terms have been more popularly used. So currently, we can say that machine learning and the ML applications, they are currently involved. And this is what is very briefly, I take you through the machine learning concepts at a very conceptual level. It is a self-improving algorithm, which is a way of achieving artificial intelligence without being explicitly programmed. Without machine learning, we'll be needing a lot of hard coding, which obviously involves a lot of cost, time, and resources. And machine learning is a kind of self-improving algorithm, and it tries to avoid the cost involved with hard coding. And primarily, the outcomes of machine learning is prediction and classification. And this could be supervised or unsupervised. In supervised learning, it is more popular, more common. This is fast, accurate, more commonly used. It takes data as input, which is called training data, which includes both inputs and labels, which are targets. And then the data scientist trains the model with lots of training data, the inputs and targets on both these variables. And then with the new data and the logic it gets, then the output is predicted. That's how supervised learning works. And in unsupervised learning, the training data doesn't include targets. The system has to understand where to go from the data given. It has to understand the patterns in the data all by itself. Now, here is an example. We talked about outcomes, two outcomes. One is prediction, another is classification. And both have their use in zakat management. Now here, first looking at the supervised learning, we can use regression for predicting the continuous response value, which is, let's say, the variables of related to the gold prices, which can affect our zakat liability in future. It can relate to silver prices of stocks we are holding, or the value of inventories that a businessman is holding, the agricultural produce, the prices, the valuation of that, the lease rental rates. Now, all these are continuous response values. They're variables which take continuous values. Now, for predicting such values, we use regression techniques, and you have a very simple algorithm before you, which can calculate, which estimates zakat current and for the future. When we're looking at the future, obviously we're looking at our ability to predict, and machine learning can do this job with reasonable degree of accuracy. Then we look at ML for classification. There are two kinds of broad classifications. One is binary classification, where we get two answers, basically, yes or no. And the examples of, you can see their applications right here, that is individual A in the poor category of Mustahiq or not? It's a very simple question. The answer could be yes or no. Or individual B is in a traveler in a Sabil category of Mustahiq or not? Yes or no? Are donors to platform Z, are they satisfied lot or they are dissatisfied? Again, very clear distinction between two categories. Will donors to platform Y, they will revert as repeat donors or not? Again, this answer could be, we can get using ML in a binary classification. Is individual C going to default? Let's say there is a Zakat fund which is giving Khardeh Sana loans. Now, even before giving the loans, we can try to predict the outcome, yes or no, in terms of whether he's going to default or not. It could be predicted with different degrees of certainty, but the answers will be yes or no. And finally, a very simple question: is this the picture of brother A or not? Now, this again, ML can help classify you in terms of getting yes or no answers. But you may like to have fine-tune your answers, or see them in multiple classes rather than just two classes. You can aim for multi-class classification, which will classify the data set into very high, high, moderate, low, very low. This is just an example. So you can perhaps seek answers to questions like, what are the chances that a transaction by individual E will prove to be a fraudulent one? Now, fraud detection applications are plenty, but in this particular case, you can always see, what are the chances of fraud by a particular individual.
I'm sorry, Doctor, 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'll try to move faster. What are the chances that a Zakat beneficiary receiving certain skills will be able to transform himself into a Muzakki entrepreneur? And these are all probabilistic outcomes, and we may like to classify these into different categories. What are the chances that project D will utilize Zakat funds in the Sharia stipulated way? Again, it could be very high, high, moderate, low, very low. Now, this is the this is the unsupervised ML, which is used for clustering and anomaly detection, where basically we have given certain questions and comments, certain text. Let's say on a Zakat portal, we should be able to cluster them into pair types. Now here the level is not determined in beforehand. This is something that after looking at the clusters, we try to figure out what are the types of pairs. Can we classify them into certain clusters? Or is there any anomaly or an outlier which doesn't belong to the group? Similarly, given the set of tweets on a volunteering portal, we can look for clusters which are based on content of tweets. Now this could come out as a satisfied lot or unsatisfied lot, or similarly in the Zakat portal, the pair types could be those who are induced by tax benefits, or who are basically seek the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and they don't look at any material benefits. Now the outcome could be anything. After you cluster them, then you try to figure out what are the characteristics of the clusters. And then given what's the forwards, for example, in a given university community group, can we cluster the senders into different types? Okay. Again, there is a possibility. This is something that we should not, we should be always aware of as Zakat managers, that there is always a possibility of errors with artificial intelligence, prediction and classification errors. For example, we are trying to go for a 4-way classification. We are going to classify somebody as poor or not. We'll get 4 outcomes, for example, 4 possible outcomes that our machine will give us. It will classify a poor as a poor, a non-poor as a non-poor, a poor as a non-poor, and a non-poor as a poor. So the first 2, we can see that it is doing the correct classification, and the 3rd and 4th, it is making an error. But what is the cost of the error? When we classify a mustahiq, a poor as a non-poor, obviously we are depriving them from zakat. Now imagine, perhaps in the zakat case, the consequence is not so devastating for the beneficiary. It could be all as well. But imagine what will happen if we use the same artificial intelligence logic for, let's say, a classification error that we get in the treatment of a COVID-19 patient, where an infected patient is diagnosed as healthy and is not going to receive this treatment, or a cancer patient, for example, which is wrongly categorized as healthy. So obviously this is going to cost us huge, and we have to be, as managers, we have to be aware. But fortunately, in the Islamic finance field and the zakat field, the cost of AI error are not as fatal as in the domain of healthcare. Again, this is perhaps the last slide because of time constraint. AI applications in the post-pandemic new normal. This is the crux of my presentation, that the post-pandemic new normal is going to be, we are all going to live in an environment perhaps where social distancing is going to stay, and we are going to see the merits in minimizing human cognition and human contact. So in every sphere. So to the extent this can be, and artificial intelligence is specifically tries to achieve this very outcome, that it substitutes human cognition and minimize applications there, a full range. You can actually apply AI to part of the processes like speech to text conversion, or the translation, for example, of text, response articulation and conversion to speech. You have intelligent chatbots who can actually have or fully interactive voice assistant systems for Zakat advisory and estimation. And you can do feel good or sentiment analysis where your Zakat donors are, how do they feel after paying Zakat from the text or speech, and also full interactive voice assistant systems for Zakat beneficiaries. They can be, basically engaged and told whether they deserve to receive Zakat and why they, do or do not deserve, and so on and so forth. Again, this is another, that's the last slide again. This is the application of computer vision. Again, we see its application for when we try to do a KYC from home. Let's say a Muslimah doesn't want to visit the bank branch or the financial service provider branch. You can always, the authentication can take place of the Mustahiq in the context of a Zakat or in the context of a bank client. It can always, KYC can take place with computer vision, where the computer matches, let's say, that the photograph on one of your, identity documents with your, let's say, selfie that you quickly send to the Zakat organization. The computer can match these two and to basically, give the verdict whether you are the same person or not. The Muzaki identity authentication can be taken place for enhanced services and reporting, Amil identification authentication for work from home, and numerous other creative use cases and applications. And again, as with any technology, there are always ethical issues. There's the issue of system accountability. There is the issue of data privacy, and there's the issue of possible bias in training data, which can lead to many other forms of bias. Inshallah, during the question and answer session, if there is time, we will get into these issues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share.
You're welcome, Dr. Ubaidullah. It was very valuable materials from Dr. Ubaidullah. Many things that we have received from Dr. use of technology in Zakat management toward enhanced efficiency. Okay, because of limited of time, we go next to second speaker. Assalamualaikum, Professor Muhammad Hilal Hamzah. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How are you, Prof?
Fine, Dr. Tika. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Professor Muhammad Hilal Hamzah is expertise and researcher in public policy, fiscal decentralization, and Islamic economic and finance from Trisakti University. And this session, Professor Zilal will deliver the material. The title is Zakat Management in Time of New Normal of Lifestyle. Okay. Please, Professor Dr. Zilal Hamzah, time is yours.
Okay, I will share by myself, or committee will share my PowerPoint.
You may share.
Okay, I may share.
You may share.
Okay, can you see my sharing?
Yes, we can see, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Tika, as a moderator for the second panel today. And of course, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin, Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable and respective speakers and participants from all of the world, I think, because as mentioned before, there is so many participants from other countries outside Indonesia join for our fourth ICONZ International Conference of Zakat. Okay, let me deliver my opinion about our theme for this morning, especially for me, is Zakat management in time of new normal lifestyle. Okay, of course, today we should be responding to the activity of impact from the COVID-19. That's mean our should be navigating exceptional disruption and also the changes around us. So these activities should consider to immediate and maybe for longer term regulatory and the regulatory impact of the activity decision and of course the strategy moving forward thing. So to continue the activities as they respond to the ongoing impact of COVID-19, we relate to our activities in collecting and distributing zakat. We should have identified some areas in effort to address this one. For example, immediate challenges, mitigate risks, and also plan for our new normal lifestyle. So when this pandemic situation continues to evolve, what should we do for our some activities to the continue of this activity? So we should to immediate measures the situation to protect our program, business, social responsible, and also our employees, I think. So we must plan about that in expected to be prolonged activities recovery. It is very critical for me that actors in every sector of business make informed and compliant decisions in order successfully navigate through these uncertain times and plan for our new normal. So this paper for me focus on zakat evolving, and although in fact from COVID-19 on collecting, distributing, and also its environmental in public policy view. So this is our current condition right now in our environmental. We know that three actors in our environmental, household, government, and also corporation. So for this new normal activity, for this new normal changes on every activities around us, such as like household, they do consumption not from their salary or wage, but from saving right now. They also make their activity by online, and of course they will reduce their activity in tourism, concerts, sport activity, movie, and restaurant also. And as the effect is middle class use their own vehicle and less insurance, and of course the mass rapid transportation become down right now. From the perspective of corporation, we also see that reduce in business traveling, using PICON, digitalization of program, even some permanent of work from home, no more recruitment again, less in using office space, and also reorientation for global business due to the limitation of sources. But fortunately, we think about our country, Indonesia, we known as the country for rich of resources. So we must be able to how to beneficial our risk of resources for our community as a whole. And the third one from the government side is also they work from home, save on expenditure, productive to consumption. That means the real condition for government is how to make the productive expansion, but right now most of their budget should be delivered to consumption. So the infrastructure budget, for example, to bridge to toll routes. So right now maybe stop and then replace with the infrastructure of health and hopefully for the education. So this is the condition right now due to the COVID pandemic. And then this is our statistic for the Indonesia right now regarding to the our condition of Islamic social revenue or Islamic social finance, like the Ziswat, Zakat, charity, and also Wakaf. So based on this statistic, as we see in this slide, we have right now around 800,000 until 1 million mosques in Indonesia, the data from 2019. And also we have the 240 million population, and 209 million is Muslim. So we have the biggest Muslim population in the world, and that's why Indonesia also known as Muslim countries in case of their population, but not case in their government. And also about the growth of Islamic finance, we have the reduced growth from 2020 and 2019. In 2019, we still have the growth around 13%, and right now it's only 11%. As more indicate is, for example, the Islamic bank condition, we have only have to also reduce in growth from 2019 or 2020. And also in Islamic non-bank, even we see this is the increase in the growth, but actually this is the condition very risky to the new era or new normal lifestyle, because the income of the household. And then we also have 28,194 Islamic boarding school, and also almost 4 million students and 3 labs. What about this statistic is we know that Islamic boarding school or pondok pesantren in Indonesia is the main trigger to the better increase in Islamic microfinance. So we should manage this Islamic boarding school because they also have the goals that are not only for the profit oriented, but also the goes to the social beneficiaries. And also there is 3 laws right now. This is based on our research with Muhammad Anwar Sani from Darul Quran. We do the research about 3 Amil Zakat institution, Daku, Dompet Duafa, and Al-Azhar, who respectively do their activities for mostly the social beneficiaries, such as did the real sector in agriculture and also in another business model. So through the three last, the beneficiary for our social Muslim, our Muslim environmental is very advantage to the image of this last. And the last statistic is decreasing revenue. The realization compared then its potential for zakat, asset of wakaf, and also cash wakaf. We are disabled to collect our potential zakat wakaf right now due to the limitation of our activity, for example, the human resources activity to collect this one. And even in this pandemic COVID, we have more struggle to do this activity. So that's why we use the management technology to maintain this technology in case to collect our zakat in facility and also wakaf. And from this statistic right now, we still believe that our social finance in Indonesia is still able to grow when we do some other activities like in my next slide in discussion. For this condition, as I mentioned before, we are right now very very understand about our condition in our organization. I mean, this one is zakat organization when we have no, what I call that, we have no smooth relationship between our zakat organization in center and also their province and regency and municipality. There is lack, I think, in this condition because there is no smooth statistic when we try to know how about the zakat condition right now for the whole of Indonesia. So we should go to each website. That should be, I think, for my point of view, is Basnas in center should better to make a good relationship with the organization in province and also regency and municipality. But I know that this is because of the regulation itself. So we must do together how this regulation become better and better again for the future.
Excuse me,
So,
Prof.
yes.
Would you slideshow the PowerPoint?
This is PowerPoint right now?
Yeah.
I'm just screen
click
sharing.
slideshow.
Oh, click slideshow. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. And right now we also know that Basnas already make many cooperation with some institution regarding to the high technology implementation in collecting and redistributing zakats, such as with United Nations Development Program, and also such as like many platform such as like Dana, OVO, GoPay, Sobatku, Pytrend, and so many others. We hope that this will improve the existence of Islamic finance in helping our countries as whole. However, but of course, it's not expected this case, I mean this COVID-19 pandemic case, I hope do not stop the Ummah from continuity to pay out their zakat infaq and charity obligation, but also be careful with our Basnas management about lil and fee in zakat fikih, as we show in statistic. For example, Malaysia, we never find the zakat fitri in their collection. So this is become the other issue in management zakat in Indonesia for the next time. Okay, I think my last slide is about conclusion. So this COVID-19 pandemic has challenged the Basnas organization to think, introduce, and also execute radical and vigorous approach to continuing the business operation for its long-term sustainability. As our known, the Zakat law also regulates that individuals are prohibited from acting as amil zakat to collect, distribute, and of course use zakat without permission from the authorities. The law states that violation of this rule can result in penalties and fines. But now, with this condition, our task, our job for the next is how can we harmonize this zakat management with the informal collection and distribution in our society. So this is what needs attention for me. Also, don't let a thriving charity, especially in these difficult times, be hampered by regulation and bureaucracy. In positive view, the pandemic for me also has generated tremendous solidarity among us. So not just the negative view from the pandemic, but from the positive view, the solidarity among all elements of society to help each other. This is where Basnas and also LAS need to be more proactive, make it easier for the bureaucracy and take the initiative to work directly with the community through the environment and also most throughout Indonesia by creating a model for collecting and managing zakat that is more flexible and easily linked to current technological development. And for involving various sectors of the society between zakat regulators in Indonesia, we can start our activity since this pandemic by make a smooth regulation in Basnas itself. So this is the point of view about this title as the mentioned in prior session to this morning. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Zilal Hamza. Your presentation is very precious and valuable material for us. And then to the next speaker, I have to deliver greeting to Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar. Assalamualaikum, Datuk.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Masya Allah, Alhamdulillah, Masya Allah. Okay. To the Honorable Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar as a President of International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, and he is the founder and executive chairman of Amani Group. Datuk Daud Bakar also a Syariah board member of various global financial institutions, and also including the National Bank of Oman, Amundi Asset Management France, Bank London, Middle East London, and many others. Okay, Datuk Dr. Daud Bakar also will deliver the material about the use of technology, optimize the technology in zakat management toward new normal lifestyle, of course. Okay, Dr. Daud Bakar, please, time is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. الذي بنعمته تتم الصالحات والصلاة والسلام على النبي الأمين المصطفى صلى الله عليه وسلم أما بعد. Thank you, Professor Moderator, my distinguished fellow panelists, distinguished audience and participant. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all of you. Hope everyone is safe and is able to conduct the day-to-day activities in this abnormal condition and due to the pandemics of COVID-19. Thank you, all the organizers and the sponsors for this event, for inviting me to share my thought and perspective on zakat and technology, as somehow we were trapped due to the COVID-19, but I would personally see that this will be the future, irrespective whether we are able to face the pandemic of COVID-19, but the technology is here to stay. And zakat and many other financial products will benefit a lot more from technology. Technology is the future. And COVID-19 has expedited the whole process, but the future is coming to our own backyard, and zakat is one of the beneficiary of this technology. So I have about 20 minutes or so to present my presentation. I don't have any slide, ladies and gentlemen. I would devote about 10 minutes or so for any question and answers if you have anything at the end of the session. As you know, the financial inclusion is one of the maqasid al-Sharia, that is to enable everyone in the society to be connected to the financial activities, be it in the form of the upper hand, those who have, as well as those who do not have, the beneficiaries, the underserved in the community. In the past how many years, the financial world has been biased toward those who have. But somehow the technology has changed everything. We are now able to serve the underserved, the unbankable better through technology. So we are very fortunate for this smart technology. Financial inclusion is no longer a dream, it is a reality in our life. I have some experience in zakat and technology. Let me start with the experience, practical experiences, rather than talking from the very academic perspective. I will conclude with some ideas and dream and aspiration as we move forward. My company, we were assigned by Yayasan Baitul Mal, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, about 5 years ago, more or less, to look into zakat distribution to all pesantren throughout Indonesia. So they wanted to see the impact of 1 rupiah zakat on the student, on the facilities, on the quality of teaching, on the well-being of the student, maintenance, and so on and so forth. So we are given 3 years of data, and we have put the data into our smart machine learning using the fintech and the AI, the artificial intelligence. Alhamdulillah, to cut the story short and to fast forward, after a few months of doing research, we have seen that the zakat was able to increase the facilities, quality of teaching, achievement of the student in about 70% of those centers throughout Indonesia. Of course, the 30% of the centers, they were not benefiting from the zakat because there was some structural problem, perhaps due to the time of zakat, the way they give the zakat not to the right way of doing things, and that's why zakat was not able to benefit the beneficiary as it should. So this is very interesting data. We are very much grateful for the opportunity by Bank Rakyat Indonesia for dealing direct with the data on zakat that they have given to all the pesantren or school or religious school in Indonesia. So come to this year, we had the COVID-19, and in Malaysia, I can relate another company of mine in Malaysia. During the Ramadan, people got stuck because as you know, in Malaysia, the Zakat al-Fitr is one of the largest contribution to the zakat throughout the year because it's a good income for the religious authorities from Zakat al-Fitr during the Ramadan time. But people cannot leave the house and people are not aware of any other payment that they can trust, which is easy and trusted. So we have launched our Snap and Pay Digital, working with all the religious council in Malaysia. Almost all the religious council are working with us, and we have increased the contribution of zakat, though people were locked down in their respective houses. Interestingly, for the first time ever, even the zakat authorities in Malaysia in different states and the federal state of Malaysia, they were impressed because it's not only about facilitating the payment from the zakat payers, but we can also provide to them the breakdown of the time of payment, the location, where is the location which pay the highest payment compared to the other location. We have been dealing with all the states in Malaysia, so we know which area that pay zakat more than the other area. What would be the preferred time for them to pay the zakat? Of course, in our data, from 8 to 9 p.m., but some of them would prefer to pay zakat after midnight. So these are the two prime time that we have discovered from the data that we have. So everything has been very much transparent. So we know that we can do and expedite more. Few things to ask people to do zakat during this time. Marketing awareness can be uploaded in the social media just before 8 p.m. for example, to encourage them, because this is the active time for people to pay zakat, and after midnight, because they are very much perhaps in the mood of reflecting themselves, and zakat will be one of the the thing that they wanted to do. In fact, we have seen the graph of the payment of zakat al-fitr in the first week of Ramadan, second week of Ramadan, and the peak was in the third week, then slowing down in the last week of Ramadan. So from the data, we can do a lot of research to improve for the next year kind of zakat collection, because we know the trend, we know the insights of the data, we know the sentiment of the people and what have you. So this is something that we can achieve through zakat technology. Otherwise, if we continue using the old way, I don't think we can achieve this kind of great improvement of managing zakat collection. So in the first part of my presentation, I have spoken about the impact measurement of zakat through big data and AI. I have spoken about making the zakat payment more friendly to the zakat payers. What is lacking, if I can share, perhaps my colleagues in Indonesia, in other part of the world, we can work together to complement and to fill the gap as we move forward. What is needed at the moment is to create another apps or application to do the profiling of zakat payers. So we know from day one who are the potential zakat payers. So we can use the system. The system can go around in one city, in one state, in one country, for example, focusing on those with the income bracket that these are the potential zakat payers, either as individual or as a corporate or SMEs or business operators. So this is missing at the moment. I'm not aware of any app that can focus on the zakat payers, focusing more the potential, because sometimes they are not being approached by anyone. So they won't know where, they were not being encouraged and urged to pay zakat. But if you can have a dedicated marketing material for them, so we can have more zakat collection in the future. What is more interesting in the apps, the technology app on profiling of the zakat recipient. Interestingly, because we have 8 categories, and with the ijtihad, we can make it more than 20 categories or 50 categories. Fi sabilillah could be so many things, not to mention the faqir and the miskin can be interpreted as, interpreted by the respective council of scholars and mufti in many Islamic world. This is our right to do that. But the system can help the authorities to understand which category of people would be more deserving for that year, for that particular month of the year, for that particular session of the year, the cycle of the economics. Perhaps the corporate guys need more money to sustain the company so that they can maintain the employment for the workers. So this is something that the profiling of the zakat payers will be interesting. I don't think we have done anything extraordinary on this topic, but the Quran mentioned about the beneficiary of zakat in detail, not the payers, not the one who pay, because the one who pays are static. There's no data. I mean, we can create the data, but those who are mentioned by the Quran are very much mentioned in detail. Al-Fuqara wal-Masaki wal-Mu'alafa quluhum, and so on and so forth, to indicate that we need to do a lot of research and profiling about them. And we cannot do on manual basis, impossible. There are so many people in Indonesia, million of them. In Malaysia, perhaps few million, but in Indonesia more than how many million? So the data, the supercomputing can help us to identify who is the best recipient and how much amount would be the best amount to be given. And again, if I can mention this point, very important point, we have learned in Malaysia, in hard way, of course, that when we pay any donation in cash and zakat is included, we cannot transform the society because people tend to use the cash as they like. Instead of using the cash for their education, to buy the books, to improve their learning, to improve their livelihood, for example, to buy equipment for their employment, they tend to spend the cash as they like, and we cannot control them. When the money goes to the account, to their pocket, to their wallet, they can do whatever. So now, Malaysia, in particular, we have moved away from giving the donation in terms of cash. So we have created what we call e-wallet. I'm sure in Indonesia and many other Islamic countries, we are doing the same thing. Instead of giving cash to the hand of underserved people, sometimes without financial planning, they don't know how to do with the cash. They just throw the money to unnecessary things. So now with the e-wallet, they cannot take the cash, but they can take the goods and the services attached to the cash. So they just bring the token of the e-wallet. They can go to the shop. They can redeem, for example, rice and wheat and oil. They can redeem for the tuition fees for the children. They can redeem for their, net for the fishermen. They can redeem for fertilizer for the farmers, and so on and so forth. So we can track. Not only we can control the cash management, we can also control the effective use of the cash payment to them. And this, inshallah, with the data in the next few years, we can see it can transform the society better and better. Perhaps in the past, we have failed to transform our society, even through zakat, to bring them out from the poverty circle, because we are just giving them cash. And the cash, some people, they are good in managing the cash. Some people are not that intelligent in managing their own cash. So perhaps the e-wallet concept is something that we have to develop together. So the money will go, yes, initially in cash, but from the cash, we can convert the cash into token and units of deployment. It could be good services that is or that are needed by the zakat beneficiary. I'm sure, I have the feeling strongly that if we can do that, we can see that many people will go out from the poverty circle. They get what they want, the best from the zakat payment by the zakat payers. So this is something I wanted to talk about, and my company Zakat MP Digital, we are doing the online and the easy way of doing things, but we are working very hard with other e-pay partners. We have to work together to onboard as many people on our system to ease the payment of zakat and to create more profiling in terms of zakat beneficiaries and the usage of the zakat payment. I hope with this kind of intervention, it can open up some new perspective and new insight to make the zakat is not only religious obligation, but also an effective tool of transforming our society, our nation, to become a better society using the technology, which is otherwise we are not able to do that in managing millions of population. We cannot do that. We are having some limitation, but technology has no limitation. They can analyze, they can supercompute in no time. And I stop at that juncture. Madam Moderator, I'm more than happy to take any question from the audience and participant. Thank you very much for having me on this platform. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Datuk Dr. Daud Bakar. Alhamdulillah, many information and at closing statement, transforming for better society, of course, from optimizing technology in zakat institution. Okay, please permission, we directly to question and answer for Datuk Dr. Daud Bakar from Sarah Ali Huzaifi from Indonesia. In the near future, what do you think the key competency of AMIL in facing Industry 4.0? Okay,
yeah.
Is there
Thank
next
you.
question? Okay, please, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm cautious about the time. A short answer would be here in Malaysia through my initiative, Snap and Pay Digital, we try to onboard the Amil of Zakat, the individual that we have attached to the mosque, for them to be trained on using our app so that they can also be part of the whole value chain. So we can have the system that they can be part of the Zakat Amil, so people come, no need for people to come to them, do the COVID-19 and whatnot, so they can also be part of the ecosystem. We can train them, we can certify them, and this is something we have to do because they are the most powerful people in the society. They know the market, so we need to empower them with the smart technology, and we are doing that. The more we can onboard the Amil Zakat, the better for them. We are not taking their job, we are not making them redundant and jobless. We need to maintain them as they are, but we need to empower them with new technology.
Okay, thank you, Dato. From Ali Adam from West Java, in terms of Sharia scholar expertise, what would be the relevant skill to study in addition to Sharia study, notably for Amil Zakat in adopting technology? Also, what would be your advice on this matter? Please, Dato.
Yeah, I think we need to make technology easy for our Amil. Most of them are not educated, so we need to make the technology few button only, so they can only operate. We are the one who operate at the back end, but they are the front end. They face the public, and the public can start sending the question, the issues. Not them answering, but the back-end office will answer through the chatbot, through the robotic script and whatnot. So we help them to answer so many questions coming to them by centralizing the management of the client, the people, the zakat payer, the zakat recipient, issues that they wanted to know about the hukum, the ruling. So we make their job easy. We answer on behalf of them. Their job is to be the front, and they are talking to their own people. And by doing that 4 or 5 steps, I think they are okay. Don't give them a lot of jargon, technology words. They will be running away from a system. I think our job is to retrain the Amil, and this is something we need to do together because they are very important segment of zakat pillars everywhere in the world.
Thank you, Dato. Maybe is there? Oh, there is no question again from Naura Nazifa, Global Zakat. Oh, question Prof. Baidullah. Okay, Dato. Maybe you can deliver a closing statement before to goes to the next speaker, Dato.
Thank you very much again, the organizers. I feel humble and honored to be given this opportunity talking to all of you, my colleagues, my beloved friends and colleagues in Indonesia and beyond. I think we need to change the way we think. Everything that we have in this world can be digitalized, can be robotized, particularly when it comes to the financial aspect of it, because financial is something, the easiest thing to do is the financial sector to robotize, to digitalize, and even to Shariatize, to make it Sharia compliant through technology. So this is what I'm doing to robotize and to digitalize and to Shariatize the Sharia understanding through smart technology. And zakat is one of the arkan of Islam, the pillars of Islam. We need to give more time and focus on zakat, followed by wakaf, and followed by infaq and many other great instruments in Islamic world. And we cannot run away from using the smart technology. It become one of the great pillars to compete and to continue our struggle in helping our society to transform. It's either you transform or we die. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Datu, for your precious information. Three keywords: robotize, digitize, and Shariatize for better society from Zakat Institution Management. Okay, thank you, Datu. And to the Honorable Dr. Irfan Saukibek, to the next speaker. He is a Director of Distribution and Utilization, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional. How are you, Dr. Irfan? Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, fine. How are you, Dr. Tika?
Alhamdulillah. Yesterday I hear you from another session, and this morning meet you again in this conference. Okay, doctor, we have no much time this session. Maybe you can deliver your material related to the use of technology in zakat management in time of new normal. Please, Dr. Irfan Saukibek, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tika. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil karim wa ba'd. The Honorable Professor Kiai Haji Ahmad Sator Ismail, Basnas Commissioner, the Honorable distinguished speakers. We have Dr. Baidullah, Professor Muhammad Zilal Hamzah, Dr. Daud Bakar, the distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. In this very good opportunity, I would like to share with you about the Basnas experience in using the technology for betterment of zakat management, which aims to increase efficiency as well as the effectiveness of zakat operation. And we are witnessing tremendous improvement in the utilization of technology in the zakat world. And I think it is a must for all zakat institutions to adapt with new situation, new circumstances, by optimizing the presence of especially digital technology. So let me begin with some short analysis of the current global economic condition, which actually has been highlighted previously by previous distinguished speakers, that we are facing now unimaginable and unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, which has created a global recession at this moment. Because if you look at all major countries in this world, all of them are suffering now from the recession. If you look at the data here, we can see that all of the countries are suffering negative economic growth for the consecutive 2 quarters. Yeah, Indonesia, for example, in the second quarter, suffer minus 5.3% in its economic growth. And it is predicted that in the third quarter, it will be minus 2.0%. That is the realistic scenario, but with the optimistic scenario, it may reach minus 0.5%. And our neighborhood countries like Malaysia is also suffering the same thing. In the second quarter, they suffer minus 17.1%, and in the third quarter, it is expected to be minus 4.5%. Similarly with Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, European countries, etc. So it means that we are facing, a very difficult situation. And if you look at the growth projection in the OIC countries, the similar trend is also taking place. Yeah, the economic growth projection is revised from 3.7% to minus 2%. So it means that this year, it's a very difficult year for all of us. And also it creates a reduction in our per capita income. If we look at the Islamic world, we find that for the citizens of the OIC member countries, there is a reduction in their per capita income by 3.4%, from 11.5 thousand US dollar into 11.1 thousand US dollar. And in facing this situation, of course, we have to optimize all the resources that we have. And one of the great resources that can be utilized in mitigating the impact of this COVID-19 pandemic, as well as to overcome or to minimize the impact on our socio-economic conditions, is through optimization of Islamic social finance, comprising mainly zakat and awqaf. And if we refer to the global zakat potential, according to some estimate, if we follow the reference that was made by Monzerkaf, we can calculate that the global zakat potential can reach 500 to 600 billion US dollar annually. While global waqaf potential, I haven't observed the current potential of waqaf globally, but what I believe is global waqaf potential must be bigger and higher than a global zakat potential. So in order to optimize these instruments, what we need to do is we have to utilize the digital technology. Therefore, the role of digital technology now become extremely important in optimizing the potential of this Islamic social finance instrument. So how about in Indonesia? Here, I would like to share with you our experience in the digitalization of zakat management. And Alhamdulillah, if we look at the data, the national collection of zakat shows an increasing trend. And this year, surprisingly, for the first semester 2020, we witnessed an increase of 46% in our collection growth compared to the same period last year in 2019. So the digital technology development has also been done in Basnas, and we use this digital technology to ease the business process of our Basnas institution in terms of collection, distribution, and operation. And of course, during this COVID-19 pandemic, the role of this digital technology even is becoming more important, because the behavior of the people is now changed. They are now, focusing on the health protocol and also on the digital technology. Now, many of our needs are fulfilled through digital technology. If we want to order food now, we can use application like Gojek, Grab, etc. So all of our activities are now based on technology, and our dependency to digital technology is increasing. So in terms of collection, yeah, I'm lucky here. I'm accompanied by digital fundraising manager here of Basnas. She is present here, yeah, Sister Hafiza. So in terms of collection, we started the digital fundraising in the year 2016, in which we utilize the existing crowdfunding and e-commerce at the time. So we call it as the initiation phase. And then in the year 2017, we moved to the second stage, which is partnership stage, in which we try to utilize the additional payment channel and partnership with some other digital partners. And in 2018, in the development stage, it was for the first time we created the first chatbot, yeah, and also we developed QR code for donation, and we extend our partnership with the e-commerce platform. And then in the growth phase in 2019, these are, some of the things that we did last year. We increased the number of payment channels on our website. We collaborate with 40 digital partners. And Alhamdulillah, as the result, we have tripled the number of Muzaki. And in this year, it's the time for what we call as the innovation, innovation period, because we now try to extend and innovate, our digital channel. So what happened? The contribution of digital collection is increasing from time to time. If you look at for the last 4 years, since 2016 until 2020, we see that the contribution of digital collection is increasing from 1% in 2016 to, inshallah, 24% in this year. So you can see the tremendous growth in terms of digital collection. So given this fact, what we are doing, so we have developed the digital fundraising strategy through 6 platforms that we developed. We further enhance Basnas platform, and then commercial platform. Yeah, in Basnas platform, we have Mozambique partner apps, crowdfunding, integrated apps. Yeah, and then we also collaborate with commercial platform, non-commercial platforms such as crowdfunding, e-commerce, payment point. And also we develop the innovative platform by collaboration with fintech apps and QRIS campaign, interactive donation campaign. And then we also utilize and maximize the presence of social media platform like Instagram, Twitter account, or Facebook. And also this year we developed the artificial intelligence platform, like chatbot online apps, voice command virtual assistant, and augmented reality for donation. This is in our, Basnas website, how we develop the digital zakat payment, and you can access this through this link, basnas.go.id/bayarzakat. And these are some partners that we collaborate with, and this is the innovative platform that we have developed. And this is, artificial intelligence platform. Yeah, you can see chatbot Zafira. Yeah. What is Zafira? Zakat virtual assistant. Yeah, and also Lena, voice command zakat assistant. Yeah, so these are the names. Okay, for the artificial intelligence platform. And then also we enhance our digital service innovation. We also have, GIF icon on Instagram, and also some games, to be played by all of you if you want, and then etc. So in essence, we try to maximize the presence of digital technology. That is for the collection side. While on the distribution side, we also have developed some application that support our, distribution operation, like Zmart Mobile. It is used to support our Zmart program, which is, a retail program for the retail business owned by the Mustahik. Yeah, because we have Economic Empowerment Institute, Basnas Economic Empowerment Institute, as a program agency that is given the mandate to establish this program, Zmart. And then also for the sheep farm and also the empowerment, we have developed livestock center apps and also virtual augmented reality for livestock center. Yeah, and then Basnas Center of Strategic Studies has also been given the mandate to develop the National Mustahik Database System. Yeah, so Dr. Muhammad Hasbi, the director of Puskas Basnas, is responsible for this one. And now we have, a National Mustahik Database System. That is for the distribution side. And the last thing, of course, technology, must have weaknesses. And of course, the use of technology may expose us to certain risks. And if we do not anticipate the risks that may happen, so it may disturb our operation. And of course, it may invite distrust from the people. That's why the risk aspect should be carefully observed. And the risk should be mitigated in a proper way so that we can anticipate this to happen in the future. So what are the risks that have been identified regarding the increasing use of digital technology? At least there are 3 risks that need to be, mitigated. The first one is related with the data security. If we develop, let's say, for example, Basnas platform, of course, the data of the Muzaki is very important. And of course, their data must be protected. Yeah, so data security is one of the, important issues when it comes to the risk of digital technology utilization. The second one, the thing that may happen is operational failure. Yeah, because we are depending on the internet, we are depending on the quota, we are depending on the system. So it may, the operational failure may exist. Yeah, therefore, we have to anticipate this operational failure. Yeah, for example, if a person, let's say, has donated zakat through a website, and then something happened to the website, let's say it was attacked by some hackers, for example, so the contribution that they give may be erased, for example. Of course, this will reduce the amount of collected fund. So this has to be anticipated. And the third one is information leak. Yeah, I'm not talking about the WikiLeaks, but information leak may happen. So we have to mitigate these things. And therefore, what we are doing as part of our risk mitigation, the first one, Basnas is now in the process of getting ISO 27001. Yeah, it is related with the data security ISO. Yeah, so we are now in that process, because it's very important for us to ensure that all of these processes are secured. Yeah, and we have several procedures, and of course this has to be evaluated by outside of the organization of Basnas. So ISO certification is one way to make sure that our system is in good hands, is in secure process. Yeah, so everything is protected. Of course, a certification is not, it's part of the process, of course, but it doesn't mean that we don't have to continuously improve our system. Continuous system improvement is also needed. System monitoring and evaluation is also needed. Yeah, that's why our IT division must work hard in order to ensure that the monitoring process can be effectively managed. We need to also have the risk mitigation protocol. So if this happens, what we have to do? Yeah, what should be the stage? Who will be responsible in providing the decision, in giving the solution? Yeah. So the protocol is very, very important, and for all organization, not only Zakat organization, they must have this kind of protocol. So risk mitigation protocol is very important, and all of this must be covered in a comprehensive policy. Yeah. So the comprehensive policy related to risk management, because of this digital technology utilization, must be there. So it's very important, yeah, for us, the Zakat institution, to have a set of comprehensive policy in ensuring that our IT system runs well, in ensuring that if there are something wrong happen, yeah, in our system, we know what to do, we know what to mitigate, yeah. So I think it's a very important thing, and by that I end my presentation. Hopefully it's beneficial for you as the sharing session for us. So I'm waiting for the questions and also maybe some this presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Tika. I
You're
return
welcome,
the
Dr. Irfan.
stage to you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very complete material presentation from fundraising, distribution, until risk management for Zakat institution. Okay, Dr. Irfan, we next to the last speaker in this plenary session. There is Professor Kiai Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail as a Commissioner of Basnas. Assalamualaikum. Ya, Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Excuse me, your screen maybe to go to the center will better, Prof. Okay, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Okay, to the Honorable Professor Kiai Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail. He is also a member of Sharia Board of Mega Syariah Bank, also the member of the Central MUI Fatwa Commission, Director of the Al Hasan Modern Islamic Boarding School Bekasi. From this session with Arabic bahasa, and of course related to the use of techno in zakat management in new normal. Professor Satori, please, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa kafa wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyil mustafa wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ahli sidq wal wafa. Honorable distinguished speaker, honorable participants, excuse me, I will present my PowerPoint with Arabic language because I love Arabic more than English. And Rasulullah, peace be upon him, said, أحب العرب لثلاث لأني عربي والقرآن عربي ولسان أهل الجنة في الجنة عربي. So that we can begin with Arabic. نفتح الصفحة الأولى. الموضوع تفعيل التكنولوجيا في تحصيل الزكاة لمواجهة الكورونا. والحمد لله أريفان دكتور إرفان شوقي قد قدم الأمور المهمة في التكنولوجيا في تحصيل الزكاة. فالباقي لتقديم بعض الأسس والمبادئ في تفعيل التكنولوجيا في تحصيل الزكاة لمواجهة الكورونا. نحن نعرف أن الزكاة لها أهمية مهمة جدا. إن الزكاة الركن الثالث من أركان الإسلام، والزكاة كذلك الركن المالي في النظام الاقتصاد الإسلامي، والزكاة في الحقيقة هي الركن الاجتماعي في النظام الإسلام الاقتصادي الإسلامي. فلذلك نحن نهتم للزكاة اهتماما جيدا، فكأن هذه الفريضة هي الفريضة المهملة. المسلمون يصلون والمسلمون يحجون، لكن المسلمين أكثرهم يتركون الزكاة. هذه مصيبة كبيرة بالنسبة للعالم الإسلامي. فلذلك هنا المعالم الأساسية للزكاة نحن نعرف بالنسبة للأساسية للزكاة هنا أولا تعتبر الزكاة حقا يتضمن نقل الملكية لا منة، حق للمعطى فيه. ثم من المعالم الأساسية للزكاة أن الزكاة جزء معين من المال، جزء معين لا جميع المال. ثم يجب توافر شروط معينة في المال. كذلك توجه هذه الزكاة لمصارف معينة محددة. ثم تهدف هذه الزكاة لتحقيق أهداف اقتصادية واجتماعية وسياسية. ثم أن الزكاة إخراجها يكون عبودية لله تعالى. لذلك في إندونيسيا أو أن الحكومة الإندونيسية تهتم جدا في تدبير الزكاة. ومن الجهود لإدارة الزكاة بإندونيسيا هناك قوانين وإصدار قوانين وقرار حكومة، كذلك قرار حكومي رقم 14 عام 2014 وقرار بازناس، وهناك قرارات كثيرة كجهود لإدارة الزكاة بإندونيسيا. وكذلك من الجهود هناك نظام وقرار من بازناس، قرار بازناس رقم 3 سنة 2014 عن إدارة الزكاة في المحافظات والمدن. كل هذه الجهود لإدارة الزكاة. وهناك هيكل النشاطات لهيئة الزكاة الوطنية لتفعيل دور هيئة الزكاة الوطنية خاصة في مواجهة الكورونا. هناك الاهتمام بالمزكين والمستحقين وفي تحصيل الزكاة، توزيع الزكاة، إدارة الزكاة وغيرها من النشاطات. ولكن الأساسيات والمبادئ في إدارة الزكاة هي مبادئ إسلامية: الأمانة والمصلحة والعدالة واستقرار النظام والتكاملية والمسؤولية. هذه المبادئ. وأنا لا أشرح عن هيئة الزكاة الإندونيسيا كهيئة حكومية مستقلة، وشكلت الحكومة طبعا بقرار رئيس الجمهورية الإندونيسية رقم 8 عام 2001 تاريخ 17 يناير 2001. ومن وظائف هذه هيئة الزكاة الوطنية كالإدارة الزكاة على المستوى الوطني، والقيام بالتخطيط لإدارة الزكاة في إندونيسيا وتحصيلها وتوزيعها، وتحقيق الخطط وتنفيذها في إدارة الزكاة وتحصيلها وتوزيعها، إدارة الزكاة والإشراف على تحصيلها وتوزيعها، تقديم التقارير عن تنفيذ إدارة الزكاة وتحصيلها. إذن هذه هيئة الزكاة الوطنية مراقبة من قبل الحكومة. هذه من وظائف هيئة الزكاة الوطنية: إعطاء القرارات في تعيين المسؤولين لإدارة الزكاة، هيئة الزكاة الوطنية في جميع المحافظات وفي جميع المدن بإندونيسيا. ثم إعطاء التصاريح لتشكيل هيئة العاملين على الزكاة، ما يسمى بلاز، lembaga amil zakat بإندونيسيا. القيام بوضع الأدلة أو النظم لإدارة الزكاة المستخدم في جميع هيئة الزكاة الوطنية في جميع المحافظات والمدن بإندونيسيا، وهيئة العاملين على الزكاة لاز بإندونيسيا، وإصدار التصاريح لتعيين حقوق العاملين على الزكاة في هيئة الزكاة الوطنية في جميع المحافظات والمدن بإندونيسيا. ومن الجهود في تحصيل الزكاة تحصيل الزكاة والصدقات والتبرعات وأموال الكفارات وغيرها من الجهود التي قامت بها هيئة الزكاة الوطنية. نشر التوعية العامة عن الزكاة بأنواع الوسائل المباشرة أو غير المباشرة. عرفان الحمد لله دكتور إرفان شوقي شرح بعض هذه الأمور. من الوسائل التي قامت بها هيئة الزكاة الوطنية لتحصيل الزكاة فتح الشبابيك لتحصيل الزكاة في جميع أنحاء الجهة، وخدمات البنوك المحلية والتطبيقات الإلكترونية وغيرها. ومن الحسابات ذكر دكتور إرفان من بعد هذه الحسابات البنوكية البنكية لهيئة الزكاة الوطنية لجمع الزكاة، هناك من إذن هناك الزكاة وهناك للإنفاق. بالنسبة للزكاة بوسيلة بنك BRI Syariah, BNI Syariah, Bank Al-Muamalat وبنك Mandiri Syariah. بالنسبة للزكاة كذلك BCA Mandiri ثم CIMB وغيرها من البنوك. ثم بالنسبة للإنفاق فتصرف أو تجمع هذه الزكاة بوسيلة BRI Syariah, BNI Syariah, Mandiri وبنك معاملات. هذه بعض الحسابات البنكية لهيئة الزكاة الوطنية لتحصيل جمع الزكاة في إندونيسيا. بجانب ذلك الخدمات لهيئة الزكاة الوطنية لتيسير تحصيل الزكاة من المزكين. هناك محاولة من هيئة الزكاة الإندونيسية لتيسير بالنسبة لخدمات الزكاة. منها هناك ما يسمى بجemput zakat أي أخذ الزكاة من المزكين مباشرة. ثم layanan digital أي خدمات ديجيتالية. ثم كذلك خدمات بنكية وبوسيلة التعاون مع الهيئات المعينة مثل لاku pandai, agen PPOB وغير ذلك من المحاولة. ومن قنوات التحصيل أنفا الحمد لله خدمات البنوك المحلية والتطبيقات الإلكترونية، الحسابات البنكية، المراكز الإيرادية ثم التحصيل الشرعي مباشرة. إذن قنوات التحصيل في جمع الزكاة. وذكر الدكتور إرفان عن الزكاة بوسيلة الديجيتال، ديجيتال الزكاة، لأن الآن هناك اتجاه جديد أن الناس يحبون جمع صرف الزكاة بوسيلة التكنولوجيا. لذلك بزنس تفتح هذه المجالات بأوسع ما يمكن. إذن التعاون مع الشركات، التعاون مع البنوك وغيرها مثل أوفو، بيبلي، شوبي، أوي وغيرها من الشركات أو من جميع التطبيقات. وهنا نحن نريد كيف نفعل جمع الزكاة. نحن نعرف إن من بين 1,800 مليون مسلم أو نحو الخمس يعيشون تحت خط الفقر على أقل تقدير هذا. وإذا استمر فيروس كورونا الذي تؤكد دلائل على أنه وإن لم يميز بين الناس إلا أن محصلة من يفتك بهم أو يقربهم من ذلك هم الفقراء. إذن أكثر المصابين أظن هم الفقراء، لأن الأغنياء عندهم أموال، فلذلك إذا أصيب بكورونا ربما يذهب إلى الطبيب مباشرة. فإن فقراء الدول الإسلامية هم أكثر الناس عرضة للآثار السلبية، الآثار السلبية لمرض كوفيد-19. ولو تذكرنا أن هؤلاء كانوا قبل كورونا يعانون من التشريد حيث يشكلون أكثر من 65% من لاجئي العالم، وأن نسبة البطالة بينهم تتجاوز 25%. توزيع الدخل في بلدانهم هو الأسوأ. كم سيتفاقم حجم المأساة مع انتشار جائحة كورونا؟ لذلك من الجهود في إندونيسيا إعطاء زكاة المال لأي مسلم تتضرر بفيروس كورونا. أكد مجلس العلماء الإندونيسي والمركز الرسمي للإفتاء التابع لهيئة العامة للشؤون الإسلامية والأوقاف وإدارة الإفتاء بدائرة الشؤون الإسلامية والعمل الخارجي بدبي كذلك جواز إعطاء زكاة المال لأي مسلم تضرر من فيروس كورونا بشرط أن يكون فقيرا. وأوضحت الهيئة كذلك أن هناك نوعين ممن تضرر أو توقفت أعماله بسبب فيروس كورونا الحالي، وهما إما أشخاص أغنياء ولديهم مدخرات، أو فقراء وليس لديهم مدخرات أو مصدر دخل بديل، مما يجيز لهم أخذ الزكاة، مضيفة أن هذا النوع يجوز له الزكاة سواء كان قريبا أو جارا أو مع التأكيد أن الأقربين أولى بالزكاة إذا انتقمت عليهم الشروط. وإن الفئات المستحقة لزكاة الفطر زكاة المال هم الأصناف الثمانية المبينون في القرآن الكريم: إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين عليها والمؤلفة قلوبهم وفي الرقاب والغارمين وفي سبيل الله وابن السبيل فريضة من الله والله عليم حكيم. لكن يجوز إخراج الزكاة للفئات العمالية التي تضررت جائحة كورونا لأن غالبهم الفقراء، وكذلك الموظفون في القطاع الخاص أكثرهم فقراء ومساكين ومدينين ولا سيما من انقطع عن عمله بسبب هذا الوباء. إذن أن الزكاة تصرف لمصارفها الثمانية فقط، ولا يصح أن تعطى للمؤسسة ككل، لكن للأفراد الفقراء، لأن الزكاة حق لأصحاب الزكاة فلا يجوز أن يؤخذ حقهم. وقال تعالى: والذين في أموالنا حق معلوم للسائل والمحروم. سائل الفقير الذي يسأل، والمحروم الفقير الذي لا يسأل. ولذلك ليس هناك تغيير في المصارف ثابت للفقراء. وأما من الجهود كذلك تعجيل زكاة المال قبل وقتها من جراء انتشار وباء الفيروس كورونا المستجد، فلا حرج من تعجيل إخراج زكاة المال في هذه الآونة عملا بالمصلحة العامة لسد حاجات الناس الضرورية وإعانة المحتاجين والفقراء ومن تعطلت أعمالهم بسبب ذلك الكساد الذي أضر بالبلاد والعباد. وهذا هو مذهب جماهير الفقهاء وعليه العمل كذلك. وكذلك رأي مجلس العلماء الإندونيسي إظهارا للمروءات في أوقات الأزمات، وثواب الزكاة المعجلة يكون في هذه الحالة أعظم لما فيه من مزيد تفريج الكروب وإغاثة الملهوفين وسد حاجات المعوزين وتحقيقا للتكافل المجتمعي الذي حث على الشرع الحنيف. وبالنسبة لتعجيل الزكاة هناك آيات كثيرة وردت حول هذا، حول إعانة المحتاج، تعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان. كذلك في سورة النساء الآية 114: لا خير في كثير من نجواهم إلا من أمر بصدقة أو معروف أو إصلاح بين الناس. من الجهود كذلك بالنسبة لتفعيل تكنولوجيا غرس روحانية تحصيل الزكاة، ومن روحانية تحصيل الزكاة الحيوية، فالمهارة، التفاؤل، الحلم، وكذلك العمل فوق الطاقة، أي العمل الذي يكون فوق الطاقة. ولذلك من المواصفات لجمع التبرعات لمواجهة الكورونا هذا كجهد لأجل التحصيل الأكثر بالنسبة لهذه الآونة عند بانديمي كوفيد-19 هذا. من مواصفات جامع التبرعات لمواجهة الكورونا. أولا الألفة familiar، والمرونة flexible، هناك tolerancy سماحة. كذلك لابد أي بجامع التبرعات أن يكون كثير البسمة شريعة، ثم لا عدم الغضب، ثم كذلك بالنسبة لجامع التبرعات لابد أن يكون مستمعا جيدا، ولابد أن يكون عنده اتصال جيد مع المزكين وكذلك مع المستحقين، ثم المعقول في الإجابة. إذن عند رد بعض المزكين رد الناس في عن الأسئلة حول الزكاة، الجواب لابد أن يكون معقولا، ثم لابد كذلك عدم الإجبار مع المجتمع. وبالنسبة لجامع التبرعات لابد أن يكون لديه الصبر والحذر، وكذلك لابد أن يكون عنده حياد. إذن عند توزيع الزكاة لا يختار من هو لكن إن كان هو مستحقا فعنده استحقاق لأجل الزكاة. لذلك التصميم الكبير بالنسبة لجمع الزكاة لتحصيل الزكاة في عهد كورونا هذه المسؤولية الاجتماعية للشركات، إذن تؤخذ خاصة من المسؤولية الاجتماعية من CSR، من CSR، ثم من وحدات جمع الزكاة، كذلك من قطاعي. ومن التعامل مع المتبرعين من القطاع هنا أكتب الجزية، لكن هناك الاهتمام مع البحث، وكذلك هناك العمل مباشرة، وكذلك التوزيع. هذه attention, interest, search, action, share، هذه من مواصفات التعامل مع المتبرعين من القطاع. هكذا أظن أكتفي بهذا القدر إن شاء الله. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم، لعلنا في صحة عافية، ولعلنا إن شاء الله نجمع في جنات الله جنات النعيم. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Satori. We would like invite to Mr. Alan Sori. Assalamualaikum. Okay. Maybe you would like to review or resume the presentation material from Prof. Satori.
Ya, insyaAllah. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Satori.
Ya, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, I ask your permission to share some points of your outstanding lecture, so more people can benefit from the presentation, Prof. Yeah. Briefly, he delivers the strategy. Briefly speaking, from me, he delivers the strategy of utilization of technology in collecting and distributing zakat in mitigating the impact of COVID-19. There are some points that he shares. Firstly, he shares the normative perspective of zakat that covers the urgency of zakat, and also the principal knowledge about zakat, such as the rukun and the requirement of zakat. Furthermore, he also shares to us the arrangement of Basnas organization structure. He shares the responsibility that Basnas has in collecting, managing, and distributing zakat. All of the responsibility has been integrated well with technology and digitalization in the strategy of Basnas itself. So the strategy of Basnas in tackling the corona or COVID-19 impact, he shares some point as well in this manner, such as the ideal amil in assisting the communities, the procedure that Basnas already has to implement the strategies, and many else. Here, he also shares the fikih perspective in distributing and utilizing zakat to fund the program, Basas program in facing COVID-19. So that's all that I can say about the outstanding lecture by Prof. Satori. Jazakumullah khair, Professor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Alan Sori, for the resume from Prof. Satori material. Okay, we next to question and answer. We have, I think, 1 hour left, yeah, to discuss with the speakers. From Buhari Lawal, Sozekom Nigeria, Alhamdulillah. Question to Prof. Obaidullah. Okay. And from Mr. Suhaimi from IIUM, 2 questions, yeah, for Professor Obaidullah. Okay, first, why people are acceptable to digital zakat collection in comparison to zakat disbursement? How crucial is digital infrastructure to subscribe digital zakat disbursement? Okay, I think the next, maybe to the next question for Prof. Obaidullah. Okay, how can we use a digital technology in ensuring the uniformity of zakat nisab in a particular country? Is there any digital technology we can employ to monitor the success or otherwise of mustahik in order to have a productive zakat circle? Okay, maybe please Professor Obaidullah can respond, give a feedback to the questions.
Thank you, Dr. I guess I just briefly dealt with these issues during my presentation. For example, the question regarding why is it less popular among the mustahikun as compared to muzakki, perhaps. The reason is, I think, to be seen in the kind of technological, the product that is needed to facilitate the collection as well as disbursement. When it comes to collection, I suppose the algorithm is quite straightforward, and also the muzakki population, we can expect them to be more concerned about, they've taken their decision to give zakat and they're looking for the best way to pay their zakat. So whatever is the best channel is available for them, which is more convenient and which is, you don't really need a very high level of awareness or preparedness among the muzakki population as compared to the mustahik population. We did this behavioral requirement for zakat distribution among the mustahikun, especially when you are facing a region hit by a disaster. You have people who are suffering, and these are the people. There are certain groups of people who could be disabled, who are of old age, and they come from the poorest strata of the society when we talk about the mustahikun. So obviously, the digital divide is there for us to see that the digital awareness varies across the different strata in the society. So if you're talking about 2 different strata, one is the muzakki population and the mustahik population, we're talking about different levels of awareness and different levels of preparedness as well. So zakat distribution, I would say, that is why you see less of the adoption of technology, perhaps when it comes to distribution. And when it comes to zakat collection, it is perhaps relatively much more easier to implement. So that perhaps is and answers the first question. And then, yes, I think the whole idea of digital technology is to when it relates to mustahikun, the primary motivating factor is to be able to monitor the success or otherwise of the mustahikun. We don't want to really create a dependency culture where the same people, year after year, they stand in queues for receiving their cash zakat. This still happens in many countries. And, there are a whole range of issues that we very briefly discussed there, that you have the issues of, when it comes to cash, still cash is popular because it is simple. but it has its own issue of insider moral hazards, or more, even the simple cases of cash can be burgled away. Cash is difficult to track once you pay. So a lot of pain points with cash. And when it comes to Mustahikun, again, if you just pay the cash and don't keep track of them, don't keep track of what's, what kind of progression out of poverty or is taking place, as one of our co-panelists very rightly pointed out, that this is a very dynamic situation when it comes to, dealing with the Mustahikun, because the same person, and it's not so dynamic in the case of Muzakki population, because the Muzakki population, you don't really expect them to really, move from the, Muzakki to Mustahik and so on and so forth. But when it is Mustahik population, we are actually looking at the possibility of their transformation. And some Zakat organizations, they move on with very clearly defined, time plan that maybe within a time span of 3 years or 5 years, we have to, bring them out of poverty. So this is a very important, I would say, requirement, or which is the very rationale behind the distribution of Zakat in the first place, that we have to ensure that progression out of poverty, not to create a kind of dependence culture. So dependence culture is definitely encouraged in many ways in a cash-based system. This is what we observe, because you cannot, track the recipients of the cash unless you have a kind of centralized database, which is not easy, I would say. But again, we are moving into the domain of digital technology, so that to the extent you are using digital technology, you can monitor it definitely in a much effective way and much more efficient way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Abaidullah. It goes to next question from Naura Nazifa from Global Zakat. Uses big data. In artificial intelligence use big data. What about Zakat institution that don't have a lot of data? Is it still possible to use this technology? And the second, what should be prepared by a Zakat institution first to use this technology? Please, Professor.
Yeah, I think you are partially right there, that data is, basically what is consumed by the machine to be able to produce its forecasts. So if you are talking about classification or prediction, you must have a lot of, data, at least to a satisfactory set of data to constitute its training data set. And then you should be able to divide the data set into training data set and at least one validation data set, so that you are able to predict and also test to what extent your predictions they come true. Because AI is, especially machine learning, I think that's the very definition of machine learning, that it is a self-learning algorithm. So it learns, it discovers the patterns from the data itself. So it has to devour, some data to be able to give predictions. At the same time, we must realize that data is not just about numbers. Data is about, speech, or the text, or a picture can even be a data. The gestures can be data for the computer. So this, and you have a host of a range of alternative data out there. So to the extent you can use this alternate data, and I don't think you really need many years of to waiting before you can use this technology. I think this is time to really look at application of AI very seriously, and there are a lot of things that can be done even as of now with a Zakat institution which has newly entered into the field, and I'm sure those institutions have been there in the space. They have enough data to really carry on with machine learning applications. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, thank you, Prof. Okay, next question to Prof. Zilal Hamzah from Ahmad Zawil Faza from ITB, Ahmad Dahlan. In terms of Mustahik empowering, what is the strategy of Zakat institution or regulator in maximizing empowerment in the normal era? The extent to which technology can be used in terms of Mustahik empowering. Okay. Maybe is there next question for Prof. Zilal?
Okay,
Prof.
thank
Zilal.
you very much for Ahmad Zawil Faza, ITB Ahmad Dalam. In terms of empowering Mustahik, so if Mustahik empowering done by out of her or himself, what should they do? Due to their ability to pay something, to revenue something, and then make fulfill their need and wants. It is possible, I think, to empowering Mustahik from the perspective outside of their itself. But for example, like this, if we know the Mustahik correctly, or the real behind the activity daily, maybe we can make a very kind of scheme when we give them cash or something from Zakat Collective. So we can arrange, but of course, as I mentioned before, it depends on them how to pay or how to use the cash that we give them. So, for example, if we know exactly the condition due to their very what we call in my presentation lil fukaro wal masyakin. So they really fukaro and masyakin. So if we pay them from our zakat just enough for their consumption, so automatically they will use this zakat for consumption. But if there is more, then so we can arrange another activity for the Mustahik. So everybody always say that how to make Mustahik become Muzaki, that is will be evolve or will be immersed. So give him more than they need, and they need give more than they need. This is my answer.
Thank you, Professor Zilal. Is there next question for Dr. Irfan Shauki Bek from Abu Bakar Sozekom, Nigeria? How can somebody who is in remote area can benefit from Basnas services, especially during the period of pandemic? Please, Dr. Irfan.
Thank you for the questions. Of course, one of the targeted area of distribution of zakat is a remote area. Yeah, remote area which can be identified from its backwardness and also its socioeconomic condition, its lack of infrastructure, etc. So, of course, it is our most targeted area, especially for the program called Zakat-based community development. Yeah, so this is one thing. Secondly, when we face this pandemic, Basnas has initiated the three types of programs. The first one is health emergency program as respond to this COVID-19 pandemic itself. The second one is socioeconomic emergency assistance. This is to respond the socioeconomic impact caused by this COVID-19 pandemic. And the third one is maintaining the existing program. So what we are doing through our network, we ensure that these programs can be delivered to the remote area. Yeah, for example, we have health programs managed by Basnas cost-free hospital agency, which provide, outside medical services. Outside means here outside the hospital building, yeah, and they come to this village, etc., providing the healthcare services, etc. So this is what we are doing. Similarly, when we talk about this socioeconomic emergency assistance, yeah, we also make sure that all the programs can be enjoyed also by those affected in the remote areas. Yeah, of course, there are some protocols, tight protocols, health protocols, safety work protocols that must be obeyed by all the officers of Basnas that manage the program on the field. So maintaining tight protocol is one way to, mitigate the possibility of affected by this COVID-19. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan. So Basnas services also covers a remote area, yeah,
Yes.
and obey the protocol. Okay, from Buhari Lawal, what is the wisdom behind the inclusion of games in Basnas Zakat collection application?
Yeah, yeah. Games is one way to educate the people, especially when we target the millennials or the youngsters. Yeah, of course, we are not targeting a senior citizen. Yeah, 60 years old above with these games. No, of course, we are not targeting them. We target the millennials or the youngsters. Yeah, because they are the future of zakat payers, inshallah. They are the future of Islam economics. So we need to educate them through various methods of education. And one way to educate them is by providing them an alternative games, educational games, yeah, that can help them to understand the basic concept of zakat, that can help them to understand the concept of kurban. And even now, we also introduced games for how to respond to disaster. Yeah. So why it is very important, because Indonesia is vulnerable to disaster. We are on the line of ring of fire. Yeah. So it's very vulnerable to various catastrophes. So that's why we need to provide the people with the basic knowledge on how to respond to disaster. So that's why we include games in some of our applications in order to increase the education. Because according to the research made by the Basnas Center of Strategic Studies in collaboration with the Directorate of Zakat and Awqaf of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, the literacy index of zakat of the people is still in moderate level. So it means that we need to upgrade and improve people's understanding on the concept of zakat. And one way to do it is by providing the youngster and the millennials with games.
We call Zafira, Doctor, and Lena.
Zafira is chatbot.
Oh, yeah. Chatbots, okay.
But if you want to consult them, you can just download. Yeah, you can just try. Yeah, how to communicate with Zafira, but make sure, especially for boys or for male, make sure that your wife or your mother knows that it's just Zafira. I mean, it's just virtual assistant. It's not the real woman, because when you ask the question and somebody answer in your room and the sound is female, so it may invite suspicion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Irfan. It's very interesting and great from Basnas application. Okay, maybe is the next question for Professor Satori from Farhat, Indonesia. Okay, maybe Mr. Alan Sori can review the question.
Professor Satori can directly read the question.
السؤال هل يجوز تقديم أموال الزكاة للمصابين بفيروس كورونا غير المسلمين؟ الأصل أن الزكاة للأصناف الثمانية فقط. فلذلك نحن نأخذ بالنسبة لغير المسلمين من أموال أخرى، من الصدقات، من الإنفاق، ومن المسؤولية الجماعية بالنسبة للشركات وغير ذلك. إذن الأصل لا يجوز، لكن هذا من رأي جماهير العلماء، لكن هناك من يجوز إن كان فقيرا فيجوز بالنسبة لغير المسلمين بالنسبة لآراء بعض الفقهاء والله أعلم.
Thank you, Prof. Satori. Okay, from Muhammad Hikam, please, Professor, to respond the question.
Assalamualaikum. اسمح لي أنا محمد حكم من جامعة أندسار الإسلامية الحكومية بندرماسين. أشكركم على إتاحة الفرصة. أريد سؤال الأستاذ أحمد شاطري عن مدى قدرتنا التكنولوجية في توسعة منافع الزكاة، بيد أن أمامنا الواقع المر بأننا لسنا على المستوى المنشود سواء من ناحية الإبداع والتربية وغير ذلك، فهل لدينا خريطة الطريق لحل ذلك الواقع؟ وشكرا. جزاك الله خيرا أستاذ محمد حكم. ونحن بالنسبة لهيئة الزكاة الإندونيسية الآن عندها محاولات كبيرة جدا بالنسبة لتوسيع منافع الزكاة، خاصة في كيف نجعل المستحقين ليكونوا مزكين، إذن بواسطة إعطاء هؤلاء بالنسبة لرأس المال إما في مجال الزراعة أو في مجال زراعة الدواجن أو زراعة الأكباش وغير ذلك. إذن الخريطة موجودة في بسناس، وتستطيع أن تسأل بالنسبة لي هذا عن استخدام وتوزيع الزكاة للمستحقين. إذن المحاولات كثيرة جدا بالنسبة للبسناس في هذا المجال. جزاك الله خيرا.
Okay. Next question, Prof. Satori, from Abdul Aziz Yahya.
من عبد العزيز يحيى، ما هو التحدي الأكبر لمؤسسة الزكاة في إندونيسيا في تطبيق التكنولوجيا؟ التحدي الأكبر أن هناك القرويون، الناس الذين يسكنون في القرى وكذلك في بعض المدن، لكن ليس عندهم هذه ما عندهم معرفة حول التكنولوجيا. هذه المشكلة. إذن حول تعليم تدريس، لكن بالنسبة للتكنولوجيا السهلة بوسيلة المحمول فكل يعرف استخدام هذا المحمول، إرسال أو لصرف الزكاة بوسيلة المحمول الآن متاح جدا، أو بوسيلة الشركات التي تتعاون مع بسناس مثل صوفي وبوكالابا وغير ذلك. هناك الشركات الكثيرة التي تتعاون مع هذا. إذن لابد نحن نحتاج إلى نشر المعلومات حول تطبيق التكنولوجيا لجمع الزكاة. والمشكلة هي بالنسبة للمؤسسات الزكاة في إندونيسيا كذلك لتقديم هذه التقرير في نصف السنة أو في آخر السنة عن جمع الزكاة وصرفها، عن تحصيل الزكاة وتوزيعها. أحيانا بالنسبة للمؤسسات مؤسسات الزكاة في إندونيسيا هناك من المؤسسة التي تتأخر في هذا تطبيق التكنولوجيا. لذلك بزنس عندها برنامج للدورات لاستخدام هذه التكنولوجيا. والله أعلم.
Thank you, Professor Satori. It was last from the PowerPoint to a question and answer. And we next go to room chat from, okay, maybe all of the participants, we would like to invite you, all of you, to raise your hand, feature to ask directly to the speaker. I think Mr. Buhari Lawal. While waiting from Mr. Fahmi Ali Hudayfi for Dr. Irfan, ya. Oh, okay. From Sarah Ali Huzaifi. Dr. Irfan, there are 4 questions for you. Basnas experience is very interesting. What are the significant challenges in practicing and adopting technology in zakat management of Basnas? And what has been done by Basnas Human Resource Division in improving the competency of AMIL to meet the needs in Industry 4.0? And regard to the framework of risk management for digitalized zakat, especially the digital collection that engage with other parties such as fintech firm payment, what are the risk priority? And the last, how about the effective and efficient distribution for people in a remote area? Is there any technology adapted from Basnas application or another technology? Please, Dr. Irfan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Tika. So, regarding the first question, of course, if you want to mention challenges, of course, we can mention many challenges, yeah, because the very basic thing, which is very important, and this become, the biggest challenge is the perception and how you adapt with the new thing, yeah, because utilization of technology requires change, yeah, in the standard operating procedure, a change in the behavior, a change in the business process from manual business process into digitalized business process, etc. So everything, of course, will create challenge, and for those who are not ready, yeah, they may be left behind. So this is the significant change. And the second change, second challenge is, when we talk about the adoption of technology, of course, we have to be able to identify what kind of technology that meets the needs of our zakat operation and management. Because you cannot simply adopt the technology, but it does not meet the needs, yeah, the needs of our operation and management. So this is, also a very important thing. Yeah, similarly, when we decide which types of technology, which type of digital channel, and who will be our partner in developing our system, etc. Of course, it will be depending upon the needs, what we actually need. Yeah, do we really need, yeah, that technology, etc. So these are the things, to me, is very significant challenge that must be overcome by any zakat institution. And regarding the improving the competency of AMIL, yeah, of course, we have various ways, yeah, to develop the competency. We have certification, AMIL certification agency, or LSP. We have agency of training, yeah, Lemdiklat, training and education. Yeah, we have a specific or special agency for training and education. They have their own programs regarding the developing the AMIL competency. And also, of course, the most important thing that we need to do is how we deliver the current challenge, the vision and mission, and how to achieve the objective of Zakat, management. So connecting these aspects are very important because it will affect the way we increase and improve the competency of AMIL in Basnas. So, this is a very important thing. And can you just show again the question, because I forget the other two questions? Yeah. So this is, what we do. And of course, this can be done through various ways. We have, every morning we have doa bersama. Yeah, we have also special session with a special session discussing specific topic that will improve the knowledge of the AMIL. Yeah, and also we have several training, like for example, data collection. For example, previously, yeah, 2-3 years ago, when we collect data, let's say the data of Mustahik, we did it manually, by having some papers, and then we write down the names, and then after that we collect, and then we type. But now we don't need any paper because we can do it online. We have applied several tools, yeah, to do that. So now, let's say Basnas Center of Strategic Studies, when they are conducting research on the impact of Zakat, they are using certain tools, yeah, technological tools. Yeah, of course, a training is needed in that regard. So these are the things that change the procedure, they change the process, yeah, within Basnas itself. I forget the last question. Yeah. Hopefully it answers. My
Okay.
answer is sufficient.
How about the effective and efficient distribution for people in remote area? Is there any technology adapted? Relatively similar with previous question.
Okay, so related with that one, the role of technology is, helping us to identify the mustahik. Yeah, but when it, of course, the use of technology is still needed in terms of distribution. Yeah, but of course, some programs we need, of course, direct assistance to the mustahik with the presence physically, with physical presence. For example, if you deliver, the food package, of course, you have to, you have to take the food and then directly send the food. Yeah, in this regard. So regarding this, the physical presence is still needed to some extent. But the role of technology is to ease all the processes. Yeah, is to ease all the processes. Started with the identification of the recipient. Yeah, and then connecting all parties involved. Yeah, for example, when we talk about the cash assistance, yeah, direct cash assistance or bantuan tunai mustahik. Of course, those who have not, for those who do not have bank account, yeah, of course, we collaborate with our post office, yeah, post office, which is available in all districts throughout the country, yeah. So we use that kind of service, and of course, collaboration with the post office is needed in this regard. So once again, the role of technology is, is needed, and the main point is the presence of technology should ease and enhance the process of distribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan, for comprehensive answer. Okay, we would like invite you to the participant to ask directly to the speaker. Mr. Abu Bakar have raised hand. Please, Mr. Abu Bakar, you can share your question directly to the speaker.
Brother Abu Bakar, we already unmute you. You can unmute yourself now to ask the question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Please, Mr. Abu Bakar.
My question is to Dr. Irfan. Hello.
Yes,
Yes,
your voice is very clear.
yeah, I can.
So what are you dealing in distribution of zakat? Are you dealing with the villages or district, or what are you dealing with?
What do you mean? What am I dealing with?
I don't know, maybe in distribution of zakat, are you dealing with the local community or are you dealing with the whole district?
Yeah. Okay. So is it the question?
Yes.
Okay. So of course, we have channels of distributions. Yeah. There are three major channels of distribution that we have. The first one, of course, we have our own program agencies. Yeah. We have 11 program agencies that are given specific mandate. For example, Basnas Active Services, or in our case, we call it as Layanan Aktif Basnas, is given the mandate to respond the emergency needs and emergency assistance for the mustahik. Yeah, so we have 11 program agencies regarding this. This is the first channel of distribution. The second one is through our partner institutions, and in these partner institutions, there are several types of institutions. Started from local Basnas, and then a local private zakat institution, local verified local community. Of course, local community, we are engaging us. We are also engaged with them, but it has to be verified. So verified local community is one of our partner. Of course, in many cases, we collaborate with them, and their help is really is really contributing to our distribution program. So yes, we deal with verified local community. And the third channel is through Zakat Collection Unit. Zakat Collection Unit, or UPZ, is a special institution that is established in other agencies, ministries, state institution, and also mosques, companies, and other entities that, according to our analysis, require the establishment of the UPZ in that institution. So these three channels are the major channels that we are utilizing in terms of with regard to distribution of zakat. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you,
very much, Doctor.
Dr. Irfan. Yeah. Any comment from Mr. Abu Bakar? If there is no comment again, please, Mr. Buhari Lawal, have raised hand.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, I would like to commend you for these wonderful efforts of uniting the Zakat and Waqf institutions across the globe. We really enjoy this conference, and we are still enjoying, we are still gaining much and much. So we thank you, and we are much grateful. Secondly, I would like to appeal to Zakat and Waqf institutions that those countries that went ahead in digital technologies, that they should help those countries that are less in advancement of digital technology. For example, in a matter of in issues that have direct impact, for example, like zakat collections and distributions applications, and the training of staff, for example, in such matter, so that they can catch off. Because some countries like Indonesia, Basnas, they went ahead. They are already in the front of the queue. So like Nigeria, we are advancing, but we are going our advancement, digital technology advancement is going very tardy. So they can create an avenue in which they can help us with different kind of applications and also the training of our staff in such matter. Thank you very much. We are much grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Buhari from Nigeria. Not especially specific to one of speaker, Mr. Buhar.
Like Prof. Irfan Shauki Bek, because I think they have the mandate of doing so. To Prof. Irfan Shauki Bek, because I think they have the mandate of so doing. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, brother, for the question. And yes, I agree that global collaboration should be improved, and we already have the World Zakat Forum, and a few days ago, I think we are going also to extend our World Zakat Forum into Wakaf. So not only Zakat institutions are gathering in this WZF, but also the Wakaf institution, because Zakat and Wakaf are, brothers and sisters. I mean, they are very close. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think yes, we may extend that one. And regarding the collaboration, yes, of course, one of them is how to strengthen our ability and also our, experience regarding the utilization of digital technology, and that can be done through training, etc. So I think in your case, yes, Basnas and other Zakat institutions here in Indonesia or in Malaysia, I think they are more than happy to give training or to exchange ideas, to exchange the experience in managing this information technology and how to incorporate this information technology in our management and operation. I think that would be wonderful. And of course, your side will also have, some experience and also some lesson learned that can be studied by us as well. So exchanging experience, exchanging knowledge, I think is very important as the way to strengthen our brotherhood and collaboration globally. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Irfan, for the answer. I think there is 30 minutes left for the second plenary session. And if there is no question again, okay, maybe this is the last question from Ali Adam okay. If there is no question again, we will wait for a while minute to the participant. We will raise hand. Okay, from Shaima abroad, but to Dato, yeah. All right. Okay, for 30 minutes left, we would like to invite to all of speaker to deliver the closing statement before we end of this plenary session. And to Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Obaidullah, maybe you can deliver your closing statement.
Thank you, Doctor. It has been a great pleasure for me and to attend this fourth international conference on Zakat. And in fact, I must say that I have been one of your regular participants, attending all the conferences in the past. Alhamdulillah. And this is a great forum to really learn and to keep abreast of the latest things, the frontier ideas, the cutting edge, research in the field. And I look forward to also the various papers and the publications that will come out of this event. And, once again, thank you very much, all the panelists and all the participants and the moderator. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Professor Obaidullah. There is last question for you from Saima Abror. We have
I say
direction.
this is a very good question, and IDB, in fact, ISDB has its strategy for a very immediate future that we are facing the pandemic. Now there are some immediate priorities that have to be taken care of, and then it has its also midterm and long-term plans for future. And I must say that Zakat is now firmly integrated with this IDB strategic plans for future, and we do look forward to economic empowerment of the member countries, and where Zakat has to play a very, very significant role. And in fact, you cannot think of economic empowerment in many of our important member countries without really looking at Zakat and Awqaf and these tools of Islamic social finance is now firmly entrenched in the plan for any development finance institutions, not just the Islamic Development Bank, but also we see the similar trend in other international DFIs and UN agencies as well, who are looking at Zakat in a big way. And this is no longer the domain of what traditional ulama or the traditional sector. It has come out of that, and it is firmly etched in the strategic plans of most of the international DFIs, including Islamic Development Bank. I hope I have answered the question.
Okay, thank you, Professor Obaidullah. Okay, I think there is one question, but we can include the two closing statement from Dr. Irfan. Okay, question for Dr. Irfan from Abdurrahim Maidoki. Okay. Do you have any online learning platform to can easily motivate students, especially in African countries, to promote their learning skill on Zakat and Wakaf? Please, Dr. Irfan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brother Abdurrahman. So, inshallah, I have just WhatsApp Dr. Muhammad Hasbi. So, inshallah, Basna Center of Strategic Studies, I think with collaboration with IRTI or Ministry of Religious Affairs and also universities like Erlangga and Trisakti universities, we may have this e-learning online platform for Zakat and Awqaf, and inshallah, hopefully in the beginning of next year we can have this one, and for sure we will inform you and we will update you. You just stay tuned to our Instagram account, or website. You just monitor us. Inshallah, we will inform this and we'll initiate this program as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Okay. Maybe follow the Instagram of Basnas and Puskas Basnas. Yeah.
Yes.
To social media. Okay, thank you, Dr. Irfan. Maybe because there is no the question for Dr. Irfan, so we would like invite you to deliver the closing statement, Dr. Irfan.
Thank you very much for your kind attention and also the questions. Yeah, of course, it's a very interesting session, and I think hopefully we can collaborate in the future, and we have to. We should be convinced ourselves. I mean, I'm convinced that Zakat and Awqaf are part of the solution faced by solution that are needed by this ummah. So hopefully all of us can participate in this effort, in this endeavor to uphold Zakat and Awqaf development. And I hope that my aspiration is how to create Zakat and Waqaf as the foundation of our Islamic civilization. Thank you very much.
Amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin. You are welcome, Dr. Irfan. Thank you for the valuable message to all of the participants. Okay, next to Professor Muhammad Zilal Hamzah. We would like invite you to deliver the closing statement for the audience.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tika. I'm very happy due to my participation in this fourth ICONZ, also especially for Trisakti University, where Basnas already invite our campus since the third ICONZ in West Java last year. And in my point of view is still regarding to the public policy perspective, Dr. Tika, due to my official work every day in Trisakti University. So I hope in one perspective is Basnas able to make a new regulation to make the smooth one between the center province in Kabupaten and Regency. My pesan is untuk Pak Irfan. And this connection to the private sector. I believe that due to my many research with my students in Trisakti University, we found the private sector in collecting and redistribution wakaf in Indonesia is very big, a very big participation. For example, like I mentioned before, there are 3 private collection unit such as like Dompet Duafa, Al-Azhar, and also Darul Quran. They already productive the zakat, especially zakat for the fee sabilillah, and the other without the lil fukara wal masakin, so they able to separate the zakat correctly, and then for the productive zakat they already create program in many areas of business, especially in agriculture, due to our rich sources in this agriculture sector in Indonesia. And then this is already running well, and I hope the others last in Indonesia will follow this activity. And the last one, I also believe that this conference will be continue for the fifth conference for the future, and we hope inshallah we will meet again, and we will support Basnas activity for the this activity and another activity like collecting and redistributing. That's why we hope also Basnas able to give. I believe this able to give the permit to another private unit if they want to create start with UPZ and then last. So this is the Basnas point of view regarding to collecting the potential zakat, which still only 30% able we realize to collect. And for the committee, thank you very much all. Keep spirit and keep healthy in this COVID-19 pandemic. Alhamdulillah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Would like invite to Professor Kiai Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail as a Commissioner of Basnas. We would like to deliver the closing statement in this session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
في هذه النهاية أريد أن أؤكد أننا نحتاج إلى الاهتمام بالزكاة لأنها هي واجبات مهملة بالنسبة لواجبات أخرى. لذلك لابد أن نتعاون خاصة في مواجهة جائحة كوفيد-19. هكذا وشكرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. To honorable to all of the speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ubaidullah, Professor Silal Hamzah, Dr. Irfan Saukibek, and Professor Kiai Haji Ahmad Satori. Thank you for the material, so very meaningful and precious for this session. And finally, to honorable all of the invited guest speaker and all of participants. We are done to the last agenda in this second plenary session. We would like to say very thank you again for the presenter and all of the audience for active participation. I would like to give a brief conclusion for this session. So related the use of technology in zakat management, especially in new normal, we know that the current situation forced the entire sector adaptive ability to enter the new normal era due to the unpredictable duration, impact, and change in every situation, including the adaptive ability of zakat management. So the adaptive technology in very close to using and optimize of it. And this conference, of course, provide an opportunity for zakat management organization, both government and private institution, to learn, listen, and adapted from the process and has been or will be carried out from various countries. Okay. Thank you for the all of audience have joined until the last of this session. May all of us always be healthy and state of strong faith. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will now return to Mr. Arwa as a master of ceremony.
Thank you very much to Dr. Tika for moderating the plenary session and to all the speakers for their time and insights. Now, before we continue, we would like to kindly ask for all speakers and participants to turn on their camera for the photo session. Committee, if you would please.
Okay, thank you, Sister Arwa. We're gonna take a photo. So for the best result, please turn on your camera and please look at your camera instead of your screen. Okay, I will count. 1 and wait. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, wait a minute. Another photo. 1, 2, 3. Okay, give me a minute again. One, 2, and 3. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the photo session. And thank you very much for the speakers as well. Alhamdulillah, we have finally finished half of today's session with remarkable speakers who have brought various insights and fruitful discussions to the forum. But the exciting discussions don't stop here. We still have the last plenary session to anticipate. We would like to announce to the audience that this event is currently being streamed on Baznaz TV YouTube channel. And for more information regarding this event and other research and events regarding Zakat, you can follow Puskas Baznaz Instagram account. That is at PUSKASBAZNAS Instagram account. Now, before we proceed to the duhur and lunch break, because we still have 15 minutes left, we are going to get to know the committee of this event. So I would like for all of the committee to turn on their camera and please introduce themselves to the audience and also to the speakers. We will start from myself. My name is Arwafila Aditya and I am part of Baznaz Center of Strategic Studies. And today I am as the Master of Ceremony, and also I am as part of the Registration and Participant Division. The next division that we will be introducing is from the Event Division. Maybe from Brother Fahmi Ali, he would like to introduce the Event Division.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, hi everyone. It's very good morning from Indonesia, and it is our privilege to have all of you here in the virtual meeting room. for the day 2 of the 4th International Conference of Zakat. And thank you, Sister Awa Vinedita, for giving me time. I am Fahmi Al-Hudayfi, and I am as the event coordinator for in the front of ICONZ. Also in this room, we have our friends from Basna Center of Strategic Studies. We have Abdul Aziz Yahya Sauki. We have our brother Ali Chamani Al Ansari. We have our brother Indra. We have our sister Anna Ulfa, and also our sister Maul. And also we have our sister brothers from Trisakti University and Airlangga University participating as the committee. Alhamdulillah, we are now in the room with the number of participants 123, 123 people are here. So inshallah, after this session, don't forget to come back again at 1 o'clock Indonesian time. Those who are now in Malaysia, it's going to be at 2 o'clock p.m., 2 p.m. I mean, because our session, yes, because our next session will discuss about the use of blockchain technology in zakat administration, in zakat management, theory and practices. Inshallah, we will be talking about this topic from both academics and also from industry experience, from industry professionals. We will have first Prof. Aisat Muniza. She is a lecturer in INSEF, and also we have other speakers such as Dr. Farouk Habib. Dr. Farouk Habib is the expert in technology, blockchain management. Blockchain application, also for Islamic finance. And also we will have a speaker from Basnas, Mr. Theo. Mr. Theo is IT specialist, information technology specialist in Basnas. And he will be speaking on behalf of Basnas, how Basnas has been experiencing the improvement of IT adoption in Basnas. And also we will have a speaker from United Kingdom. We will have Mufti Faraz Adam. Mufti Faraz Adam, inshallah, will be speaking about blockchain technology. Also, Mufti Faraz Adam is industry professional. He is the managing associate of National Zakat Foundation Worldwide. And also, we will have Dr. Motaz Abu Jeb. Dr. Motaz Abu Jeb, he is the project manager at ISRA Research, Development and Innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, our final plenary session, which is the third, titled Blockchain Technology for Zakat Institutions, Theory and Practices, is going to be conducted within a few hours, within a few minutes, in the next few hours. So don't forget to come back again. And thank you very much. Yes, this is our speakers. And also we will have our moderator all the way from Surabaya, Dr. Bayu Arif Priyanto from Airlangga University. So just don't forget to come again with us. And inshallah, those who are paper presenters, you will know who are the best paper presenters of each parallel session that we conducted yesterday. So don't forget to come back again. All right, so inshallah. So thank you for me. And inshallah, we'll see you again at 1 p.m. Indonesian time. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Brother Fahmi Ali. So, as Brother Fahmi has explained to us previously, we will now proceed to the Zuhur and lunch break. And due to the end being mainly based in Jakarta, the break will follow the Jakarta time. So we apologize if there's a slight time difference between Jakarta and the other participants and speakers' time zones. We would also like to remind all participants to return to the Zoom room at exactly 1 p.m. Jakarta time. The break will last for around 60 minutes or to 1 hour. Please keep this in mind. See you all after the break. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
sebenarnya ini virus sudah tidak ada di Indonesia sebenarnya ya.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, close the door. Bang Komeng, wih, akhirnya datang juga, luar biasa Anda.
Datang juga dulu ada tuh, tapi udah ditutup sekarang.
Acara
program ya.
Iya betul. Banyak yang udah ditutup.
Iya.
Acara gue juga. Acara gue juga.
Tapi ada lagi di lapangan bola. Sepak pojok gitu.
Ya iya. Iya benar. Corner ya. Bang Komeng. Bang. Covid akhirnya datang juga.
Kita terus juga dulu ada tuh, tapi udah ditutup sekarang.
Acara
program ya.
Iya betul. Banyak yang udah ditutup.
Iya.
Acara gue juga. Acara gue juga.
Tapi ada lagi di lapangan bola. Sepak pojok gitu.
Ya iya. Iya benar. Corner ya. Bang Komeng. Bang. Covid akhirnya datang juga.
Kita terus juga dulu ada tuh, tapi udah ditutup sekarang.
Acara
program ya.
Iya betul. Banyak yang udah ditutup.
Iya.
Acara gue juga. Acara gue juga.
Tapi ada lagi di lapangan bola. Sepak pojok gitu.
Ya iya. Iya benar. Corner ya. Bang Komeng. Bang. Covid
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To the Honorable Commissioners of Basnas RI, to the Honorable Associate Professor at INSIF, Associate Professor Aisat Muniza, to the Honorable Project Manager at Research Development and Innovation ISRA, Dr. Mutaz Abujib, to the Honorable Co-Founder at Alif Technologies, Dr. Farooq Habib, to the Honorable Managing Associate at National Zakat Foundation Worldwide, Mufti Faraz Adam, to the Honorable Chairman of IT Division, Basnas, Mr. Ahmad Seto Adinugroho, to the Honorable Director of Basnas Center of Strategic Studies, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainal, and to all the invited guests and respected audience of the fourth ICONZ. Welcome back, participants. I hope you enjoyed the break and came back fresh and ready for the next exciting session. So now, let us move forward to the next agenda, which is the plenary session 3. This session will discuss the topic of blockchain technology for Zakat institutions, theory and practices. This session will be moderated by Dr. Bayu Arifianto from Erlangga University. Dr. Ari Bayu Fianto, SAMBA PhD, was born in Kediri on February 10, 1985. He is currently a full-time lecturer and holds a doctoral degree of philosophy in finance from Lincoln University, New Zealand. He has achieved numerous achievements and published many national and international journals. Now, without any further ado, Dr. Bayu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Arwa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. All praises is due to Allah. We worship Him, we seek His help and His forgiveness, and we return to Him in repentance. The honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and welcome back to our third session, plenary session for today. First of all, I would like to welcome to all of you to the third session with the title of the topic Blockchain Technology for Zakat Institution, Theory and Practice. And this international conference of Zakat organized by Indonesia National Zakat Agency, Basnas, Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, Universitas Airlangga, and Trisakti University. So in this occasion, we shall have outstanding speakers and presentation from our 5 prominent presenters, whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge with regards to the theme of this plenary session, which is blockchain technology for Zakat institution. So we have 5 speakers with us for this afternoon. And our first presenter, probably I will introduce a brief CV of our 5 presenters. First is Dr. Aisat Muniza. So Dr. Aisat Muniza is an associate professor at INSIF, Malaysia, which is known as the Global University of Islamic Finance. So Dr. Muniza holds an LLB, ONS, LLM Banking, and PhD in Law from International Islamic University, Malaysia. And she has practical experience in the Islamic finance industry for more than 10 years. She has served as the first female deputy minister of Ministry of Islamic Affairs in Maldives. And Dr. Muniza has also published more than 60 research papers in different academic journals and has published 6 books as well. She has won gold and silver medals for her research paper presented at IUM. And Dr. Muniza also has won numerous national and international awards and recognition for her unbated effort in creating a full-fledged Islamic finance industry in Maldives. So this is the brief profile of our first presenter. And second speakers, we have Dr. Mutaz Abujib. Dr. Mutaz Abujib is a trainer and Islamic finance expert. He is currently researcher at the International Sharia Research Academy for Islamic Finance, ISRA, Malaysia. and Dr. Mutas holds a PhD in Islamic finance and has clocked up 15 years of work experience in finance, research, training, and consultancy. He was the project manager and chief editor of Islamic Economics Principle and Analysis, which is published by ISRA and officiated by the Malaysian Prime Minister Tun Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamad in 2019. He published several papers on Islamic fintech and participated as speaker in several relevant events. He is currently taking a leading position in ISRA blockchain project to strengthen the Sharia compliance of Islamic financial institutions. So that is our second speaker for today. And the third one we have from Basnas, Mr. Ahmad Setio Adi Nugroho, MIT, as head of IT division of Basnas. So Mr. Ahmad pursue education from Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia, majoring in information technology in web technologies in 2008, and graduate from Bandung Institute of Technology, ITB, majoring in astronomy in 2005. So currently head of IT division of Basnas. And we also have our fourth presenter speaker for today is Dr. Farooq Habib. So Dr. Farooq Habib is an expert in Sharia, finance, and fintech. He is the co-founder of Alif Technologies, a Dubai-based company. So at the moment, Dr. Farooq based in Dubai, I think 3 hours different with Indonesia, focusing on Islamic fintech and halal digital economy. He is also advisor for various fintech projects and editor reviewer of some academic journal. Previously, he was a researcher at ISRA Research Institute under Central Bank of Malaysia. Dr. Farooq also holds a PhD in Islamic finance from Malaysia, master in banking and finance from the UK, and another master in economics from Pakistan. He also completed traditional Islamic studies course for about 8 years. And for our final presenter, speaker for today is Mufti Faras Adam. I think Mufti Faras is based in the UK, 6 hours different. Is a UK-based Islamic finance and fintech advisor and is the managing associate of National Zakat Foundation Worldwide, a global Zakat service firms. He also served as a Sharia advisor to several companies across the world in countries such as Bahrain, Singapore, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, United Kingdom, and the United States. He has written several papers on fintechs and has recently authored the book of Introduction to Islamic Fintech. Mufti Faras studied his Islamic degree in the UK and South Africa. He completed a master's degree in Islamic finance, banking, and management from Newman University, UK in 2017. He held various Islamic finance industry qualification, and he has completed an MBA diploma and specialized in fintech at the University of Michigan, United States. He also holds an SCCA accounting and business qualification. So I think we have 5 speakers that very related with our topic for today, especially for blockchain technology for Zakat institution. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Associate Professor Dr. Aizat Muniza, that will deliver her topic of presentation about the potential of crypto zakat. Assalamualaikum, Professor Aizat Muniza. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much. You can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, we can hear you very clear. So I would like to welcome you to present your material. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Maybe about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to finish my presentation within the time period allocated. May I share the screen, please?
Yeah. Yes, please, you can share your screen. Yes, we can see your screen now. Yeah.
Okay, so today I am going to deliberate on the topic, the potential of crypto zakat. I will be looking at an overview of what it is all about, what is blockchain technology briefly, and what do we mean by crypto zakat, including the attributes of crypto zakat, opportunities and challenges of it, and of course with a way forward. Now, as you know, technology has no religion, and Sharia allows to use it as long as there's maslahah in it. And therefore, I believe that to enhance zakat, we can use technology as much as we can, provided that it complements the Sharia rules applicable to zakat and enforcing it in such a manner that it provides benefit to the humankind. So with that, in this slide, you see a brief outline of what blockchain technology is all about. Now, I wouldn't go much into this because I presume that many of you would have heard about what blockchain technology, and this is one type of technology which is very prevalently used in the societies to complement Islamic finance nowadays. So the simplest way of defining blockchain technology is to state that it is a decentralized distributed ledger where provenance of a digital asset is recorded, and it has certain processes that makes the whole transactions made through it immutable. And therefore, in terms of adhering to the good corporate governance principles, it complements the organizations to implement it in such a way that people have confidence more in the system, more in the organizational structures, and as such, it boosts the confidence of the investors or the shareholders who are involved in the process of helping the organization to grow. So due to time constraint, I will go to the main part of my discussion, what is crypto zakat. So in this presentation, crypto zakat is defined as an Ethereum platform where blockchain technology is used to facilitate zakat contributions that offers which offers as an alternative solution with decentralized and direct transactions that may assist zakat organizations to receive zakat money and disperse it to the specified recipients efficiently. So let us simplify this. If you look at how the zakat process is right now, you will find that there is a decentralized way of administrating it, as well as a centralized way of managing it. Now, when it comes to a centralized way, obviously there's a regulatory authority who will be taking care of the whole process. They will be observing how it is done, and they would be also intervening if there's need to intervene, and they will also set down certain rules and regulations that must be adhered in doing so. Now, in a decentralized manner, normally in non-Muslim countries where we don't have a central government who is so much interested in Muslim personal matters, they would just leave it to the NGOs or other types of organizations to deal with that in a manner that is efficient and transparent enough so that there wouldn't be any complaint from the public as to what they do. So normally in decentralized jurisdictions, they will set down the minimum required guidelines, and it would be managed or regulated in a decentralized manner. So number one question that will come to your mind obviously would be who will own such a platform, whether in case of jurisdictions which has decentralized or centralized way of administration of zakat. So what we are proposing here is that it could be like owned by any type of technology firm who has the knowledge of or know-how or expertise of dealing with such a platform. So the gist of this is that it is not a requirement to own such a platform by the regulatory authority or a certain NGO. It could be owned by the respective technology firm, and they will enter into a partnership with the Zakat authority or the NGO, depending on the type of Zakat administration system followed in the country. So now, if we look at the attributes of crypto zakat, as you know, there are three things mainly done in Zakat administration. One is the process of Zakat collection, the other one is Zakat distribution, and the final one is registration and verification of Zakat recipients. So these are the main three processes involved. However, a middle process that needs to be understood, which would be in a classical way of Zakat management, would be the Zakat fund management, which is in the middle. So let me just go to the diagram. Okay, now if you look at this diagram, you will see the classical responsibilities of a Zakat organization. The first diagram shows that Zakat collection, Zakat distribution, managing of Zakat fund, registration of Zakat recipients, and creating awareness, plus forming Zakat programs with Sharia consultations would be part and parcel of the classical responsibilities of Zakat organizations as we see it today. However, if we use a crypto Zakat platform, what we are proposing is that the responsibilities of Zakat organizations would be reduced. Number one, they wouldn't have to deal with the Zakat collection and Zakat disbursement. So what happens to the responsibilities is that they just have to focus on the registration of Zakat recipients, and they have to focus on creating awareness of Zakat, and then they have to also focus on structuring Zakat-related programs with Sharia consultation. Therefore, what would be the advantage of adopting a crypto Zakat is that we will have more time to concentrate our efforts, time and energy and human resources as well on finding the recipients of Zakat who is the most deserved ones to have it. Therefore, what we believe is that by having a crypto Zakat platform, the traditional way of Zakat organizations' responsibility in managing Zakat will be converted into something else where they will have to focus more on finding the correct or the most deserved recipients of Zakat. So let us go back to the platform. What are the elements it will have? So the crypto Zakat platform will have these three elements: Zakat collection, Zakat distribution, and registration and verification of Zakat recipients who will be put in the system. So in Zakat collection process, what happens is that when a person wants to donate the Zakat amount to a recipient or give the Zakat amount to the recipient, he will have to first register in the platform, and after opening a wallet or an electronic wallet or a crypto wallet to deal in the whole platform, they will be directly donating the money to the recipients. So meaning that there will be no intermediary or no Zakat fund where the money will be kept or delayed to find the recipients to be given. Rather, the person who pays it would find the appropriate recipient from the system, and then they will just donate it directly to that particular person without an intermediary. And therefore, the Baitul Mal concept or the Zakat fund concept is negated, and we don't waste time in finding the recipients. So this happens because in the first place, it is the role of the Zakat administrator to find the recipients who need Zakat and feed that information to the system so that what is available to the Zakat payers will be already in the system when they try to pay it in a specific year. So what we have to be more careful or more concentrated in this is about the registration and verification of Zakat recipients, because before the information is fed to the system, we shall ensure that all those who has been regarded as the recipients of the Zakat are completely, you have to have a specific way of verifying that they are the most deserved, and certain documentation requirements could be there, and this process should be taken care by the Zakat administrator. And this information verification is very important so that we don't go beyond what is stated in the Quran for the recipients of zakat. Now, let me briefly look at the opportunities and challenges. Obviously, there are a lot of opportunities when it comes to adoption of crypto zakat, because at least we can save time, and we can ensure that there's transparency in the zakat payment system, and we can ensure that there's a real-time transfer of money from the zakat payer to the zakat recipient. And this would definitely give the satisfaction required by the zakat payer on the impact he or she has made by giving the zakat money in a real-time manner, and they can gauge it without the intervention of a third party, which is a zakat administrator. And then the transaction could become cheaper, because then there will be no multiple layers of amils involved in the transaction. As such, since there's only one party or one platform to deal with that, I'm sure it will become cheaper and cost effective as well. And the other part is we have to concentrate as for challenges is that, as you know, having technology itself is a challenge, because first of all, we have to have a black and white system that ensures that there is a proper governance followed in a specific area before we apply technology. So like overnight, we can't apply technology to a system if we don't have a proper governance system followed, which is automatic in itself and which is good enough for people to have confidence in the system. So what I'm trying to say here is that technology is no magic. We have to still have a black and white proper governance system in place before we move to this type of a sophisticated way of managing zakat. Okay. And if we look at the way forward, what we find is that definitely today, due to COVID-19, we believe that there is no way we could physically go and collect zakat as we used to collect zakat previously. And we need to find an alternative to definitely do it in an effective and proper manner without physically being involved in the process, because right now the whole human race is at stake because of the way how the virus attack us. Therefore, in order to save the humanity, but ensuring that zakat is still effectively managed, it is important for us to find an alternative through technology. And I believe that if we can implement crypto zakat through blockchain technology, we would be able to find an alternative to the issues which we are facing right now by doing zakat collection physically and zakat disbursement physically. And it would also increase transparency in the system, and people will have more confidence in zakat than anything else. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Aisat Muniza, for the amazing presentation. I think the point is with the crypto zakat, we can have efficient, transparent, and real time for distributing zakat, especially, and ultimately in the pandemic time. So it is very helpful, I think, to do the crypto zakat. So we will keep the question and answer for the end of this session. So I think I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Mutaz Abu Jaib, to deliver the presentation. So especially because he is the leading, the project manager of the ISRA blockchain. And I think we would like to hear knowledge and insight from him. So Assalamualaikum, Dr. Mutaz Abu Jaib. Yeah, please turn on your mic, maybe. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for Dr. Aisha for the great presentation also. Okay, I'm Dr. Mutaz from the International Sharia Research Academy for Islamic Finance, known as ISRA in Malaysia. And inshallah, I will be sharing my thoughts. Let me share the presentations. Yeah. So
Okay.
inshallah, I will share my thoughts on the blockchain technology for Zakat institutions, the theory and practices. I will try to spot some lights on ISRA blockchain project, especially the ZakaTech part of it, inshallah. And also I will share some my views basically on the way forward. What are the challenges? What are the potential that blockchain can bring also to Zakat? But before this, let me express my gratitude and thanks for the organizing committee and for ICONZ for the conference, everyone behind this, because for selecting also a very timely needed topic, that is the use of technology for Zakat, and also for having me, inviting me to share my thoughts on this session. Okay, without further ado, let me go directly to the presentation. Okay, I will talk firstly on the blockchain technology in general. This will be my agenda. Then I will share on the challenges faced by the Islamic social finance institutions, especially the Waqf and Zakat. And then I will try to visualize how blockchain can help in addressing the challenges that we are facing. And then I will spot some lights on ISRA ZakaTech blockchain project, and then I will have some concluding remarks. So what is blockchain and why we need blockchain? Of course, I'm not going into all details because I think that topic was really a hot topic for the last few years, and almost everyone is familiar with that concept. But I will be sharing, let's just focus on the few, let's say, angle of blockchain, the characteristic of blockchain that can bring benefit. So first of all, we have, blockchain it's a distributed ledger technology. We need to understand this. Pre-blockchain, we have centralized system. So we always have someone in the middle. We always need to trust someone with the data. With the blockchain, we don't need this. And this idea brings us a lot of security and the trust. So having decentralized system. And the second angle of blockchain, it's a database of a growing list of time-stamped transactional records. I will focus on this time-stamped transactional records. So we can capture whatever data at online at minute by minute, and we record this in a permanent way. So every time we capture a data, it's saved in a block. Each block is linked with the next block, etc., etc. So no one can alter the historical data. This is the key in the blockchain. So we have permanent data. In a normal database, we have always the option of delete, edit option. The admin always can delete a record as it is never happened. In blockchain, we don't have this option. Neither the admin nor no one can really delete anything on the blockchain. So it's a permanent data once it's verified, of course, and recorded. So this brings us traceability and immutability. So then the third angle of blockchain, that records are linked using cryptography. And the beauty of cryptography that we can have basically, we can have transparency, but yet we can protect privacy. So simply put, every data is encrypted. Everyone has a copy of the data, but this does not mean necessarily that they can read the content of this data. So we can, by design, up to what kind of information they can really see and what kind of information will be encrypted. So I think these are the fundamental of blockchain. This is why I link what is blockchain with why blockchain. These are really the points that can bring benefits to Zakat institutions or other institutions that may have blockchain applications. So let's move after this to what we have. What are the challenges that we are facing in the Zakat and Waqf institutions in particular? So what we have usually, we have the Zakat and Waqf institution right in the middle. we channel the funds from the payers to the beneficiaries. And because we have a macro perspective at the Zakat institution, we can see, we can have a policies, we can efficiently basically discover to whom is better to give the money. This is the idea of having Zakat institution. But we have also in the middle usually agents to implement, to participate, especially if it's like big institutions, big Zakat institution. So each one of these parties involved, they inquire cost, operational cost. So, and also each one of them, usually they are using different systems, each one using its own system, his own system. So we need also to have a governance structure to really ensure that there is no manipulation, no issue is happening. So there is also a cost for this governance structure. And we have always a cost also, a possibility of hacking or manipulation or even theft during this process. So since this is the situation, so we have a multi-systems, we have transactions that cannot be traced, and we have centralized systems. So technically the data always entrusted with someone in each block. So in the payers, the agents, the current institution, each one of these elements, each party, they have their own system and they entrust the data with someone. So we have always a technical risk, a manipulation, and a risk of manipulation or hacking. So we have also high governance costs. So these are the challenges or the issues that we may face at Zakat administration that blockchain may help. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Doctor.
Oh, does it show me that? Sorry. Okay. Sorry for this technical. Okay. Okay, so we have high governance cost. So why blockchain solution? So what we are trying to do with the blockchain solution, we are trying to break these walls. We are trying to bring everyone to work use a same single, let's say single source of truth, as we say. So we need to have a one source of truth, one point, one database, one system that can everyone trust and depend on. So everyone, all parties involved, they can depend on this one single source of truth. So let's try to visualize the solution based on this. So in this solution, what we will have, everyone shall be able to connect to this platform, let's say, and we can use this, the smart contracts. Smart contracts is the way to codify any conditions and to make it automatically applied. This is part of the beauty of a blockchain. So in a blockchain, what we can have some pre-programmed conditions to be respected in our operation. So this is very important in Waqf, for instance, because the Waqf have certain conditions that he need to be respected through the life of the Waqf. But also it's important in Zakat, because the Zakat management, for example, they set the parameters to have a percentage for each one of type of the beneficiaries. We know that in Zakat, we have the 8 asnaf, right? So we have a categories for the recipients, the beneficiaries. The management then may say, okay, for this year, we need to have a 20% or 30% on the miskin, or 40% on the poor people, for example. They may have a certain target to reach 10% of the donations shall be channeled to the orphans, for example. So these kind of conditions, they can be pre-programmed using the blockchain, and then they cannot be broken. Because if at operation these rules are broken, then everyone will know, because we are depending on one source of the truth. So this is the idea of why we or how we can benefit from blockchain. So the next thing is to visualize how we can move into this system. We know that, of course, at future, we may have everyone works in a digital, depends on the digital platforms, and they do all transactions digitally online. But until today, we still have people prefer, you can say, a traditional, they may not really use the technology. They may not have really smartphones or in some remote areas, though the usage of smartphones is really increasing and growing at very fast pace. So since we have these limitations, since we have also softwares that we are used to use, each Zakat institution or each party involved in the Zakat, they may have their own softwares. So we need to figure a way how we can move into the blockchain without disturbing the world. So the idea that we have at the ISRA blockchain, Zakat blockchain, that we create an API layer. Put it simply, is a way to connect the traditional systems to the blockchain platform. And this is a way that it could be also not only a transitional period. It could be that sometimes you may decide that certain part of the operation need to be out of the blockchain. So for example, an agent, he can go collect the money. All the transactions are not really recorded on the blockchain until he goes back to the branch, and the branch verify everything, and then the data is transferred or verified and registered on the blockchain system or platform. In this way, we can have some kind of flexibility also to have some kind of, you can say, a co-integration between the softwares that we are using, the system that we are depending today, and the future system or the blockchain system that we may create. And of course, very important point here to be considered always that what kind of data you need to encrypt. For example, the personal IDs, names of the recipients. You may hide all of this information, encrypt it, and then only a certain parties are allowed to decrypt this information. So based on this visualization, we came at ISRA of an idea of developing an ISRA blockchain platform for Islamic finance. And for this, of course, we collaborated with the developers. We got brother Ismail, he's a founder of LedgerX, sorry. And with the team of developers, we are trying to develop a blockchain solution that can work in many aspects. Among them is the Zakat. So for Zakat, we set few principles, and we moved from these principles. First principle, that we will have a blockchain as a service. So instead of developing a software that you can buy or a software that you can directly use as an individual, what we are aiming to is to develop a back-end solution, blockchain platform that Zakat institutions or even individuals, maybe in the future, they can later on use. But in idea that it's a back-end solution, it's a platform that Zakat institutions or Zakat authorities can use, can benefit, and they might be some fees, but to cover the cost, but it's only a fees with the transaction, with the usage. So you don't inquire any administration cost at the beginning, or you don't buy really the system. And then we decided to have it a federated blockchain with endorsement policies. In blockchain, we have many types of blockchain. We have public blockchain, we have private blockchain, and we have federated blockchain in between. We choose to have a federated blockchain where the host institution, the Zakat institution which is willing to adopt our solution, they can decide who will be trusted to verify the data, basically. So they can choose parties within their institution or outside the institution to have a full copy of the data. You can say simply to be an admin role, to have an admin role. Other people, they don't really need to be a full node. And we choose endorsement policies, so we don't involve any cryptocurrencies in our solution. Endorsement policy, cryptocurrency is still debatable among the Sharia scholars. So this is why we choose not really to go into the cryptocurrency. And also there are a lot of legal issues still with this cryptocurrency. So we choose in our blockchain solution not to have a cryptocurrency involvement at all. And we have endorsement policies where the validation process is depending on a pre-selection of people who do the verification process. So then, of course, by definition, it shall be Sharia compliance, all processes, developments, whatever, workflow shall be Sharia compliance. And we will have Sharia compliance verification. And also we have multi-level organization based Hyperledger. This is to have, for example, if two Zakat institutions or Zakat authorities in a certain countries decided to participate in the platform, they don't really necessarily share the data with each others. We got this privacy walls between these data. So each institution will have its own data. They may opt to share or not to share. It's up to them. It's totally shall be customizable workflow because we are looking into a back-end solution. It's a platform to help the Zakat institutions. So they shall be able to have their workflow to be reflected in this platform. And then we also shall allow a third-party integration facilitated by an API. So if the Zakat institution is using some softwares to manage the Zakat or accounting softwares or whatever softwares, we can allow or we shall facilitate the link to these softwares to the platform. So these are the key principles that we decided to have. And from these key principles, we moved into the developments. So the key features that we reach once we apply these principles is that we have the ability to track the funds from A to Z. We have the ability to have a direct supervision of the transaction. Of course, the parties who will have this direct supervision are the parties chosen by the hosting institution, so they can do the verification and endorsements. And regulatory or supervisory bodies, they can also access the data directly. So this is a difference between the blockchain platforms and the traditional platforms. In the traditional platforms, you always need to allow the access, you need the help of the admin to reach the data. While here, if you verify this is a party that he has the authority to go into the data, he can directly, technically go into the data on that timely manner right away, instantly. Still, sensitive data is encrypted securely. And then we have easy integration, as we said, with other applications. So these are the key features that ZakaTech blockchain, ISRA ZakaTech blockchain platform providing, basically. On the design, so we have blockchain integration. All transactions are recorded. The donor identity are made anonymous. Transactional data can be made transparent. It's up to the hosting institution to choose the level of transparency and level of reporting. The kind of reporting will be generated from the system. So they choose what they need to disclose to the public, and then it's automatically the reports are automatically produced from the system, and everyone can see and read. Made it transparent. It's reports. So it's a multi-tenant architecture with multiple user role. So once you sign into this platform, you will have different rules. So you have a wide dashboard. In the future, the possible developments that can be done is to have this platform developed or linked into a crowdfunding platform, where it could be both way, not only back-end solution, but also you have front-end crowdfunding platform linked. And we can have integration to local payment gateway in the future, maybe. But right now, we are focusing on the back-end solution. So this is about the ISRA solution. Let me share only a few, maybe a couple of slides on general comments on the blockchain and the way forward. I think the question that everyone is asking, do we need a blockchain? Is it always good? Is it a secret recipe? Is it really a magical tool? I would say it is not, definitely. The question is, do you need a blockchain or not? Is related to really understanding the issues that you are solving and the ability of blockchain. I like really the example of bulletproof or alarm system. You know, we have this bulletproof cars, for example. We don't use them really every day. If we are not really in an insecure place, if we are not really feeling that we are a target, then we are not going into bulletproof solution. We usually, it's enough for us to have an alarm system in our cars. So this is really the difference between the traditional system and the blockchain system. In a blockchain system is like bulletproof solution. The data cannot be altered, but at the same time, it's a heavy decision. The workflow or whatever data goes to the blockchain, it will go permanent. So you need really to design it carefully. You need really to understand the limitations and the potentials. For me, I see a lot of potentials and use for Zakat institution to use Zakat. It's really a solution that can bring a lot of benefits. But the success of blockchain depends really on the design and implementation. If you have the right structure, the right design, then it will benefit a lot the Zakat institution. But if it's not the right design, then it will not really help. So this is the key for me. And in the developing process, these are like just 3 points that I think they are very important to be considered. First of all, you need to identify your use case. You really need to understand what you are trying to solve. So what are the issues, the challenges facing by the institution? Small Zakat institution will have different challenges than big one. And a Zakat authority will have a different challenges than a Zakat institution. So it depends really on the situation. It also depends on the country, the context, everything. So then you ask whether blockchain can solve these problems that you identified. What are the added value that the blockchain can bring to you? And then once you have this, then you can ask yourself whether you build your own blockchain or you use an existing one. And this decision depends on so many factors. Among them is tokenization, cryptocurrency involvement. If you are a Zakat institution in a society that really they are using cryptocurrency and it's legally accepted, you may opt to have a cryptocurrency involvement where you can also channel the Zakat using cryptos or even accepting Zakat in cryptos. This can bring also a lot of benefits globally in global channeling. But if not, then you have to be careful and not to go into this area. And then you also need to have an expertise. If you are deciding to go and develop your own blockchain, you need to ensure that your IT department has enough expertise to go into this direction. And there are so many other factors to be considered in this. And the third angle is on the design. You need to decide whether it's public, private, or federated blockchain. Each type has its own pros and cons. So for me, the level of decentralization needed is really a very big question. If you go to any blockchain solution, you need to ask or verify what kind of decentralization they are bringing. If they are saying that, okay, we have a blockchain solution where they have only 2 cloud servers, it's not really a decentralized. Who are the parties they are doing the endorsements? If they are limited parties, then is it a problem or not? You need to ask all these kind of questions. Sorry, this part is a bit of technical, but it's really important to highlight these issues. And then we need also to answer that, do we have a fixed workflow or a changing workflow? Since we are designing the system, since it's a blockchain that cannot be altered, whatever you design, it will go permanent, basically. Then if you have a really changing workflow each time, then you may need to design it differently. You need to decide what to keep out of blockchain and what to put in blockchain. So, and you need also to have a decision on whether you go into permissioned blockchain or you have a public blockchain with a consensus mechanism, and then you need to decide on the consensus mechanism. You need to ask, shall I use, for example, Ethereum platform, and what benefits can this bring? It may bring a lot of security in terms of its public blockchain widely used, but also there are another risk involved, so let's say a price risk, because the cost, it will be linked to the cost of Ethereum, and the Ethereum, if the price goes up, then the cost will goes up. So these kind of technical questions need to be really answered carefully. Okay, it's right on the time, right, Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. So these are the few points that need to be considered when you design a blockchain system. And for me, again, what we need to remember, blockchain is just a name of a technology. The right implementation, the right design is really crucial here. But there are a lot of benefits that we can really get from using the blockchain for Zakat, especially that traceability and security is really needed. Transparency and disclosure is really the key to get everyone to trust you as a Zakat institution and get everyone to pay their Zakat through your platform. And the idea here is that to have a maximum ability then to really channel it to the right people and address the current issues, the poverty issue, and then you can have a lot of ability even in future to develop other things, to use an AI, to have smart decisions when you do this Zakat administration work. So I think with this, I conclude my presentation, and thanks again for the organizing committee and for all attendees for listening to me. I go back to Mr. Chairman, and if there is any question, I can also surely answer, inshallah, once the chairman allows. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mutas, for great and clear presentation about the blockchain and Zakat. So I think the things that highlighted by Dr. Mutas is about database, and you can easily track the funds, and also the improve of security, trust, especially for the Zakat stakeholders. And also we must ask ourselves the design of the blockchain system, and we need to ask which one is suitable for our institution. So I think we have received several questions, but we will keep until the end of the session. So I will proceed to our next presenter, Mr. Ahmad Setio Adinugroho, with the title of Blockchain Technology. So I think Mr. Ahmad Setio will share about the blockchain technology in Basnas. So, Assalamualaikum, Mr. Ahmad.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Bayu.
Okay, how are you, Mr. Ahmad?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Okay, yeah, Alhamdulillah. So I think you might proceed with your presentation for about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Just a second, let me get my presentation first. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalamu ala asrofi anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to wish a happy Milad to our honorable chairman, Professor Bambang Sudibyo. May Allah always take care of him throughout his life. And also, I would like to wish and hope that everyone is in good health, especially during this pandemic situation. Originally, the director of operation that will give the presentation, but then he asked me, what if we show the audience about what we already actually done in terms of implementation of blockchain technology in Basnas. So he asked me to explain a little bit more detail about what we already have done in Basnas, and more technical as well. So it is an honor for me to share this knowledge to any one of you. Now, let me first begin my presentation with, I want to make some analogy about, yes, we already know that blockchain really complex and massive technology. Dr. Montes has already explained how big it is, and Dr. Aisha juga already explained about how we can work with blockchain. And during my research about blockchain, I realized that, okay, if blockchain is really complex and is really massive, and a lot of simple or small technology that applied in that blockchain, in the concept of blockchain. So maybe I can make a comparison. So blockchain is maybe similar with the Boeing 747 or probably Airbus 380, the jumbo jet airplane. So why do I need to make this analogy? Because if blockchain technology is compared with the Boeing 747, that means what we already done in Basnas probably is a Cessna. So don't expect that when I say that Basnas already implementing the blockchain technology, it doesn't mean that we already have like Boeing 777, for example. No, we don't have that sophisticated technology just yet, but we already have more small technology, simple and basic technology of blockchain that we already applied in our platform. So I want to give us the idea. So if we talk about the blockchain in Basnas, we talk about Cessna. We're not talking about the huge airplane that already installed a lot of technology in that airplane. Okay, that's the analogy I want to share with you. So when we talk about blockchain, I quote this from one of the article written by Sultan Ruhi and Lakhani, entitled "And Conceptualizing Blockchain: Characteristic and Application," and it is published on the 11th IIDIS International Conference Information System. They wrote that characteristic of blockchains consists of four characters. Now, the first one is immutable. It means that it cannot be modified. It cannot be altered. The block has to be consistent, has to be tamper-proof, right? So that is the immutable. The next characteristic will be the decentralized. So it has to be in that network. We cannot have one organization on one point, on one server or one nodes that to be the centralized of the data that the blockchain has implemented there. So it has to be, the data has to be all over the network. It has to be decentralized. Now, the third characteristic is the consensus driven, which means that whenever we want to create a block, it needs to be validated through all the network. So when one nodes or one point says that, okay, I cannot agree this block could be the next block. So it will not be a consensus. Yeah, it will not be consensus. So consensus means that whenever a block is created, it has to be validated. Yeah, it has to be validated throughout the network. Now the last one is transparent, and it has to be available for public. Just for the sake of simplicity, let's just say that in every block, it has to be can be read by any one of you in any part of the world. Yeah. Now, if we go back to the analogy of the Boeing 747, the commercial airplane of the biggest one, if this is the characteristic of blockchain, which is the analogy of Boeing 747, then what already Basnas implement is the only 2 out of 4 characteristics, which is the first one is immutable, and the second one is transparent. We already have the platform how blockchain is chaining to one each other, and then we already provide the platform to read it. And you can I can show you in the few next slide, and you can go there, and then you can search, and you can feel the experience of, okay, this is the blockchain that have the characteristic of the transparency. Now, just remember that we don't have the decentralized or network yet. We don't have the consensus driven yet. It is work. It's a work that probably we will done in the near future. Yeah. So when we talk about blockchain, blockchain. At least we know that there are 2 components. Yeah, the block and the chain. Yeah. If one component is gone, that is not a blockchain. All right. Now, during my research about how can I actually implement blockchain on my own, or the IT division, how can we actually create a blockchain of our own? Now we come up with apparently there are numerous versions about how the blocks might treat it. So here I give you example of 2 versions. The first one I'm taking from the NIST website, which is, you can see that the blue circular box is represent a block. Yeah, and the block consists of a lot of data inside that block. Yeah, and the chain represented by the black arrow. Yeah, where on the central block here, we can see that it has the previous what we call hash function. So basically, it record the previous data, but only in the hash format, not in the raw format, in the original format. It already transformed to the hash format. Now, the second one, that is the one that been proposed by Nakamoto's is a group of people that come up with the Bitcoin idea, with the blockchain technology behind the Bitcoin mining. This type of blockchain, as you can see, there are different data inside that block. For example, this use the block data, what just block data, transaction list, etc., etc., and the hash of block data. That is the one. That's the one that will go with the next block if a block the next block has been created. Now, if we use the Nakamoto's schema, the Nakamoto's doesn't use the hash of block data. It used the original data and then combined with the previous data. They have the original data and then added the previous data and then doing the hash function, and the hash function is the one that will go to the next block. So maybe this is the basic foundation, and alhamdulillah we understand this concept. But in Basnas we combine these two. Probably this slide more give you brief understanding about what we actually implementing in Basnas. So we use the Nakamoto's proposal, which is using the original data. The original data is a raw data. We call it raw data, and then we have the previous previous hash. We call it hash. Yeah, previous hash from the previous block, and then we combine them and then we hash it, so we get the hash. So basically what is hash? Hash is sort of like a function, a mathematical function that can create the integrity of a data. So if you, for example, if you have like 100 characters of a data, 100 characters, and you put it in the hash function. If you have function using the MD5, and then the output will be only 32 characters of the data become 32 characters, and it is random. So it can check the integrity of the data. So that is a hash function. Now we use the Nakamoto's proposal, but the difference is that when Nakamoto's only focusing on the Bitcoin, what we're doing is our blockchain platform can receive data from every application. So it can be, for example, peer-to-peer payment lending. This is just an example. This is not what we actually implement in Basnas, but this is just to give you an idea how our platform can receive data from several applications. So it doesn't matter what kind of data, as long as you want to put it or you want to register it to our blockchain platform, just use our API, public API of registering the blockchain. Now, I'm going to go deeper about the components. So if you're still thinking about, maybe some of the participants here still thinking about, okay, what is the blockchain actually when it's come to the database, for example. Now, this is what we already done in Basnas. Just think of a block. Here I wrote that a row represents a block. So think about this table as an Excel table, for instance, yeah, for just sake of simplicity. Just think of this is as an example. So what is a block? A block is a row. So a block represents a row, and each row has columns. In our platform, each row or each block has 5 columns, which is, you can see here, the block ID, which is a sequence number, and unsigned means that it cannot be negative. And also we have the nonce, or we call it fingerprint. Yeah, it is the random character, 12-digit random character. the system will generate it automatically. And the timestamp, just to get the idea, or just to get the figure when the block has been created. Now, number 4 is the data. It's in JSON format. I'm not going to explain about JSON format. JSON format is a JavaScript object notation. You can Google it, and it's pretty much well-known format in terms of web technology. Yeah. So store any data that you want to register in the blockchain platform. It has to be in JSON format. The data can be anything. The data can be anything. We will speak about the data immediately. And the last one is the block hash. We call it block hash. The block hash has a formula that previous has. So for example, if you can see the cursor, I'm moving my cursor. For example, if we want to create a block of the last row here, so the formula is the previous block has this one, and then concatenate with the block ID, and concatenate with the nonce, and then adding the timestamp, adding the data. Just concatenate everything, and then do the hash function to all of this data, and then we get the block hash. We get the block hash. The MD5 function already is the well-known function of hashing, so you can Google that as well. So basically, what we have in column number 5, only 32 digits, only 32 characters. Yeah. So it will make more compact about the data that is really long. The JSON format make the data really long. Now, so this is the database schema in our platform. Now, it's consistent with the one that I showed you earlier in the from the NIST. Now, let's talk about the transparency. Now, we already create the Basnas Blockchain Explorer. We call it Basnas Blockchain Explorer, and is accessible and available on. You can go there by typing chain.basnas.go.id/explorer, and you can see there are 3 components in our Explorer. The first one is the function, it's the search function, sorry, based on the fingerprint, and the second one, below the search function, is the block. We made the square line just to give you idea that this is a block, and every data inside that block is the data of the block. Yeah, now, as you can see, there is the previous hash, and then block ID, timestamp, and another hash of the block. So this is what actually stored in our blockchain platform. Now, we also provide you the list of 20 latest blocks. So you can search, for example, you just can try to copying the fingerprint, one of the fingerprint here, and then put it in the search form, and then click search, and then you can get the detailed information about the block, about what is inside the block. And this is the Explorer can be accessed anywhere. So it doesn't matter whether you're in Indonesia or you're in other country, you can access it anywhere as long as you have the internet, of course. Now, let's talk about the data. So if Basnas already implement blockchain, so what kind of data that we already implement in that blockchain? Let's just say that in Zakat management institution, especially in Indonesia, we definitely will have data of Muzaki, data of Mustahik, and then we have the donation record and the disbursement record, and of course the data of Amil. Let's just say that these 5 data is the primary database of Zakat management in Indonesia. And when I said that we already implement the blockchain, so what kind of data that we already put it in our blockchain platform? The answer would be none of them. We haven't had the chance to bring this data into our platform. Now we use another data that also has been used in internal Basnas. The data that we use is the data that we use is approval online platform. We call it approval online platform. Why this data that we put it in the blockchain platform? Because when we developing the blockchain platform, we also in the middle of the developing the approval online platform. What is approval online platform? Approval online platform is a platform for us to approve whenever there is a document requested to a person. The person can click accept or can click decline whenever they want to do, they accept or click. When the button is clicked and the backend and the approval online goes to backend server, and the backend server hit the data or send the data to our blockchain platform. Now, the blockchain platform will create a chain and then put it in the next block of the platform of the chain. Now, the beauty of this is that whenever it doesn't have to be approval online, it can be any application. It can be any application as long as they send the data to our blockchain platform. It will treat it as the request of this data has to be in the block. Yeah, has to be in the chain as a block. Yeah. Now that is the idea of how we already implement as the blockchain technology in Basnas. Now, what I've already described about is the phase one. Yeah, the phase one. Phase one, we call it the preliminary phase, which is the basic platform of block and chain, of course. Now we already know as well that in phase one, we already fulfill 2 characteristics out of 4. Now in phase 2, we will add more functionality to our blockchain platform, especially the decentralized and the consensus one. And we can probably add like a little bit more. It depends on what we're going to achieve, yeah, in phase 2. And then the next in phase 3, we will implementing nodes and to Basnas in provincial and local level. So the beauty of Basnas, we already have the network of over 500 Basnas in the provincial level and the local level. We already have the network, but we don't have the technology yet. So here we want to build the technology, we want to build the platform. After we build the platform, then the next job would be to create the network. Then raise the question, okay, after we have successfully do the phase 3, what next? Maybe we can, expand a little bit higher, not just in Indonesia, but in other countries. Why not? Yeah, we have the World Zakat Forum. We have the World Zakat Forum, and we have a lot of members there, the member country, and they have a Zakat management organization. Why don't we create a network together? We have a joint committee, we have a joint programmer. Let's create a network. Or maybe we can use the one that already developed by Dr. Mutaz in ISRA. Why don't we just use that instead of use the other like Ethereum, other network? Because this is probably specific to Zakat. Maybe, I don't know. So, but the potential is there that we can create one network, and then it can be coming from not just one country, but other country as well. Okay, to sum up, so Basnas has just implemented blockchain technology in 2020, but maybe I should write the so-called blockchain, because we haven't done the decentralized yet, we haven't done the consensus yet, but we already started at some point. Yeah. The second one, the implementation, is only covered 2 main characteristics, yes, and the basic component of blockchain is already there. Now, in the coming years, Basnas will have the concept and implementation of distributed network and consensus method. This is what I've already said earlier. And hopefully one day Zakat will have its own network, and the nodes are the Zakat organization around the world. So that's a vision of probably myself. So that is my presentation. Thank you. And this is me. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, Dr. Bayu.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Setiawadi Nugroho, for your sharing about the developing platform in Basnas blockchain system. So I think you clearly explained detail and technically about the platform in Basnas that has been implemented as well. So we received many questions for this session, but again, please wait until the end of the session, as now we move to our next presenter, Dr. Farooq Habib. So Dr. Farooq Habib is an expert in Sharia, finance and fintech, and co-founder of Alif Technology, Dubai-based company. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Farooq Habib. How are you, doctor?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. How are you?
So yeah, alhamdulillah. So 3 hours different, yeah, with Dubai. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you may present your material to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My voice is clear. Just wanted to check, and my video is also clear.
Yeah, clear.
Okay, perfect. Let me just share my screen.
Sure. Okay, yes. Screen.
Okay, perfect. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And I hope that everybody is having a good day. I cannot say good morning because, of course, good morning is over here, but in Indonesia, it's good afternoon, and in some part of the world, it's a different time. My name is Dr. Farooq Habib, and I'm the co-founder of Alif Technologies. What we are doing is focusing on Islamic fintech and halal digital economy. And I'm very much pleased to speak in this session on the topic of zakat on blockchain. Mashallah, previous presenters have covered a lot regarding the conceptual and the practical aspects of zakat on blockchain, and alhamdulillah, they have made my task very easier. But inshallah, I will be focusing on some of the developments in the blockchain area, and how they can benefit zakat institutions and management. So, but there might be some repetition in my presentation, because I want to basically make sure that everybody is on the same page. So, like I will be touching on some of the basic concepts first, and then go into the more advanced concepts. So as you know that the concept of charity in Islam is very big. It's not only confined to financial charity or giving up some money, but even Islam has a complete ecosystem. So if you look at the forms of sadaqah, so we see that even visiting sick people and removing harmful things from the road, guiding someone to the right way, talking to someone softly, even smiling at your brother to make him pleased is a form of sadaqah. So I think the concept of sadaqah from the religious point of view is very strong, especially in the religion of Islam, and that's why Islam provides us a complete Islamic philanthropic ecosystem. So although scholars have come up with different categorization of philanthropic activities, but the one I have chosen is actually zakat and sadaqah wajiba and sadaqah nafila. And you might have seen that even some scholars have put zakat under sadaqah wajiba, which is like obligatory sadaqah, but due to its importance, I think it is crucial to treat it separately, and then it has some special place as well in the Islamic fiqh and literature. And in Sadaqa Wajiba, also we have different forms of Sadaqa. So like Sadaqatul Fitr, Fidya, Kafara, Udhiya, and Nadar. And in Sadaqa Nafila, we have different categories as well. Sadaqa Nafila are actually voluntary charity or voluntary sadaqat. For example, Sadaqa Jariya, Qard Hasan, Aqiqa, Waqaf, or Sadaqa Nafila. So you can see that there are so many different instruments playing their role in the society to promote social finance and also elevate poverty and distribute the wealth among the whole society and all the segments of the society and of an economy. So in that way, I think that Islam provides a complete philanthropic ecosystem. So let me just say, give you a basic explanation of zakat, and then I will move to some of the technological aspects of it. So zakat is defined as in the Sharia as fixed portion of wealth that an owner of nisab must pay annually to poor and needy Muslims, as prescribed in the Quran and the Sunnah. So we can see that there are certain criteria which are which are needed to be fulfilled before somebody gives zakat. And not only that, like the collection of zakat has some criteria, but the distribution of zakat is also has some criteria as well, which are which are explained in a detailed manner in the book of Islamic jurisprudence and also other Islamic literature. And most importantly, I would like to highlight one point over here is that like people sometimes like they define zakat as a tax, but they say that it is not a tax levied on everybody, but it's a religious tax or Islamic tax. So I think that that notion is not correct, because it's a form of worship. And when we offer salat, we perform an act of worship with our body. That's when we pay zakat, we are actually performing an act of worship with our money and the finances we have. So this needs to be very clarified, and this needs to be stressed upon, because we should not be considering as a form of tax. It's a form of worship. And then the importance of zakat, like in my previous slide, I was talking about the importance of zakat. So it is basically the third pillar of Islam, and we see that like Quran ranks zakat after obligatory prayers in terms of its importance. So like we have seen many times Quran has mentioned zakat after salat. Salat is obligatory prayer. So, and it has been actually interlinked with prayer 20 times in the Quran. So from there, you can see that how important it is from the religious point of view. And also it is important from the social point of view as well. And there are certain conditions mentioned in Quran and Sunnah and in the book of Islamic jurisprudence, where the conditions can be followed and can be implemented. And this is important to understand that how these conditions and the nexus of condition has been developed into an ecosystem. Because later on, when we try to talk about, when we will be talking about smart contracts, then we need to see that like how smart contracts can be coded so that like all the conditions can be met of, and all the conditions of zakat can be met. So like previous speaker, Inchik Ahmad also mentioned, and Dr. Motas also mentioned about the blockchain technology and introduction. So let me just give you a basic information first, and then delve into some other concepts. So like, what is blockchain? It is actually a distributed digital ledger technology to keep records of anything of value. Now, in this definition, I think the most important thing is that people think that blockchain is only for crypto assets, but actually it is not for those transactions only where you send one Bitcoin to another. Although this is the most used case and the example which has been given the most, but you can actually tokenize or transform anything of value into a crypto asset and then can exchange it on blockchain platform. And blockchain is able to actually keep the record of that value and the transaction, and can track the complete history of changing hands as well and changing ownership. And blockchain is a chain of block, like Enchik Ahmad also mentioned it, that contains information. And each block consists of several transactions, and each transaction is recorded into a form of hash. So hash is actually a cryptographic technique to ensure that the data is exchanged safely and securely. Now, if you look at the features of blockchain, the most important in my view is decentralization. Interestingly, this feature has been actually not stressed upon so much, and although it is the most important feature, but it has not been explored and implemented in a manner that that blockchain would be able to actually show its true potential. And another good feature, the second most important one, is actually P2P and disintermediation. So, for example, blockchain can provide you a completely P2P network without any unnecessary intermediation. So, it promotes disintermediation, and with disintermediation, I see that the cost of administration and governance can be reduced drastically, number one. And number two is we can also achieve efficiency. Third most important feature is actually immutability. When you have put the data into a blockchain, so it is really difficult to actually, almost impossible to change that data. But again, it depends on the type of the blockchain itself as well, whether it's a private blockchain, semi-private, or the consortium blockchain, or it is a public blockchain. Because in a public blockchain, of course, it is very, very difficult, almost impossible to change data as compared to private blockchain. Because if the private blockchain is maintained, it is less difficult to change the data in it, because it would be governed by only one node or few nodes only, which are actually within the organization itself. And then another strong feature of blockchain is that it's actually a distributed ledger technology. Distributed in the sense that there is no one point of failure, so it has multiple copies of it, and then you can maintain all the copies, and you can upgrade and update those copies of the data in real time, almost in real time. So because of that, it does not have any one point in failure or centralized point. That's why it is distributed and decentralized. And then, since it is distributed and all the copies are maintained in a manner that they are updated in real time, so they are very transparent. So data can be seen from them without manipulating it, and it is easily auditable as well. And another good feature of blockchain is anonymous and private, because it uses, like I said, hash and or cryptographic technique and hash function. Because of that, people are able to maintain anonymity, or the parties of the transaction or the nodes themselves, they can actually maintain the anonymity and privacy without while doing the transactions or while exchanging the data. So this has been possible due to cryptographic hash. So all these features are actually very strong in blockchain, and these features actually make blockchain different from a normal a database or a traditional database. Because let me just tell you another thing, that fundamentally traditional database is different from blockchain database, in the sense that that the more those databases are centralized, and if you try to distribute them among the network, then the more fragile they will become. So this is the thing, that they will be more prone to security attacks, and also the cyber risk as well. So unlike this, unlike traditional blockchains, unlike traditional databases, blockchain is something which can be distributed as much as possible, and it uses this distribution as its strength, and it becomes more and more secure when it is uniformly and well distributed. So if you look at the blockchain evolution, so we had blockchain 0.0, which like certain parts of blockchains were developed. For example, cryptographic encryption technique to achieve anonymity of the transacting parties was developed in 1989 and by David Chaum. And then cryptographically secure chain of data blocks was introduced in 1992. And then Merkle trees were also embedded in those cryptographically secure chain of data of blocks by Haber and Stornetta later in 1994. And then solving computational puzzles as proof of work was also introduced later in 2005. And then decentralized consensus algorithms were introduced in 1998, and reusable proof of work, again, proof of work was introduced in 2004. So if you can see, like the building blocks of blockchain were already there since 1989 to 2005, 4 and 5. So in that sense, we can consider that that was the period when blockchain 0.0 was there. But in 2009, blockchain 1.0 was introduced, by which combined all these features, which combined all these building blocks. Through the inception of blockchain, we see that Satoshi Nakamoto was able to combine all these blocks and then formed the blockchain itself. So we see that like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ripples, they were all using blockchain 1.0, where the basic building blocks were there and the basic features of blockchain was there. And purely P2P electronic payment systems were introduced through blockchain in the form of Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ripple, and Namecoin, etc. And then all these blockchains or the use cases were using the protocol of proof of work to arrive at a consensus. Combination of all the previous concepts as building blocks were there. Then we have seen it was on this era, I would say, like it is from 2009 to 2013. And then we have seen blockchain 2.0 starting from 2014. So in that, from this, in that period, we see Namecoin, Ethereum, Monero, Neo, Stellar were the most famous use cases. And these blockchains were able to integrate smart contracts. And not only that, like these blockchains were also able to use different protocols other than proof of work. They were using proof of stake. And then the concept of separating cryptocurrencies from blockchain or crypto assets from blockchain was also started reaping in the minds of the researchers. So people have started thinking that, okay, how blockchain can be used in a permissioned environment or a consortium environment. So we see that Quorum, Hyperledger, and Sawtooth were actually developed. These were the blockchains which were the blockchain platforms for different purposes, but not specifically for crypto assets or cryptocurrencies. And then we also see that the microtransactions were integrated. So like the ability of having microtransactions was also there, and crypto exchanges were developed, and then record of transfer of other assets. This is the idea of that we, instead of having only transactions of crypto assets, we can have these blockchains as a record of transfer of other assets. Moving on to blockchain 3.0, from 2016 and 17, we see that Cardano, EOS, Ion, Zilliqa, they were developed. These were the use cases where they were able to also use the advanced form of smart contracts, which are called decentralized applications, dApps. And then in terms of token offering, we see like STO's security token offering and IEO's exchange offerings were also there. So instead of initial coin offering ICOs, which were the part of blockchain 2.0. And then we see that focus on transactions per seconds was in scalability, interoperability, adaptability, sustainability, and privacy. These were the features which were focused in blockchain 3.0. Now, blockchain 4.0, we haven't seen it yet, but I think that blockchain 3.0, the era of this will be from 2017 to 2020, or 2020 or 2022. From 2022, the trend suggests that we will see the industrial application of blockchain, and decentralized autonomous organizations will be part of blockchain, and cross-chain functionality and inter-blockchains data exchange. This feature is very strong because right now these blockchains cannot communicate with each other. So moving forward from 2022, we would see that these blockchains, different blockchains, will be able to communicate with each other, and then we will also see that there is a combination of other technologies like artificial intelligence, IoT devices, and big data. For example, like IoT devices will be able to communicate on blockchain with each other as well. So this is I think that would be happening after 2022. And we would call it blockchain 4.0 because it will have a huge industrial application.
Hello, Mr. Farooq. Okay, I think some connection problem. We wait for a while. Mufti, our final speaker, Mufti Faras Ardani, also not joining with us yet. So I think maybe we can try to answer some questions that have been received by the committee. Maybe for our first presenter, while waiting for our speaker. Okay. So question from Professor Raditya Sukmana from Universitas Airlangga to Associate Professor Aisat Muniza. So how does your model, the crypto zakat model, ensure that what recipient receive, which is zakat, is not too much beyond than they need maybe, yeah? So how to make sure that the zakat is sufficient for the, or enough for the mustahik maybe? Maybe.
Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
It's a very practical and relevant question, so thank you very much for asking that question. As I put in my presentation, due to time restraint, I didn't go into details, but what we propose there is we are going to feed the information to the system in the sense that when the verification process of the payers is done, payers plus the recipients is done, the recipients would be ordered in according to their need base, and plus how much they need and for what purpose it is required, and all those sorts of small details will be fed to the system by the Zakat Administrative Authority, and they should have proper procedures put in place to do this. So in order to ensure that there's no duplication of Zakat payment to one recipient over and over again, we also put a restriction in the system by saying that, stipulating a condition that one time on 1 year, for example, one house, there would be only one time recipient who will receive it from the payer. And the second round will start upon the exhaustion of the whole list, which is fed into the system in the particular year, to ensure that there's no duplication of the recipient in the system itself. So in short, to answer your question, obviously those procedures will have to be set by the Zakat Administrative Authority when they feed the information to the system, and all the profiling of the recipients must be properly done, and that is a part which must be undertaken properly by the Zakat Administrative Authority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So, yeah, next question still to Dr. Aisat Muniza from Komarfin, Association of Zakat and Wakaf Operator in Nigeria. So, Doctor, if the crypto in Zakat requires no human intervention, then what would be the role of Zakat institution? Interesting question from our brother in Nigeria.
I've shown that part in my presentation in that responsibility diagram, whereby the whole, there will be a total change or transformation in the classical role played by the Zakat Administrative Authority, in the sense that with the adoption of crypto Zakat platform, their whole classical responsibilities will be kind of shifted towards only one main function, that is finding the appropriate recipient and verification of the information, and ensuring that whatever there should be something done related to the recipients, it should be done through the administrative authority of Zakat. So meaning that, for example, one valid question which any reasonable man would ask would be, we are talking about poor people who will not even have a digital wallet, or how do they, even if they can open a digital wallet, how are they going to take it out from there? So, for example, let's say one way of mitigating that issue is introducing a Zakat card, whereby using that card they could just go to any shops or any places where they could buy whatever they want to buy, or having a proper mechanism put in place to ensure that the recipients are able to access to the money given by the payer. So what I believe is that there would be a total shift of responsibilities of Zakat authority as we see it today to a totally different level of finding, I mean, the 100% manpower, 100% financial resources would be dedicated to find who is the suitable recipient. So that is how the whole thing will shift. Meaning that, in short, in a nutshell, still we maintain the role of Zakat Administrative Authority because they play a quasi-regulatory function, as well as they have a vigilant developmental role in finding the recipients. So that is how the whole responsibility would shift with the use of technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So shifting from the traditional one to finding recipients, yeah, and verification
Yes.
of the recipients.
Yes, and furthermore, as you know, creating awareness is also something that needs very much time and very much energy. So now the Zakat authority can focus on that part more, I guess.
Okay, thank you. So any other question for Dr. Aisha? Or we still have from Amanda Kumala in SAFE. Thank you for your presentation. The recipient of Zakat fund will assessed by Zakat institution. However, based on your model, how the recipient of Zakat fund will be assessed in order to channel the fund to the right person. So the assessment process, maybe, Dr. Aisa.
So as I told you before, the assessment process will be done by the Zakat Administrative Authority. They will have to have a criteria based on the specific jurisdiction and specific location or geographical location we're talking about, because we can't generalize those things. It depends on the quality of living and a lot of other variable factors of that particular part in which they reside in.
Okay, thank you. Any other question for our first speaker? Next, we still have from Abu Bakar Ya'u from Nigeria. Individual to pay zakat, the first thing is going to do is to create wallet. I think this one have been answered by Dr. Aisat. Living in village, using hands and using the card, Dr. Aisat, you mentioned.
Yes. Yes, so there will be a specific mechanism that would be made by the Zakat Administrative Authority. That is where they step in.
Okay, thank you. Next question. This one to Dr. Aisat and Dr. Mutas Abu Jaib from Ahmad Hizazi from Jambi, Indonesia. My question is how this tech deal with difference in currency for cross-border transaction, maybe, maybe different location or different country. So how you respond to this question? Maybe Dr. Mutas, maybe first.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think the idea here, I mean, for ZakaTech, if the question is for ZakaTech ISRA blockchain solution, it's a back-end solution, which means at the end of the day, we are not creating the whole new software. So how you deal with the different currencies, it will depend on the Zakat institution, which will be hosting the platform. So let's say ISRA platform will host like 2 Zakat institutions. One of them accept with different currencies. Other one does not really accept with different currencies. So the way to deal with it, it depends on the Zakat institution itself. It depends how usually they will accept.
Yes, can I add something, please? Yes, so I think still we are going to maintain, one way of doing it is still we maintain the fiat currency that we use. So depending on the jurisdiction, they could still use their local currency, and that could be done through the system as well. And another query could be about the use of cryptocurrencies. So as you know, Blossom and Global Sadaqah and some other organizations, they have been trying to collect, I mean, some of them have already collected zakat through cryptocurrencies. So again, in that, they have a specific procedure or cryptocurrency exchanges where they will do the conversion and things when they want to use it. So all those procedures are put in place, whether we use fiat currencies or the controversial type of cryptocurrencies from a Sharia perspective.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aisat and Dr. Mutas. Now we have been joining again Dr. Farouk Habib. So I think, Doctor, please continue your presentation. Dr. Farouk.
Okay, sorry, there was a problem with my laptop. I do not know. I mean, whether it's a connection or the laptop, but guess that we are already very backward in technology terms. But I might not be sharing my presentation now, but I would be happy to just have some comments which were actually presented in my presentation. I will just point out them, and then I will move on to the question and answer session.
Okay, sure.
So in that sense, let me just say that the decentralization concept is very important, in my opinion, because decentralization will be the basis of decentralized autonomous organizations. And where we are right now is that, like, we are only talking about in terms of zakat only, crypto zakat. So we have few organizations like a masjid in UK has collected zakat in Bitcoin and Ethereum. And we also have a few organizations like Global Sadaqah accepting zakat in Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. And Blossom Finance is not actually a charitable organization in Indonesia, but they are also providing service if to the people who would like to pay zakat in cryptocurrencies or crypto assets. So these are the things where we are at the moment. So we are it was enlightening for me to listen to the presentation of Inchik Ahmad, where he said that we already have the basic building, basic structure and platform of blockchain in Basnas, which is very good. Now we have seen that few people are moving towards crypto zakat. But there are many challenges for crypto zakat. Number one is that we can see that there are so many fluctuations in terms of value of crypto zakat is one. Sharia compliance is another problem because the criteria is not very clear. Although, like Alhamdulillah, I have been able to create my own criteria to screen crypto assets for their Sharia compliance. So this is one thing. We need to have a bigger platform where we can basically promote this criteria to distinguish Sharia compliant crypto assets from the non-Sharia compliant crypto assets one. Third one, the most important thing is like legal and regulatory requirements are also not matured enough to have a system based on crypto assets for zakat. But I think that things are moving very fast, and by the time we will be maturing in terms of the conventional side, then zakat and other philanthropic system will also move on, because in conventional philanthropic movement, we have already seen that not only crypto philanthropic phenomena has been implemented successfully, but we also see that the blockchainizing the philanthropic system has also already been done. And now they are moving towards the decentralized autonomous organization in terms of governance and administration, where the fund providers are actually the dictator or the movers of the funds. So they can actually admin the funds themselves. Not only that, they can also see the full traceability, auditability, and transparency for their funds, and they can actually set the conditions for their own funds. So we have seen in the conventional space, like Pineapple Fund has already distributed almost $86 million in the form of BTC, and we also have seen UNICEF has already adopted crypto philanthropic phenomena, and they are moving towards the blockchain philanthropic phenomena. Binance Charity Foundation is also a very good example, and there are other few examples where they are already in the second phase, which I call the blockchain philanthropy. Like from crypto philanthropy, they have moved to blockchain philanthropy, and now they are moving towards the decentralized philanthropic system. And BitGive and BlockGive is also another very good examples of this phenomena. So in a nutshell, what I see is that zakat institutions need to realize that there is a benefit and potential in blockchain. And right now we are at we even like haven't started actually the crypto zakat phenomena. So we have to move from crypto zakat phenomena to blockchain zakat phenomena, and then DAO zakat phenomena. So this is my proposition, and I think that within 2 to 3 years, conventional philanthropies will move towards the DAO phase, and we have to catch up with them as well. Thank you so much. And I would be very happy to have the questions. And sorry for the glitch and the technical fault. I'm really sorry for that. I do not know how to fix it, but the time was very important. So then I decided to just actually connect to the meeting through my mobile application.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Farooq, for joining us again with the session. So Dr. Farooq, I think, has been highlighted some concept from the beginning, from the concept of charity, then the key features of the blockchain, evolution of the blockchain, until the issues and challenges on the blockchain. But we will keep the question and answer, since we have our last but not least speaker for today. So for today is Mufti Faraz Adam from UK, and Mufti Faraz has been joining with us, I think. Assalamualaikum, Mufti Faraz. Assalamualaikum, Mufti Faraz. Yes, please turn on your.
Salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. It is a pleasure and honor to be with everybody here.
So 6 hours different, yes. So still in the morning in the UK.
That's
now.
right. That's right.
You may share your screen with us, then proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
So hopefully everybody can see my screen right now.
Yes, we can see it. And could you please make it slideshow, Mufti?
Yeah, sure.
Just click at the bottom, I think, from the PowerPoint. Yes.
There it is. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. I guess I've been listening to what Dr. Farooq has been saying, and it's it's a conversation to have at the right time, because Zakat is definitely developing, and from my experience in the Zakat industry, there's definitely been discussions on how blockchain can be incorporated within Zakat institutions. In the UK, they've already been experimenting with accepting Bitcoin. But when we're talking about blockchain, we're not only talking about cryptocurrencies and paying Zakat through cryptocurrencies, right? I think that's a major difference and distinction we have to make. That when we're talking about blockchain technology for Zakat, we're not talking about using cryptocurrencies. There's potentially much more to it. And that's what we have to really address and discuss. So just today's presentation, the overview is, I want to just first touch upon that, is blockchain always beneficial? Or are the legacy-based infrastructure that we have, like for example, the current infrastructure that people are using, whether it's cloud-based giving, whether it's the financial institutions that we have, the current infrastructure that we have, is that meeting the needs of charities, of Zakat institutions? And is there really a need to move to blockchain for this? Or is it just an alternative without many solutions? Secondly, I want to discuss the issue of what are the potential advantages? Like, if we were to do a cost-benefit analysis, what would the advantages of blockchain be, right, in Zakat institutions? Thirdly, what would be some of the challenges of adopting blockchain? And fourthly, I think Professor Habib, Dr. Habib, he did discuss this. He just touched upon it, the Binance case study. I want to talk about Binance and the blockchain charity foundation. I think it's a really good case study to look at them and really see the impact of how charity is being operationalized on blockchain. That will make us appreciate and understand to a greater degree how Zakat can potentially work. So just moving ahead. So the first discussion is blockchain always beneficial? And this is a real question, because I think people think blockchain automatically means scale. It automatically means greater reach, greater benefit. It means better operations, but not necessarily. And this is a real question. So those who have understood how blockchain operates will begin to appreciate these questions that are asked, because first of all, what is blockchain then, right? Just to set the scene, and I'm sure we've been discussing this all day, but just to remind everybody, blockchain is just simply a ledger, right? It's a ledger. Yes, some of the benefits are it's a shared ledger. It's not controlled by a single entity. It can be, it's immutable. It has a timestamp. So therefore, there's greater transparency. But at the end of it, It's just a ledger, right? That's the key thing. And of course, anything can be recorded on a ledger. It's just like a bookkeeping mechanism. And these blocks, which are connected through chains, can hold data. And of course, you can also have private blockchains. It's not necessary that you have to have a blockchain which is shared by everybody, used by everybody. No, a single institution can have a blockchain amongst themselves. But again, you have to see whether the cost-benefit analysis, is it really worth having blockchain implemented in your institution if there's really nobody else who has access to the data, it's only you controlling the data? These are some of the questions that are raised. So why is blockchain popular? I mean, these are some of the key, like, you could say, buzz terms and buzzwords. The fact that it's decentralized, the fact that it's cryptography involved, so the data is meant to be more secure. Blockchain is immutable, so nobody can tamper on the data, because every block in a blockchain has a signature, right? It has a code or a signature, and that is linked in every single block. So if you were to tamper with one, it'll show on the rest that this has been tampered with because it doesn't correspond to the other blocks, right? So it makes blockchain immutable. That makes blockchain more resilient from being tampered with, from fraudulent activity, so on and so forth. But then when does blockchain make sense? So for a Zakat institution and for any organization, when does blockchain really make sense? So the first is your company or Zakat institution dependent on a third party for all its operations? If it is, then you're sharing information, you're sharing data, you're relying on another party. And that's where this question of trust comes in. And that's where the question of trust comes in, when other parties are involved. So potentially if other parties are involved, everybody is working on similar information or has access to this similar information. That's when the question of having a trust mechanism, having something to ensure trust is required. And that's what blockchain really provides. That's why they call it a trustless system. Blockchain is also known as a trustless system because you don't need a third party governing authority overseeing this. It can be done by the protocol and the governance of the blockchain itself. And then secondly, the question would arise that, is this third party burning a hole through your pocket? Meaning, is it costing you a lot, ensuring that the administration, oversight, governance is all in place to ensure operations are carried out in a in an optimal fashion at a level which you are pleased with? And then thirdly, do you need a clear audit trail for your company, right, to make sure everything is in place? This is another question. So these are three questions I feel are vital before any charity considers adopting blockchain. Because remember, this would be then your infrastructure. Blockchain is digital infrastructure. Think of it like that. It's what would underpin your entire practice and your systems of a charity. And that's what it means when we talk about adopting blockchain for a Zakat institution, more than just accepting crypto. You know, one element of blockchain for charities is just adopting crypto payments. That's simple. Anybody can do that. It's a matter of opening up a wallet, right? You open up an e-wallet and you accept donations via cryptocurrencies. But what we're talking about here is your entire operations from your end to end, right? From the moment a payment is made to the moment it's been distributed, and all the management in between of these funds is embedded within blockchain. That's what really the discussion is. So is that paradigm shift something of value, something worthwhile? That's a question which every business has to do a cost-benefit analysis of, because it's not beneficial for a company or an institution which is working, in isolation, just doing its own thing. For example, there might be a family office, right? A family office somewhere which pays its own zakat. It takes its own zakat and it pays to a known recipient that he knows every year. It might not need blockchain. Blockchain wouldn't make much sense for them, right? Where you have an international organization which has multiple service providers and service users, beneficiaries, payers, and multiple other parties. Then you have the governance involved. you might have an umbrella body overseeing, you might have other subsidiaries. Then in that situation and scenario where it's an international organization with multiple arms, multiple bodies connected to it, service users, service providers, then it may make sense to consider using blockchain because there's so many parties involved and governance at a large scale would, it'd be costly. So that's where really the question of blockchain would arise and make sense. So, I mean, these are some of the key questions for a Zakat institution. That is corruption a concern? Because remember, one of the benefits which we'll touch upon is mitigating corruption via blockchain, because there's more transparency. Right? It can't be tampered with. Nobody can hide anything then if there's multiple parties involved. So for a Zakat institution, if there's corruption, there's a concern of corruption, then blockchain would definitely have a tick, meaning it could potentially solve this problem of corruption if you don't have strong governance, right? That's why the second point is, does the Zakat institution have a weak governance framework? So any Zakat institution in the world, if it has a weak governance framework, or the countries, as a third point says, the infrastructure of the country doesn't support good governance, or it's not being developed, then you might need to outsource your governance to blockchain, so to speak. Right? So if you don't have the financial infrastructure, you don't have the digital infrastructure, and you don't have good governance internally in an organization, like a Zakat organization, remember it's Zakat we're talking about, which is people's money, hard-earned money. It's an obligation, right, in Islam and Deen, right? They have to pay this. So this is money which is really very sacred. There's a lot of sanctity of that wealth. To play around with Zakat money, to do any kind of fraudulent activity, it's a major crime, from a Sharia perspective. So it's something which has to be mitigated at all costs. And then finally, are there multiple parties involved with a lack of accountability and oversight? So if these questions have been answered by a Zakat institution, and all of them have been answered positively in the sense that there is high risk of corruption, there is weak governance, there's not great financial infrastructure, good auditing, good regulators, or not developed regulators as such, and there are multiple parties involved, that's when really blockchain could be a potential solution. Even if a country has good regulators, everything's developed, but it has operations across the world with multiple parties involved, multiple things going on, and there needs to be some kind of central oversight of everything that's happening. Even then, blockchain could be a potential solution and benefit. So what are the potential benefits of blockchain? Number one, and I'm sure this has been discussed by majority and all the presenters before me and the panelists, that Zakat payment on a blockchain can potentially be faster. Okay, that's a potential. It's not guaranteed. It is potentially, greater scope to increase speed on blockchain. However, Visa at present. So if you look at the legacy systems, the conventional traditional system that we have right now, Visa, it claims it can process 56,000 electronic transaction messages per second at present. Now that's far beyond majority of blockchains that are out there. That shows you that really using blockchain for this particular aspect at present might not be the best thing. But again, going back to that, when you're using these kinds of methods, traditional methods, and you're trying to make a payment overseas, there's a charge and fee to it. That's one of I think the greatest benefits of blockchain. It would be eliminating those fees that multiple banks charge for dealing with this transfer of funds, right? That's where I think, even if it might be slower than Visa, I think people will still, because of the cost benefit, people potentially would still go to blockchain. It reduces operational costs. That's another potential benefit, what we're just discussing right now, that there's a lack of intermediaries. So because on a blockchain, there wouldn't be many intermediaries. In fact, you could transfer it directly to the wallet of a beneficiary. So therefore, you wouldn't need multiple banks in between you as a charity and the beneficiary to transport those funds. And therefore, there'll be reduced operational costs. And that cost efficiency will, of course, enhance your balance sheet and enhance your operations as a charity. But then again, we can't forget the liabilities and the costs that come with managing blockchain and the infrastructure that's needed. Greater transparency. I mean, in the UK alone, this is a statistic from the UK, that the fraud that takes place, it's even in the UK you have fraud, right? Any country you have fraud. It's something which is, we're trying to mitigate and eliminate as much as possible, but there's always some fraudulent activity which can just escape and get away. So there's approximately 1.65 billion per year. That's a lot of money of fraudulent activity taking place. Now there's a number of things within that's happening, but if that's like the approximate fraudulent activity through the charity sector, then clearly charities need to increase their governance. There needs to be something done to address this issue. And then blockchain is a potential alternative which will allow to track and trace, allow an audit trail to arise and to manifest, and to really mitigate that this fraudulent behavior to some degree. Stronger governance we talked about, right? We've been talking about how Zakat payers can potentially have visibility of the Zakat movement. They'll be able to see when the beneficiary has actually received the funds and when the funds have been delivered. So there's stronger governance, there's a clear audit trail, and there's greater visibility, even for the management. So if the managers, the administrators of Zakat, they would have a greater awareness of what's happening with funds. And finally, I think was for smart contracts. Smart contracts can have a very interesting role in Zakat institutions, because remember, when we're talking about Zakat, a Zakat institution is collecting funds from one end, distributing funds from the other end. And when it's distributing funds, you're required to do a check on the mustahiq, on the Zakat beneficiary. That is this person eligible from a Sharia perspective for Zakat? Now, what you could do potentially is create a smart contract whereby a person, he inputs all his data, so his finances, his income, his savings, his debts, all of the financial data that's required. If he qualifies based on an algorithm, if he qualifies, then the smart contract can be engineered and coded in such a way whereby any person who passes this test and screening automatically gets funds. So what that means is it's removed human intervention and you've saved costs there. So you're automating the process of Zakat administration through the use of smart contracts. And that's a really powerful way where I think a Zakat institution can develop its operations and lower its costs by incorporating smart contracts in its infrastructure. But what are some of the challenges then? So we've discussed the benefits, but what are some of the challenges? Number one, lack of knowledge and human resource. This is one of the key challenges at present, I think. Not many people are well versed with blockchain, and that's understandable because blockchain is still in its infancy. It's a new technology. Not all the risks have been explored. We don't know what other risks might appear with blockchain. As Dr. Farooq Habib was saying earlier as well, that the regulators, how will the regulators react? Because the regulation is still being developed in the majority of countries on cryptocurrencies. There's a Sharia concern which cryptocurrencies can be used, can't be used. So there needs to be a Sharia screening, regulatory requirements of how they see everything. So there's lack of knowledge, human resource is still needed. There's lack of awareness on the technology. Further, there's a lack of cooperation amongst institutions. This is another big, I would say, another big element in the challenge that many institutions, especially in the Zakat sector, and I'm talking from my perspective, like more in the UK, in the Western world, America, Europe, coordination is not so great yet. Whereas maybe in Indonesia, in Malaysia, there's greater coordination, there's more of a top-down approach. But in the UK and Europe and the Americas, it's more difficult and it's challenging to have a centralized body, to have a centralized Sharia board, centralized governance. So the lack of cooperation amongst institutions would definitely be a challenge, because blockchain, the greatest value of blockchain is when everybody's working together a number of participants, a number of members who are using similar data or are benefiting from one process. And when people are not sharing, not working together, collaborating, it can reduce the efficiency of having blockchain. Culture shifting dynamics, right? Blockchain represents a total shift in mindsets in traditional ways. Your whole organization can be unsettled. If blockchain was implemented in an organization which up to date has been using traditional methods and is not so used to using blockchain, it can really impact the entire organization. For example, we're just talking about administration of Zakat through the use of smart contracts. That could potentially mean all the administrators of Zakat and those who dispense and give Zakat might not be needed. That would create a whole job loss potentially for a number of people. So automation is not always favored by everybody, all the stakeholders. Not every stakeholder has a benefit potentially. It might mean that some stakeholders are no longer required in a system where Zakat is being operationalized on a blockchain. So that's a whole shift in the paradigm of an organization. Further speed and effectiveness, we talked about this, how we mentioned about Visa right now having 56,000 transactions a second. With blockchain, scaling has its aggregate cost, and trying to scale operations has more cost to it for by the people involved. So it's not necessary that just having blockchain is beneficial. There has to be a cost-benefit analysis to understand whether blockchain is really and truly something of benefit to that particular institution. Then issues with the token. This has been touched upon. If you're using tokens and cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, or whatever, you're using this on the blockchain to give out to people, then a beneficiary must be able to use these tokens. There's no point giving a token to a beneficiary and he can't use that token. There's no, what's the point of giving him a cryptocurrency, because nobody in his community or society uses these tokens. So if you're using cryptocurrencies, which you would have to do potentially for blockchain, or you tokenize fiat currency, wherever model you adopt, a crypto asset would have to be involved in some degree potentially, but then this crypto asset has to be accepted. And that's why you need this network. You need a number of people, organizations, entities, all part of this ecosystem and network, whereby the payers are paying through here, the beneficiaries are using the same token, and there are service providers and other companies from whom the mustahiq and beneficiary can buy what they need with that token. So they're all part of one ecosystem. That's when it would be potentially most beneficial. Otherwise, there would be challenges and issues with using tokens, because then they would have to convert those tokens back into fiat currency. Not difficult, of course it's not difficult, but it's just an additional process and additional, it takes out the seamlessness and streamlined process of blockchain. Finally, the last section, which I just want to close with, is the areas of Zakat which we've been touching and the case study. So the areas which blockchain potentially can help, if you have this global international platform with multiple parties involved, is Zakat payments, because the payers and the muzakkis would have clear insight on what's going on, would have greater access. It would strengthen the governance for Zakat management. Zakat distribution, of course, because you could use smart contracts in distributing the Zakat. And then reporting and impact measurement. That would be really important, because you could see that this person received this much, and then you can also go back and see what difference has it made in their life. You could have a reporting mechanism within that whole system, whereby you can measure impact over time. So these are the areas that potentially where Zakat can really empower Zakat institutions. Blockchain can empower Zakat institutions. And just to now finish with Binance Charity, which is really Blockchain Charity Foundation, was set up by Binance. What they do is they accept, so they have a complete blockchain solution and infrastructure for managing charity payments. So they accept cryptocurrency and fiat. They accept BNB, the Binance token, Ethereum, and Bitcoin, and they want to accept more currencies in the future. Now they have this problem about donation allocation. This is a charity which is operational. It's using blockchain, but this is one of the things that they raise, that donation allocation will depend on the progress of the projects. So there will be some time delay between the donation and distribution to end beneficiaries. And I think what's key up here is this sentence of this. The BCF system cannot send each donor a notice when the fund is distributed. However, all transactions are uploaded on the website, so donors can track the fund and the progress of each project. So it's not as of present, it's not a one-to-one kind of interaction. Rather, it's more a universal record, and you can go and find it out yourself. The next step from here would be really you getting a personalized report. Look, your particular token was sent to this particular person, distributed at this particular time, and so therefore your zakat has been fulfilled. That would be excellent. Further, how do they operate then? How would zakat operate in a charity, in real life? You'd have to open cryptocurrency wallets for all end beneficiaries, and that's what the BCF does. They have a cryptocurrency wallet for all end beneficiaries. So the funds go directly from those who are paying to the beneficiaries without having to go through NGOs or charities or anything of that sort, or any zakat institution. It goes directly to the end beneficiary. Then the end beneficiary will use this cryptocurrency to redeem goods from local suppliers and retailers who are also granted with crypto wallets. See, that's the key thing. You have to have that network and ecosystem. You can't operationalize this kind of form of giving if your local suppliers and retailers are not accepting Bitcoin, for example. That's why it's extremely important. And then, of course, the benefit of using blockchain is here, where the zakat payer would be able to see that his money was spent in this organization. So really, it's had an impact because the service provider has received this Bitcoin or this coin or token or whatever it may be. And therefore, you can see the difference that it's making in people's lives. And so for the BCF, their website shows every single donation received and its allocations. All the records have a TXID, which is an identification number for each cryptocurrency transaction. So then you can confirm your donation, you can understand where your payment has gone to. And that's really I guess the end of my presentation. I hope that was beneficial. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure to be with you all, and I hope you benefited.
Okay, thank you, Mufti Faraz, for the wonderful presentation. I think you mainly focus on the 4 points of the blockchain and zakat, especially the benefit of blockchain in zakat, challenge and issue, and also the case study of blockchain and zakat. So we will continue the Q&A session. So this question to Dr. Mumtaz Abu Jaib, I think from Prof. Raditya Sukmana. I believe verifier has a similar role to miner in the context of Bitcoin. Miners have incentive on Bitcoin since if it is successful, the miners will get Bitcoin. In Zakat blockchain, what incentive does verifier receive on this model? Maybe Dr. Mumtaz can respond to this question.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much. Let me first thanks Brother Mufti Faraz for his very insightful presentation, which I agree with most of the points made. And this is in fact also what he mentioned are among the reasons why ISRA model choose to have endorsement mechanism. And this is how also there is a link with this question. Thanks, Prof, for the question. Yes, the verifier, the one who do, because we have endorsement mechanism. So those who are involved in the endorsement or in it's similar role of the miner, but there is no incentive. The idea is to create a role without an incentive. In fact, in terms of like not to have an incentive of having cryptocurrencies. So, but of economic incentive, or say business incentive here, is similar to the role that they are playing right now in the Zakat institution. So now in the Zakat institution, you have the managers, you have the structure, auditors, controllers within the organization. So those are the people who will be involved in the endorsements. You may choose also, because we need to also ensure some certain level of decentralization, as also mentioned by Dr. Farouk and Brother Mufti Faraz. So to ensure this, we need to increase also the number of verifiers. So you may choose, you may opt to have, give the authority, for example, the role of verifier as well. So it's up to the hosting institution in the design. They will choose who will be verifying the transactions. So basically, they have to create the incentives out of the blockchain. This is how it works. So you need to appoint people to do the verification, where their role is to do this. If you would like to create an incentive, you can create it out of the blockchain. This is to avoid the involvement of cryptocurrencies, because as soon as you involve miners, then you will have a cryptocurrency involvements. So if you depend on the public blockchain, let's say, for example, you build up your blockchain platform using Ethereum blockchain, then you have to have an Ethereum. Then the price of Ethereum also will affect your operation. So you have, it's a matrix of decision. So there is always a pros and cons. This is why you need to choose the solution. So in ISRA blockchain model, it's endorsement mechanism. We don't have a miners. Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mumtaz, for your answer. So next question maybe for Dr. Mumtaz. Do we still have questions? I think we have received some questions, many questions for this session, since very interesting. Okay. So next question from Dr. Aliyu from Nigeria. My question is, is there any trial version of blockchain or software in place that can be adopted in other jurisdictions? Dr.
Yeah. Right now, we are, you can say the sandbox version is ready. We are looking into piloting it with a couple of institutions here and there. But we received some interest from a Waqf institution or an institution that deals with the Waqf and Zakat, and they see much more need in the Waqf. So this is why we are trying also to expand the design into, we are looking into expanding the design to also address the Waqf. We would be happy to also, I mean, if any party is interested, we can arrange for having the piloting the solution, the platform. So we can discuss this.
Okay, thank you. Next question to Dr. Mumtaz from Fahmi Ali Hudayfi to Mr. Ahmad Setio at this time. So the question is, you simplify the blockchain definition and its recent practice regarding the research on Zakat and blockchain. What do you think must be done in the near future, Mr. Ahmad Setio?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think in my perspective, regarding to the Zakat and the blockchain, I think what we need to be done is, this is just a suggestion, that we have Zakat institution in all over the world. What we need to do is, why not we just creating a network for all the Zakat institution all over the world, and we can create that network, and then we can be one of the nodes in that network, and then we can put our data into that network. So it will be much better. It will be much better, and we can be sure that the network is halal network. Yeah, and I agree with the one that already mentioned by Dr. Mumtaz, that in our blockchain, specifically in Basnas platform blockchain, we don't use the tokenization or coin. We just use the blockchain technology to store the information or the data that we want to be stored and that we want to be tracking. So that's the idea of why we want to develop a blockchain of our own. But if you already have the established blockchain, why not be using that? And if we already have the technology, why not we spread a little bit to become a huge network of Zakat institution? I think that's the question. That's the answer, Dr. Bayu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmad Setio. Next question. Yeah, still to Mr. Ahmad from Aisyah Bogor, Indonesia. What is the biggest challenge for Basnas in implementing blockchain system to transform from phase 1 to phase 2? And moreover, in the absence of the specific regulation in blockchain technology, what is your preparation to face the issue maybe in the lack of regulation?
Yeah, the phase 1, move over to the phase 2. What we need to do is get more functionality to the phase 1. As you can see in my presentation, I only show you that we don't have the distribution network yet. So this is one of the main important thing in blockchain. So probably what we already implement, we should call it so-called blockchain, because we haven't had the network just yet, and we don't have the consensus mechanism in the platform just yet. So the challenges will be, if you want to we have to decide which formula for the consensus that is suitable for us in Indonesia. That's one of the biggest challenge. And the other one is, how can we create a network? How can we actually create a network? How can we develop the network in terms of technological point of view? Yeah, not in terms of the network that we already have, for example, in the Basnas local area. That's the phase 3. But the phase 2, the challenges will be more about the technology. And with the yes, we right now we don't have specific regulation in blockchain in Indonesia. That is correct. And I think what is important that we need to put in mind, that the regulation of Indonesia that we already have is that we cannot store our data to the place outside Indonesia, especially when us, the government institution, it is forbidden for us to put our data outside the Indonesia. That is one of the biggest important thing that we need to understand if you want to develop some sort of technology. And so the key point here is that even though blockchain is transparent, we still need to consider the security, what data we might want to store in that block. Yeah. It doesn't have to be like all the data put in that block, just the important data to put in the block, and still keep the sensitive data for us inside our organization. So yeah, I think that is yeah, I think that is my answer regarding to the regulation of blockchain in Indonesia.
Okay.
What the regulation, if one day we have that regulation, I think it will not stop the technology, but it will give the boundary of how the data might be stored in the blockchain.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmad. So we move to the next question to Dr. Farouk from Ahmad Hizazi from Jambi, Indonesia. The first non-application applies as currency Bitcoin, and it has inflation in its price. If we apply this for Zakat, is it also act as currency, and will it come with inflation as well? So to Dr. Farouk, maybe? Dr. Farouk, are you still joining with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for that question. Actually, if you look at the fluctuation in the value of Bitcoin, it was not inflation, rather deflation, because Bitcoin since 2009 until 2019 and 20 has grown from few cents to $10,000 plus, right? So what we are seeing is not inflation, rather deflation. in terms of the Bitcoin. And even like it is true for Ethereum, for Ripple, and for other major crypto assets. So again, but in my presentation, unfortunately, I was not able to get to that slide, but I did mention that it is a very big concern about the price fluctuation, because we see normally like 10 to 30% price fluctuation within 24 hours in Bitcoin and other crypto assets. So what I'm saying is that like if let's suppose that somebody wants to pay zakat in terms of crypto assets, so then a difference of few hours would make a huge difference, because which it would impact hugely on the prices, and it would be a challenging thing. But again, a good thing is that like since until now crypto assets are at the deflationary pattern, because of that many charities have grown in terms of crypto assets. For example, like UNICEF, they started collecting crypto assets in different forms like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, Ripple. And then later on, they decided that they can actually have a fund, because that fund has grown from the past few years. So like they were collecting these crypto assets, and now they are trying to basically have a fund of crypto assets and then invest them in other assets. So they did not uprightly convert them into fiat money, and they saw that like there was a huge impact on their fund as well. So what I'm saying is that of course like it will have an implication of zakat, but until now, and another thing is like if we are considering those crypto assets as currencies, then of course like they have a long way to go, which means that like they would be price stability as well, the value stability as well should be there when they have been started using as a currency.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farooq, for your response. Next question to Dr. Farooq. Do we have, okay, to Dr. Mutas, Mr. Ahmad, and Dr. Farooq from Trisakti University, from Prof. Zilal. We have public, private, and federated public and private organization in operating zakat. Consensus between zakat organizations are not clear yet due to three-level decentralization in government administration. In my view, this blockchain needs one institution. If not, another organization will create their own block. What do you think, and what is your advice, maybe, Dr. Mutas, with regards to this issue? Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Thank you very much for the question. I think the question refers to the complexity in the real world, in administrating zakat. So depends on the jurisdiction. You may have some complexity. It depends on the jurisdiction. This is not only in Indonesia, even in other countries. So each country has its own structure, and this structure, we are talking now about administrating zakat, was developed for a reason or because of a certain context. So how I think personally about this, blockchain, it's an innovative way, is a tool, is a shift in the paradigm by itself as a technology. So we don't need to create an additional also issue saying that, okay, we need to change this kind of the whole structure to move into blockchain. Blockchain need, in fact, to understand what are the issues with the structure that we have, and then try to solve them if possible. But it needs to account for them. So going into the specific question, so now if you have different institutions working in the same jurisdiction with different rules and responsibilities, you may also opt to have the blockchain platform. You may opt to have some kind of a national understanding what kind of solution that can be used, what kind of blockchain platform could be used, or multi platforms to be used. but you agree on the concept. Here I see a lot of link also with what mentioned by Brother Ahmed. He mentioned that, okay, we need this kind of, since they are at business, they opt not to have a cryptocurrency involved, and they are looking into developing this. And he mentioned that he may collaborate even with ISRA blockchain, for instance. Thank you very much for this suggestion. I think this is would be great. I would be great to discuss this later, inshallah. We can definitely collaborate. The idea here is that we collaborate together to develop the platform. But the platform shall not be something like we impose to each other. So for instance, we developed a solution that could be customizable. It's not necessarily that we have cloud server at our own. So for instance, even in ISRA blockchain solution, it's not obligatory that ISRA will be among the verifier or will be a full node. So this would also solve a regulatory concern, for example, as mentioned by Brother Ahmed, that data shall not be stored outside of Indonesia. So in this case, you also ensure that the data is still in Indonesia. So we need some kind of flexible blockchain platform, in my view. We need to develop something that can work with everyone, but it shall be also still a multi-organization structure, a multi-level structure. It shall also allow different institutions to have their own data or to protect their own data. They can share, of course. The platform shall be able to connect everyone. All Zakat institutions, they can connect together, but not necessarily to eliminate all of them and to have one Zakat institution at national level. I mean, you can have this, but this is a different level of discussion. Regulator with Zakat institutions, they may have this kind of conversation, whether they need a national Zakat institution to work and at the whole nation or not. If based on the decision you go to the next level, if you decide to have one institution or several institutions, you are still can have a one kind of type of platform, one platform or one type of platforms, or a general understanding on the platforms that can work within this jurisdiction. Then naturally, all Zakat institutions will move to adopt this kind of solution, because this is the solution which has been approved, or this is the proof of concept that has been approved at the regulator level. And this is the concept that everyone later on will be working on. So naturally, all tech companies or developers, Zakat institutions, they will try to develop and adopt solutions that can work within this environment. So put it simply, they will adopt solutions that can talk to each other. So this is how I visualize the future and how this how we can move forward. I don't see at the current stage of development, I see it's difficult to depend on the cryptocurrencies unless really legally solved and the issue of price fluctuation, etc. However, this does not mean that we cannot accept cryptos and we cannot have institution or solution blockchain with the cryptos, but it will not be our main solution. You can still accept Zakat in crypto, and you can still channel it, and it's not difficult. As Mufti Faraz mentioned, it's not difficult. It's a matter of opening a new wallet, so you can do it. But it will not solve all the problems. It will not really bring the blockchain benefits to everything, to the management of Zakat. What we always need to concentrate in is really the reporting and impact. And I think this is the aim of using a blockchain, is to have a transparency and where people can be really benefit of the blockchain, have instance reporting, trusted reporting. So and we can have impact measure. So if we move this way, I think we can have a really great achievement by using blockchain.
Okay, since we still have a few questions, I think
if allow me, just I would like to have a very quick comment on that, specifically answering the question. It's a very good question, but I will just divide it in two parts. Second part is actually like you said that in my view, this blockchain needs one institution, if not another organization will create their own blocks. I think no, this is not necessary. You do not need only one institution to maintain the blockchain platform, number one. And number two, the first part of the question was like we have a public, private, and federated public and private organization in operations in operating Zakat. So consensus can be done very easily because we have the feature of cross chain communication. So cross-chain exchanges and cross-chain communication and integration can be easily done. So for example, like if you have an organization which is private and another organization which is public and then another organization which is federated public. So they can have their own platforms built on blockchain and they can communicate with each other through cross-chain functionality. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Next question, please. Still have few questions. To Dr. Farouk from our brother from Nigeria. Is there any Islamic legal framework governing the use of blockchain technology in Zakat and Wakaf? Any framework maybe?
I think it's a good question, but to my view, there is none until now. But we need to understand that why do we need an Islamic legal framework governing the use of blockchain technology? Because technology itself is neutral. So only the thing like how you are going to implement this technology would impact the Islamic legal ruling or principle. So for example, like if you are using blockchain for a purpose which is non-Sharia compliant, then of course the use of that blockchain platform will become Sharia non-compliant as well. But if you are using it for Zakat and Waqf, you have to just create the platform and then you have to take care of the conditions and the requirements and the goals which you are trying to achieve. If those things are aligned together, then of course like you can have a good framework. And you do not need a separate legal framework for that.
Okay, thank you. Next question to Dr. Farouk from Aliu Muhammad, Association of Zakat Wakaf in Nigeria. Small question regarding the technology, how costly it is compared to traditional method? Maybe short answer, Doctor. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. If it depends again that how big the infrastructure is and how much changes you would like to make. So for example, like if you go for Hyperledger, then of course the cost will be very higher because what they are trying to do is trying to provide you enterprise solution of blockchain. But if you go for the public blockchain, for example, Ethereum, then you do not need so much cost for that because writing a smart contract is very cheap right now. You have to pay the gas, which is around $200 to $300, and then you have to pay the person who is writing the contract for you. So I mean, like it will be around like $1,000 to $1,000 to $5,000, depending on the expertise of the person who is writing the smart contract for you. But of course, this is only a small picture, a small segment of the blockchain itself. Like, so you are spending only $5,000 to have blockchain, but what you have to do is like internal system changes. So for example, like, are you going to basically throw away all your legacy system? This is the question. How you are going to integrate your own existing system with the blockchain itself is basically the question. And then it will add up to the cost. But again, the thing is, in my view, if I want to give you a rough idea, so it's like 300K USD to $500,000.
Okay, thank you. We still have some more questions to especially Mufti Faras from Nala, Indonesia, to Mufti Faras Adam. Can you share the blockchain experience in NZF or the strategy to implement and advance it in the near future, maybe? Mufti?
Sure, no, thank you for your question. So NZF, which is National Zakat Foundation, NZF Worldwide, which is like the global Zakat services firm, we're constantly reviewing advancements in technology. We have a working group within our organization who are reviewing how blockchain can be implemented, the potential use cases of blockchain within zakat giving and zakat management. But at present, it's not been adopted as such. Rather, we're still exploring the most cost-efficient and fastest way to scale zakat operations.
Okay, thank you. Next question, maybe? We still have more question? Okay, to Mufti Faras Adam from Ibrahim Abdullah from Nigeria. Dr. Faras, can you consider blockchain as a software designed to secure zakat administration? And maybe you can.
Okay. On this first point, I'm sure Baznas and Isra, they're doing an amazing and wonderful job in exploring how to use blockchain as a software and use that as your infrastructure. So I'm sure they would have a lot of experience in this particular point. So Dr. Mu'taz, Dr. Ahmad, and the others could definitely come in here and just give their view on this. But just from my experience and just from my readings and learnings, I feel that the use of, when it comes to zakat administration, I think the most exciting part of blockchain would be in the use of smart contracts in distributing zakat. I think you can automate that entire process because all it would then require is people really inputting their data, and then for that data to be verified, and then for that smart contract to release those funds. I think that's probably potentially the most exciting part. And as for your second point,
yes.
Look, to be honest, this has always been a scare. Look, this is another, in the industry is calling fintech like the fourth revolution, right? or this AI age that we have. There's been so many revolutions in the world. For example, the industrial revolution that happened. Then you had the internet boom. All these revolutions didn't mean people lost their jobs. Rather, it meant that new jobs opened up. Okay, so it might be that blockchain will take care of some aspects of zakat administration, but it doesn't mean that humans will not be needed at all. Of course, it'll always be needed. For the ones overseeing this whole process will be humans. So just as every revolution has happened in the past with technology, it's always opened up new opportunities for people. And I believe that is completely the case because look, there's a need. If the administrators of zakat don't have to focus on the mechanics of giving, they can potentially provide more support to the beneficiary, human support, right? Emotional support, which is also very powerful and needed for in the zakat system.
Okay, thank you. Next question to Mufti Faras from Dita Basnas. Due to the cost and benefit that you have explained before, how to ensure third parties carry out their job properly in managing the blockchain?
This is a matter of having incentives, as Dr. Mu'taz mentioned earlier as well. Like everybody needs to be incentivized. It's not necessary that everybody has to be managing, right? Not everybody has to be a node or verifier or of that sort, or having a governance role. But there has to be an incentive for everybody. If you have multiple people in this blockchain, in this network, I mean, one of the greatest incentives is if you have a zakat system on a blockchain, and for an organization, a third party, a service provider connected to this, of course, they'll be receiving potential funds and they'll be getting reputational gain from that alone, let alone everything else. But there'll definitely be benefit for an organization just from that element. So it's incentivizing different parties to be part of that blockchain.
Okay, one last question, Mufti Faras. What is the extent of automation implemented at NZF? What is the extent of automation implemented at NZF?
So So NZF has at present 5 different member organizations. One of those organizations are in the UK. So what they've implemented in the UK is a system whereby they can track your fiat currency. So when you make a payment, so if you make a zakat payment, you'll get an email. Your payment was received at this time, of course, which is like, you know, normal reporting. But then when your payment has been distributed, this year we've developed the technology to be able to report to the person that your pound was paid to such a person at such a time, or this area at this time. And now we're looking to give reporting in terms of locality. So I can find out exactly where my zakat was paid. And in future, inshallah, in the next couple of years, I'll be able to pay my zakat completely in my locality. So you might go to a central fund, but yeah, it can go back to a local area where I live. So keeping it true to the spirit of zakat, you know, localizing zakat as much as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Mufti, for your answer. So I think we are reaching at the end of our session. Thank you for the question. But before we close our session, I would like to invite to all speakers maybe for closing statement, 1 minute each maybe, from Dr. Aishat Muniza. Could you please give your closing statement with regards to our topic today?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, please.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. And I believe that this is a very good session whereby we have understood the potential of using blockchain technology in enhancing zakat mechanisms or administration. So what I want to say is actually technology is no magic and technology has no religion. As such, we as humans will have to identify where we could use those type of technology to help to enhance the administration of zakat. And I believe that there are many advantages that we could enjoy by using blockchain technology in zakat. However, we have to be cautious. We have to understand, first of all, the legal administration of the relevant jurisdiction or the respective jurisdiction. And we have to understand the specific problems that we see in those jurisdictions. And then only we should go to the next step of applying technology. So with this, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Next, to our second speaker, Dr. Mumtaz Abu Jaid. Closing statement from you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I think what I would like to stress on, and I think what all speakers discussed and highlighted, we can put all the discussion under one umbrella, that right design and good implementation. So the secret, if you would like to benefit from blockchain, we need to think carefully about how we design a blockchain, or how we develop our blockchain solution. And I would like also to stress on also what has been mentioned by one of the speakers, I think, is the cooperation. We need to collaborate together because this will save cost, a lot of cost. Everyone who has been in this journey will know that it's very costly journey, because you need to understand also the technology deeply before also judging it. So even to discuss with the developers, you need to develop certain kind of understanding of the technology. So I think collaboration among the Zakat institution is really needed to share the experience and to decide how to move forward. And definitely we can use the platforms developed by each others, for instance. But even a discussion on the matters, it will help. And also I would also, I agree with what mentioned by Mufti Faraz, that it's the blockchain can bring a lot of benefits. So he mentioned 5 points. I would agree that the points that we need to focus on are the transparency, strong governance, and the smart contract. The speed of payment is not really an issue. Maybe we need to focus on these aspects. And I will add is not only governance, it's in fact the perception So this is why I would say it's a trust. So for instance, we have a lot of Zakat institutions. They have a very strong governance framework, but still people nowadays, they are very demanding. The public needs some kind of assurance. So they need to have a trust. So if you go or move into blockchain, you may create this kind of trust because they will be able to touch on the data or to have a reports right from the data, right from the source. So they will have some kind of assurance. And this is interrelated with the reporting ability and the impact measure later, what we can do. So you can definitely, if you use Zakat blockchain, ISRA blockchain platform, or even any blockchain platform, you shall be able to notify the payer that his donation has reached the final destination, the end user. You may not disclose the ID, but you can give also some kind of incentive. You say, okay, your donation has reached the end user. Without it, children was not be able to go to the school. Your donation has been used to as such and such. So you can create this and you can automate this through the smart contracts. So it's not additional work to the Zakat administration to do. And lastly, the last point I would like to mention, there are a lot of concern on the regulation, but I think there are only 3 aspects. We don't need a framework for blockchain for Zakat, but there are 3 aspects: the data location, security, and the cryptocurrency environment. So security, I think it's addressed in a certain jurisdiction already. It's about what kind of characteristic you need to ensure for blockchain implementation to have security. It's a very IT thing. So I think it has been addressed. And data location, you can opt to have a cloud server within the country, for instance. And the cryptocurrency is the 3rd one, which has been discussed and highlighted by Dr. Farouk.
Okay.
Finally, I would like just to thank you, all of you, and thanks again, the organizing committee for the timely needed topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, from Mr. Ahmad Satyo, maybe a few words from you.
Yeah, I just want to say that thank you for the opportunity for being here, and also I'm looking forward for the next ICONZ, because we can share a little bit more detail about the next implementation that we have already done in Inshallah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmad. Next, from Dr. Farouk, a few words from you, Doctor.
Yeah, I think that it's a very good conference, and I think I have seen a very lively participation, or not only from the speaker side, but also from the participant side. This actually points out to the importance of knowledge and learning process, knowledge sharing and learning process, and also we need to have good quality research and development. Only with these things we can further look into it, because I really believe that we as a Muslim in the Muslim world, we are lagging behind. We are looking at if we compare the Zakat institution with the conventional philanthropic institution, like they are very much aggressive in adopting the current revolution of technology. And like I mentioned, they are looking into the 2nd and 3rd stage. And we are sort of like stuck at the 1st stage, but I think that we have a lot of potential. These conferences, these events organized, and also knowledge sharing sessions and research and development departments. These are, and of course, like universities and academia, they have to play a very big role in this. And I really believe that, like with that support, we can actually become the world leaders in terms of philanthropic activities.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farouk. And finally, from Mufti Faras, closing statement from you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to have been on this panel and learn from everybody and discuss with everybody here. And to the esteemed panel members, may Allah reward you. Thank you for your knowledge, sharing your knowledge. I've learned a lot from you. I think just what I want to depart with the last statement would be that everyone has highlighted and earmarked the importance of collaboration and blockchain is about collaboration, right? So if all of us on this platform today have been here, we've been collaborating, I think the next step would be continue this collaboration. Help organizations like ISRA, like, BASNAS, and all these great organizations out there who are trying to steer this technology for the benefit of the ummah, the world, and everybody, right? Support these organizations. If you have technical expertise, you should be, voluntarily coming forward and say, I have some expertise, I'd like to be involved in this, right? Because this is the time to really establish this technology and to establish a very powerful foundation. Then inshallah, 50 years down the line, when all of this has been established, you will gain this reward and it'll be in your book of deeds, inshallah, and it'll be hasanat for you. So this is a time to work hard, to collaborate, to really put our minds to the task, work together, inshallah, and let's develop something as a legacy for all of us, inshallah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, thank you very much to all speakers for their valuable knowledge and sharing with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our session. And thank you again for the informative and interesting talk and for all of your participation during our session. We have received many questions that I think we have covered most of the questions. And I think and I'm sure this session benefit all of us. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I return to our Master of Ceremony.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Dr. Bayu for moderating the plenary session and to all the speakers for their time and insights. Before we continue, we would like to kindly ask for all speakers and participants to turn on their camera for the photo session. Right, please everyone get ready. We will take the picture on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page. The count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Right, thank you very much. Alhamdulillah, we have finally finished all plenary sessions of the 4th ICONZ. We hope that all participants and speakers enjoyed the discussions and obtained new knowledge and benefited from the programs. We would also like to announce to the audience that due to the time constraint, there will not be a break for Asr prayer. Therefore, if any of the audience would like to pray, it is permissible, but we kindly ask to not leave the Zoom meeting and ask for your understanding that we will be continuing this event. We now have a special session coming up next. I guess you're all wondering what or who will be starting this special session. Let me allow Brother Ali Hamani Al-Ansari to take over and explain. Brother Alan, the time is yours.
Thank you, Sister Arwa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon for everyone. So just a bit announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Currently we have Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan with us. He is a Bangladeshi American economist who currently serves as Professor of Finance at the University of New Orleans. He could be considered as one of the prominent figures in Islamic finance research. Assalamualaikum, Professor Kabir Hasan.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Professor Kabir Hasan, we are the researcher in BASNAS. We're citing many of your works. Therefore, we are so honored to have you in this conference. Who are you, Professor?
I'm just fine. Actually, I just opened my computer and WhatsApp message. I see Aisha is a good friend of mine, is presenting. So I thought that I would just listen to Aisha and then go back to my work. But I have been listening for the last 2.5 hours. It was excellent presentation by everyone, very knowledgeable. And I'm always, I do not know, maybe I'm an old timer, very skeptical about technology. And you know, we cannot do any simple thing in Muslim countries. So when it comes to blockchain, which is high tech, the question is how we are going to make it accessible to the general public without corrupting it. But I think that it can be done, inshallah. The new generation are very technologically savvy. I mean, they are not afraid of it. So actually, I learned a lot. And one of the good things being a professor, I have been learning from my students for the last 30 years. Every student I work with, I learn something new. It was really very good. Well done, well orchestrated, well organized. excellent speaker with a lot of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kabir Hasan, for your opinions about the Zakat and technology integration, as well as the this conference. Professor Kabir Hasan, you know that this is the fourth international conference of Zakat, but also the first that is arranged virtually. Do you have any suggestion on this conference and how we should, have the research about the Zakat technology in the near future?
Well, you have excellent the speakers. It seems to me they are very knowledgeable. They have already started. They know the technology. You definitely should utilize their knowledge. As Brother Farah said, we have to do it collectively, and with the ultimate goal of pleasing Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. Everything that we do in this world to please Him, and if we can have this niyyah and cooperate, that will be ibadah. So I think you need to cooperate. But one thing I want to say, we talk about Islamic economy. Actually, Indonesia has really started this process. I'm very proud of it. But none of the Muslim countries, 57, we do not have a benchmark study. We really do not know how many people are zakatable. Zakat payer and zakat recipient. And not only we have some secondary data analysis, using bank statement and so on. But I'm talking about bank statement or mal, when you talk about ushur agriculture product, there's a huge opportunity. Even in Indonesia, that one guesstimate say you have a $60 billion worth of walk-up, but I do not know about the zakat, how much. So I would ask you, the Baznas, to take and integrate with the government that have a benchmark study how much zakat is there, and integrate the zakat process with the national development process with the tax system, the way they are doing in Malaysia. So you will be finding more and more people coming and paying zakat. As Farooq said, even there's a third pillar, but it has been always aligned with salat. So 28 times. So it's very important, really. We do not need to be beggar. You don't need to go to any other country. We can solve our problem, even a poor country, if we start paying zakah 5 to 10 years. We have all history from the Islamic Hazrat Khalif Omar, during his time. I think we can bring that tradition. We have to follow the religion carefully, not just the lip service. We just, we have to pray, we have to five fundamentals, but we really have to go beyond it. Every little thing, if we even study, or somebody is listening to this conference, if they listen with the intention of learning and helping others, that is also an ibadah. We have to change our mindset, really. But fortunately, the Indonesian brothers, are more, I would say, practicing than even the country I come from. We pray, but sometimes we do not know what the prayer means. We do all the bad things, and we think that if we do an umrah, yes, Allah can forgive everything. But if the intention is, I'll be doing all the corruption, and we'll stay 10 days of Ramadan in Makkah Muharramah, and my sins will be forgiven. So that's the mentality we are working with. We have to change that mentality. If if 5 fundamentals of prayer cannot change my bad habit, so probably the prayer is not being accepted. I'm sorry, I'm bringing a lot of other issues not directly related, but I'm very, very impressed that the Indonesian government has taken this as a national agenda. That a lot of good things will come out of it, inshallah.
Thank you for sharing your opinions and advice for us. It is really a pleasure to have you in this conference, Professor. Collectively, therefore Puskas Basnas expect to have awesome collective collaboration with you in the near future, inshallah, Prof.
Inshallah.
Thank you. Okay, that's all for the small session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Kabir and Brother Alan. Now, brothers and sisters, we all know that this event would never have happened if it wasn't for the hard work of the organizing committee. The organizing committee of ICONZ consists of 4 main institutions, namely the Basnas Center of Strategic Studies, Trisakti University, Airlangga University, and the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. We all know that Trisakti and Airlangga are prestigious universities in Indonesia. and that the Ministry of Religious Affairs is a government body in Indonesia. But what exactly does the Basnas Center of Strategic Studies do? To understand more about them, we would like to welcome Brother Fahmi Ali Hudaifi to explain more about Puskas Basnas and the research that has been conducted. To Brother Fahmi Ali, the time is yours. Brother Fahmi Ali?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable speakers and moderator of the third plenary session of the fourth International Conference of Zakat, the respectable audience, paper presenters, and especially Prof. Muhammad Kabir Hasan. Thank you very much, Prof. Kabir Hasan, for joining this conference, and thank you for your advices. And all the committee of the fourth International Conference of Zakat. Good afternoon from Indonesia. I am Fahmi Ali Hudaifi. I pray all of us be in the best of health and iman. Well, I am a researcher in Basnas Center of Strategic Studies, and today I'm pleased to discuss and to share a bit what we have been doing in our institution. Well, all right. Our institution, which is Basnas Center of Strategic Studies, aims to be the global reference for Zakat literature. And one of our mission is synergizing and collaborating with other related stakeholders to advance the research of Zakat. And this, the fourth international conference is one of our way to actualize our mission to synergize and collaborate with other stakeholders. All right. Our institution was established in 2016. Up to date, we have published books, working papers, and other related materials, references regarding Zakat. And we have published more than 200 titles, which are driven to support the betterment and development of Zakat management. Alhamdulillah. And this is the detail of our products. We have journal reports. Yes, we have strategic research such as National Zakat Index. We have working papers. We have policy briefs. We have conference proceedings. We have academic journal. We have official news. We also developed fund application, and also we have academic event. The fourth ICONZ is one of our event, and the Islamic Economic Intercourse is also one of our event that was conducted last month. All right. Regarding our research, in terms of our objective, it can be classified into three. The first, institutional performance-related measurement, collection and distribution, collection-related measurement, and distribution-related measurement. All right. In institutional performance measurement, this research describes our research, our works that have developed the indicators to measure the overall performance of a Zakat institution. Meanwhile, in collection-related measurement, it refers to our work that attempt to measure the potential of Zakat, the impact of marketing to collection, and other related issues. Meanwhile, in distribution-related measurement, it refers to our studies that developed the indicators which can best assist Zakat institution in distributing the funds. And all our works mostly are qualitative studies with the approach of a focus group discussion and literature review. All right, our studies on institutional performance measurement, we have National Zakat Index, we have Financial Ratio of Zakat Management Organization that was published in 2019, we have Transparency Index for Zakat institution, and then we also have Sharia compliance of Zakat institution. Regarding Zakat, all right. In studies on collection measurement, we have developed the indicator of Zakat Literacy Index, And also, we have developed the indicator of zakat potential in Indonesia that we translated the indicator into several variables of zakat, which are zakat classic and zakat contemporary, all of which from this variable we can measure the potential of zakat in Indonesia. Furthermore, on studies on zakat collection measurement, we also have indicator for zakat on stock company. This is just published last year in 2019, and this work provide the indicator of zakat on stock company. And then we have also the research which just published the effectivity of zakat campaign on the brand image and the collection of zakat, just published in 2020. This research measure how this research just evaluated, analyzed how zakat campaign performed by Basnas in its social media impacted its collection. That's one of the hypotheses tested in this study. Moving now to the zakat distribution. Yes, moving now to studies on distribution measurement. These studies are developed to assist the zakat institution to distribute their fund. I need to explain that in Indonesia, zakat distribution is classified into 5 categories of maqasid al-Sharia, and each of these studies can best assist in order that the zakat distributed can be effectively and efficiently accurate based on the need of the recipients, mustahik. Well, the first is the index desa zakat. In English is it's a village index. Yes, it's zakat village index. So this study can measure the need of underdeveloped region, considering in Indonesia there are many underdeveloped villages. So zakat distribution is utilized or is distributed to one respective underdeveloped region, and based on what it's exactly needed. And then apostasy vulnerability index. Yes, in Indonesia we have many places where apostasy happens. So this apostasy vulnerability index, can assist zakat stakeholder to distribute zakat fund based on what exactly a village need, which vulnerable to apostasy. Now moving on to Basnas Index for Sustainability of Clean Water and Sanitation that we published in 2019. This study can help zakat institution with regard to their distribution program of zakat water and sanitation, notably to support the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals number 6, which is sustainable of clean water and sanitation. Furthermore, in zakat utilization index, this can measure the effectivity and the efficiency the zakat fund utilized. That is utilized well. In Indonesia, there are 2 terms of distribution and utilization. So distribution means zakat distributed for consumptive means. Meanwhile, the utilization means zakat is distributed for productive means. Yes, and this is utilization index aims to investigate such distribution. And now moving on to our recent works that related to COVID-19, we have around 7 works, which is 2 reports and then policy brief. And this policy brief mostly we are addressed for zakat institution, particularly what should be done by zakat institution in terms of distribution, in terms of utilization during the pandemic. All right, thank you very much. And that's enough for me. And the good news for all of us here is that all our published books are free, can be downloaded without payment. It's non-payable. You just can open our website. Please do visit our website, www.puskasbasnas.com, and then you can have our recent works for free. Please, you may go now to our website. So, Sister Awa, I am Fahmi Ali Hudayfi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Brother Fahmi Ali, for explaining to us the researches of Basnas Center of Strategic Studies. Now, we will move on to the next agenda, and most likely the most anticipated agenda of day 2, the announcement for the best presentations. These announcements will be led by the committee, Brother Ali Hamani Ali Ansori. To Brother Alan, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So yeah, after listening to your amazing research yesterday, I have the super heavy responsibility to deliver all the best presentation for this conference. Representing the examiner, I would like to say that all of your research are awesome. We can sense the enthusiasm that you put in the research and your hope to have a better ZakaTech development in the near future. We deeply appreciate it. However, we should pick the best presenters from all best papers that we receive in this conference. So yeah, I'm sure you cannot wait and nervous to know this announcement. I will not longer waste any time. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the best presentation for Room Parallel 1. Ta-da-dang. We have here brother or sister Diadini Recep from Turkey. Congratulations for the title Blockchain and Smart Contracts. This contribution to Zakat management system. Once again, congratulations. Okay, this is the certificate. We will send to you, inshallah, shortly after this conference, of course. Then the next parallel room will congratulate for for Madam Marhanum Syed Muhammad Saleh and Muhammad Abdul Matin Chaudhuri for the paper entitled Technology Adoption Among Zakat Institutions in Malaysia and Observation. Congratulations, Madam. Congratulations. I was your student back then in IIUM. Congratulations. And the next parallel session, we want to congratulate for sister. Yes. Okay, Sister Nadia Nuril Firdaus, Fatimatus Zahrati, Dudi Rosmara Donna from University Gajah Mada. Nadia Nuril, congratulations for your paper entitled Business Incubation Model Based on Productive Zakat for Economic Recovery SME of Post-COVID-19. Once again, congratulations. This is the certificate for you, sister. Congratulations. In the last session, we would like to congratulate Brother Ahmad Hizazi and Sister Rahayu from Universitas Jambi, Indonesia, for the paper entitled Accounting for Asset Managed based on Angka 109 and Berbasnas number 5/2018 about financial management of Zakat. Congratulations, Brother Hizazi. Congratulations. So yeah, those are the best presentation that we have yesterday. Congratulations for once again for the best presenter, and for all paper presenter here. We from Puskas Basnas would like once again say thank you. We hope that this is only the first step to advance your research and benefit to the Zakat development, inshallah. For further and detailed information about your paper, we will announce it later to you via email, inshallah. Thank you for having me. Once again, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Brother Alan, for announcing the awards, and congratulations to the awardees. MashaAllah, may your success bring benefit to the world of Zakat and to our Islamic community. For those who have not yet achieved an award, please do not feel discouraged. All your work was outstanding, and we know that you all have put your best effort into those papers and did the most you could. Now, we will move to the next agenda, which is the resolution of the fourth ICONZ. This will be read by Brother Abdul Aziz Yahya Sauki. To Brother Abdul Aziz, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sister Arwa, for the time. And once again, congratulations to all presenters in the fourth International Conference of Zakat for being selected for the best presentation. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable and distinguished speakers and participants of the fourth International Conference of Zakat. Finally, we'll reach the resolution announcement of the fourth International Conference of Zakat. The resolution for the fourth International Conference of Zakat is comprised from the ideas and practical experiences among the regulators, executors, experts, and scholars within this today in high-level discussion, whether in plenary and parallel session. Hence, the discussion produced 9 resolutions which aims to improve Zakat management system across the world generally, and notably for betterment Zakat management in Indonesia. Next. Yeah, the technological development in the financial industry has been significant to the Islamic social finance sectors, including Zakat institution. The recent debates among academics, industry professionals, and other related Zakat stakeholders have addressed the notion of Zakat and technology. Scholarly works have addressed the means of Zakat institution being adaptive to the technological changes by presenting conceptual works, case studies, or the contemporary practice in the industry. For example, the David Hall 2019 explained the recent fintech development in Indonesia to be advantageous for Zakat institution, notably to leverage the online channels for Zakat collection. Furthermore, in the time, the growing phenomenon of such technological adoption in Zakat institutions, the new coronavirus disease or COVID-19 has been spreading worldwide recently. This pandemic has been generating significant challenges for Zakat administration around the world. The demand for the role of Zakat in facing COVID-19 consequence has thus been rising. The topic of Zakat technology and COVID-19 has now become a new arena among the experts for discussions. In response to this phenomena, the term ZakaTech might become relevant for current circumstances. For example, the International Sharia Research Academy for Islamic Finance, or ISRA Malaysia, has pioneered this term, which the fourth International Conference of Zakat further introduced it. The fourth International Conference of Zakat used this term to conceptualize the discussion of Zakat and inclusive development in the time of the first COVID-19 outbreak. ZakaTech is thus defined here as the use of technology in the management of Zakat institutions. The digital transformation in the operational activities of Zakat institution is expected to activate the contributions of Zakat to inclusive development Moreover, in unprecedented time of COVID-19, the fourth International Conference of Zakat that is conducted virtually in collaboration with the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Trisakti University, Jakarta, and Airlangga University from Surabaya, results in the following resolutions. Right, I will read the 9 resolutions of the core of the International Conference of Zakat 2020. The first resolution is the fourth International Conference of Zakat raises the issue of inclusive development, in which development post-COVID-19 becomes significant challenges for all countries around the world. Moreover, the emerging economies. The fourth International Conference of Zakat thus urged the activation of Zakat in inclusive development that can assist the vulnerable communities who are impacted the most by the virus. The second resolution is the fourth International Conference of Zakat encouraged a strong partnership and collaboration among the stakeholders of Zakat to contextualize better the role of Zakat in facing the consequences of COVID-19 outbreak. In this regard, the productive means of Zakat distributions becomes relevant to assist vulnerable small and micro entrepreneurs or SMEs. That is, Zakat stakeholders might take attention to this matter. The third resolution is the fourth International Conference of Zakat discusses the technological management in Zakat administration in time of the new normal COVID-19. It is thus encouraged such adoption in both Zakat collection and distribution that can help the management in actualizing maslahah for all the parties involved. The fourth resolution is the fourth International Conference of Zakat presents the current practices of technological adoption in Zakat management. Such adoptions forms the practical and hands-on knowledge in which other Zakat professionals can learn and pioneer the adoption in their respective organization. The fifth resolution is the fourth International Conference of Zakat identifies several innovations in Zakat distribution in time of COVID-19 outbreak. Such design draw the relevance of Zakat institution in leading the practice of social finance in which other similar institutions can take the lessons. The sixth resolution is the fourth International Conference of Zakat raises the use of blockchain technology for Zakat administrations. As the debate on this matter among the experts has been growing, the future researchers might further study in this topic. The seventh resolution is the fourth International Conference of Zakat is of the view on the urgency of considering the discussion of blockchain in Zakat management from an administrative level. The material policies of related regulators, for instance, regulation draft of Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, LPMA, or other regulators across the world, might thus consider this matter. The eighth resolution is the National Board of Zakat of the Republic of Indonesia, or known as Basnas, has been implementing blockchain technology at very first stage. The future development of blockchain adoption requires a conducive environment. Notably, support from regulator, the fourth International Conference of Zakat thus calls the establishment of regulatory framework to create a conducive environment in Zakat ecosystem, notably in Indonesia. The ninth resolution is, as the inclusive development becomes critical in the coming periods, such discussions of Zakat in this matter should be continued. That is, the upcoming World Zakat Forum in 2020 may extend the idea by gaining more insight from Zakat stakeholders worldwide. The topic of activating Zakat in economic recovery first COVID-19 in the World Zakat for member countries is thus advisable. That's all the resolutions of International Conference of Zakat. By this resolution beneficial for all stakeholders of Zakat, both in regulators and executors, and also the practitioners and also academicians around the world. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikum salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Brother Abdul Aziz, for reading the resolution of the fourth ICONZ. Now, to close the day's event, we will hear a closing statement from the Director of Basna Center of Strategic Studies, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainal. To Dr. Hasbi Zainal, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellencies, Dr. Kiai Haji Zainud Tauhid Saadi, Vice Minister of Religious Affairs Indonesia, the Excellencies Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo, MBA CA, Basnas Chairman, and the Excellencies Professor Dr. Kamaruddin Amin, Director of General Islamic Community Directorate, Ministry of Religious Affairs Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasih, Rector of Erlangga University, Surabaya, the Honorable Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, Rector of Trisakti University, Jakarta, the Honorable Dr. Haji Tarmidi Tohor, Director of Zakat and Wakaf Department, Ministry of Religious Affairs Indonesia, the Honorable Prof. Zilal Hamza, the Honorable from Trisakti University, the Honorable Prof. Aditya Sukmana from Erlangga University, the Honorable Datuk Daud Bakar from the IUM, Malaysia, the Honorable Prof. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail from the University Science Islam Malaysia, the Honorable Dr. Ivan Shoki Beg from Basnas, the Honorable Dr. Muhammad Ubaidullah, the Honorable Mr. Lawal Maidoki from Sokoto, the Honorable Mr. Azim Kidwe from NZF Worldwide, UK, the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Aisyah Muniza from INSIF, the Honorable Dr. Muntaz Abu Jaid from ISRA, the Honorable Mufti Faras Adam from UK, NZF UK, the Honorable Dr. Farooq Habib from Alif Technology, the Honorable Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan from USA, and Alhamdulillah, and all distinguished speakers and invited guests of the fourth ICONZ 2020. Alhamdulillah, 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 wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa ba'du. All praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord of the whole world. It is because of His blessing that we all are here now attending the fourth ICONZ 2020, and may Allah, may Rahmah and Barakah surround all of us here now. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. And peace and salutation be upon on our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last messenger of Allah, who had struggled with an unimaginable pain to deliver the beauty of Islam, the religion that we all believe in. And may Allah may the blessing of Allah be continuous to the Prophet's family, his companions, and all of us. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great pleasure for me to welcome you all yesterday. And now, please share a closing remark. As we know, International Conference of Zakat has been annually program that have been arranged by Puskas Basnas proudly, and
For this year, the conference is managed quite different, yeah, as we have been facing this difficult time of COVID-19 pandemic. The initial plan to conduct this event in Surabaya, East Java, should be conducted here virtually. The challenges these challenges do not make the committee lose their commitment, as we see, to make this conference beneficial for us. Instead, we believe that from this conference, there will be new innovation and strategy to tackle the significant challenges for Zakat administration globally due to the pandemic. These challenges also demand a more intense role of Zakat in facing COVID-19 consequences. Therefore, the topic of Zakat, technology, and COVID-19 has thus become a new area among the experts for discussion as today, as in ICONZ 2020. Yesterday, in the first plenary session, we have discussed about the role of Islamic social finance in promoting inclusive development in time of new normal COVID-19. Having Prof. Aditya Sukmana, Prof. Abdul Ghafar Ismail, Mr. Lawal Maidokri, and Mr. Azim Kidwe. This plenary have provided us relevant knowledge regarding the subject that is delivered by both industry professional and academics. Furthermore, in the plenary session 2 and 3 that has conducted today, Prof. Muhammad Zilal, Prof. Datuk Dr. Daud Bakar, Dr. Muhammad Ubaidullah, Dr. Irfan Syokibek, Professor Satori Ismail, Dr. Aisyah Muniza, Dr. Muntas Abu Jeb, Dr. Mufti Faras Adam, Dr. Faruk Habib, Mr. Ahmad Setio, and Professor Kabir Hassan. We have discussed the topic, the use of technology in zakat management in time of new normal COVID-19 and blockchain technology for zakat institution respectively. This topic is important, particularly for zakat professional today and future. Alhamdulillah, we are able to present distinguished speakers who are the experts of these fields, as we mentioned before. Furthermore, in this conference, we also discussed and learned many things about the researchers that have been done by selected authors. We learn further about the digitalization of zakat, such as the online zakat payment, digitalization of mustahik empowerment, and also crowdfunding platform. And we also discuss about the technology and innovation, such as techno-efficiency analysis and technology adopting in Malaysia. There are many more research that are so exciting to present in this conference. Alhamdulillah. And just now we just announced the 4 persons who are awarded as the best presenters. Many congratulations for you all. Alhamdulillah. And furthermore, for the other authors, I would like to encourage you to have this conference as another opportunity to advance your research. May Allah ridho with our effort and time. And I am pleased to inform you that this virtual, the 4th ICONZ has been received more than 500 registration from participants across the countries, and we also recorded around the 30 countries are now joining with us here. And moreover, in our Basnas TV as well YouTube channel, our conference yesterday we was watched by more than 1,000 viewers. MashaAllah. Our conference also might be one of our fastest video that reached the number. This shows how the commitment that all the committee share in conducting the conference has been trickled and wider and in all communities. I think. May Allah bless us in this event. Amin. Therefore, I once again want to deliver my gratitude to Allah and thanks to all the people who contribute directly and indirectly to this conference. Thanks to Ministry of Religious Affairs, thanks to Erlangga University, Prof. Raditya and Dr. Tika and so many other, and thanks to Trisakti University, Prof. Zilal Hamza, Prof. Dr. Nora, and others that hand in hand work the program to be this success. Alhamdulillah. Last but not least, inshallah, this coming November, in 17 November, we will have another big Zakat conference virtually. It is the World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020 that inshallah will address the topic of around the activation of Zakat in the global economic recovery post-COVID-19. Once again, thank you so much. For the speakers, invited guests, and also committee. MashaAllah. May Allah grant us of happiness and health. Amin ya rabbal alamin. That's from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, dear audience, we have finally reached the end of the 4th International Conference of Zakat. During these 2 days, we have listened to many fruitful discussions from many experts in the related fields. We would once again like to express our gratitude towards all the respected speakers who have made their time to come and share their insights through this event. We would also like to thank the committee for their hard work and dedication in organizing this event. Even during a pandemic, they were still capable of organizing and inshallah successfully holding this event. Finally, last but not least, we would like to thank the audience and all the participants for attending this event. Without you all, this event would not have been a success. With a heavy heart, we must part. But there is a famous saying that says that ends are doors to new beginnings. We hope that this will not be the last time we see you all, and we can continue to communicate and share ideas with one another even after the event. Let us pray and hope that the pandemic resides soon so that the world can heal and go back to normal so that next year we can all attend the 5th ICONZ and meet you all in person. Amin ya rabbal alamin. As the Master of Ceremony, on behalf of the committee, I deeply apologize for any mistakes or inconveniences that may have happened during my time delivering this event. We hope that you all enjoyed and benefited from this event. I, Arwa Filaditya Sokta, officially close this event. See you all on the next International Conference of Zakat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.